Good. Felix gave Jake an approving look. Then, once in Casthorpe, clear each dungeon, but don't finish them. Once you have gained a few more ranks, you can clear each one in quick succession and move on to somewhere else. That will give little for your hunters to follow. You've mentioned them a few times, Jake said as he folded his arms and gave Felix a level stare. Who exactly is hunting me? The Triarchy for sure, though specifically it will be their branch that hunts heretics. Beyond that, I don't know. All of our dungeon nobles and inquisitors died during the invasion, but the Triarchy seemed as surprised by that as we were. It could have been unintentional, or it could have been someone else choosing to act in the chaos.
My family suspects a third party,
Nephthys said softly, giving Jake a sympathetic look.
We don't know who, though.
But why? Jake asked in an exasperated tone. Why target dungeon nobles? If we're the only ones who can tear up dungeons, shouldn't the Triarchy want us? I can't speak to any of the unknown groups, but I believe that politics is the answer for the Triarchy, Felix said in a heavy tone. If the dungeons in Strovia become static and do not advance, then the Triarchy will remain more powerful than us, and their occupation will be easier.
A short-sighted approach,
Nephthys said with a sorrowful shake of her head.
Keeping Strovia from growing leaves it open to other dangers.
All this is great, and I love giving him some context, but shouldn't we be running? Harry asked, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other. Not yet, Felix shook his head. We need to avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Gather the others and check us out of the inn, but do it as casually as you can. We will leave at a sedate pace and speed up once there are no witnesses. I'll start rounding up the others and checking us out, Harry said as he headed off toward the tavern. Do you have any other questions for me? Felix asked, turning back to Jake. I might not have answers, but you can ask. Would you have trained me if it wasn't for my class? Jake lifted his chin and met Felix's gaze with a stubborn expression. You've taken to everything with an admirable dedication, so yes. The class simply pushes up the timetable I already had in mind. Jake froze, unsure how to react to the unexpected compliment. Given how Felix always focused on Carl, Jake had assumed he wasn't making the cut. Felix chuckled and patted Jake on the shoulder as he walked past him. Come on, let's help Harry get everything moving. I want to be on the road by nightfall. The other three were surprised by the abrupt decision to move on, but fortunately Jake had already put the idea in their mind previously, so it wasn't too bad. Unfortunately, their quick departure meant that they had no time to source any transport, meaning they would be walking to the new town. It would take the better part of a week for them to get there, but that included Felix taking them on a circuitous route to avoid attention. If it took the full 7 days, it would only leave a few for them to get enough Weirdgeld together to pay for the Triarchy fees. The last thing they needed was more attention from the Triarchy, but at the same time, they needed to leave as soon as they could. 100 Weirdgeld will be easy enough to gather now that you can complete a Tier 1 dungeon, Felix explained when Jake voiced his concerns. Expect a similar payout to what you get at the moment, but you have the potential to run both of the Tier 1 dungeons each day. Yeah, as long as you're willing to put the work in, it'll be easy enough, Harry said, waving aside the issue blithely. If you say so, Jake said, sharing an uneasy look with Rue before focusing back on the path ahead of them. They had left the tavern now and were already on the road north, though they would be turning off soon, according to Felix. Harry had sourced them the gear they would need to travel with, as well as enough supplies to last them until they reached their destination. Unfortunately, Felix had decided that Jake and Carl would be carrying most of it as part of their training. The positive was that whatever effect Felix had on people he was training also carried over to traveling like this. Both Carl and Jake were exhausted by the end of the day, but once they stopped to make camp, they could already feel the benefits. "Those of you who wish to commit to my training, you have 10 minutes before I expect you back outside." Felix's voice cut through any conversations they were having as they settled in at the small cave that Harry had found. Jake repressed a sigh as he sat down next to the weighty pack he'd been carrying the whole afternoon and did his best to focus on his recovery. To Jake's surprise, even Rue came out to join them for Felix's additional training, and the 5 of them were soon arrayed in front of the cave. "I have decided to take you all on as students, but I will not abide anything less than your full effort. In return, you will get my full attention, and I promise that you will grow in strength. We will begin with sparring this evening, and then tomorrow we will start traveling at a jog in the morning. Carl, you're first." Harry appeared next to Carl with his gear, passing it over as he gestured for the rest of them to go and equip themselves. While Jake and the others got ready, Felix walked over to tap Carl's hammer, causing a dull shell of grey energy to coat it. Stepping away, Felix drew his sword, with the same effect happening to his own weapon. "No active skills, no infusions, but otherwise, use what you wish. Begin whenever you are ready," Felix said, motioning with his sword for Carl to begin. Carl advanced uncertainly, but committed as best he could to hitting Felix. Unsurprisingly, the older classer was able to dodge with ease, his own blade flashing up to strike Carl in his exposed shoulder. Fortunately, the energy sheathing their weapons seemed to prevent any lasting damage from the hit, though Jake winced at the pained look on Carl's face. Something told him they were all waking up with bruises tomorrow. The following few minutes were painful to watch as Felix took apart Carl's entire fighting style piece by piece while giving him corrections and advice. By the time Felix was done, Carl was a sweating mess, but he was no longer making quite as many mistakes as he had at the beginning. "Next," Felix called out, beckoning to Alan. One by one, they all took their turns sparring with Felix. Nephthys was tested in the same manner as Carl, while Rue and Alan had to work on dodging and precision. Jake was left to last, but it gave him more time to watch the others and understand the aim of what Felix was doing. Sadly, understanding the older class's methods did nothing to save his pride when Felix was able to easily avoid his attacks and punish every mistake he made. "You've been training with someone else," Felix remarked after calling the spar to an end. It felt like Felix had pushed Jake for longer than the others, but it was hard to tell. Jake nodded, too out of breath to be able to form a coherent response. "They were on the right track with your footwork, but I want you to practice these forms as well. Mimic me," Felix ordered as he assumed a stance. Jake did his best to copy and memorize what Felix was showing him, but he was sure he got at least half of it wrong. Once they were through the forms, Felix instructed him to make sure he practiced every day before dismissing him to get some rest. Jake's legs were a little shaky as he made his way over to the others. Harry had taken pity on them and was already in the process of making a hot meal, so Jake took a seat against the mouth of the cave and rested his head against the cool stone. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jake conjured his boon dagger before tucking it away. He doubted he'd need it, but it was better to get some use from the manifestation than just let it go to waste. Something told him this trip was going to be a lot of work. Chapter 23. Jake woke up with surprisingly few aches the next day, making him more thankful than ever for the effect of Felix's skills. Taking a moment to wake up properly, he levered himself to his feet and began to get ready for his morning run when Felix spoke up from the cave's entrance. "No need for that today. You'll be wanting your strength later." Jake stopped his preparations and awkwardly joined Felix at the entrance. Looking back, he could see the other 4 members of his group were still asleep, but there was no sign of Ari. "Here, have some of this." Felix turned and held out a pouch of hardtack for Jake to take a piece. "Thanks." Jake eagerly bit into the dense chunk, hungry enough that the dry texture didn't put him off. "Where's Ari?" "He's finding our route for the day," Felix said, a slight smile touching his lips as he put down the pouch and took out a piece of his own. Jake happily chewed on his hardtack as they waited for the others to wake up. He was pretty sure that Felix had planned out their route in advance, so this felt like something to do with their training, but that was a problem for later. The others woke up one by one, but Felix waved off any questions about what to do next, so they set about packing up their camp. While they had everything they needed, the camp was also quite basic. It didn't take them long to be ready to move. Jake's nostrils flared as he caught the scent of something metallic in the air. The smell had reminded Jake of Weirdgeld, but a lot stronger. Turning to follow the scent, Jake saw Felix get to his feet and gesture for them all to follow him. Emerging from the mouth of the cave, Jake saw Ari returning to them with a broad smile and a mischievous glint in his eyes. The 2 older classes had a brief conversation before they all set off as a group once more. As Felix promised the day before, they began at a steady jog. The pace was slower than what Felix usually set during their morning runs, but the weight of his pack more than made up the difference. The area they were passing through was thick with sprawling woodlands and grassy hills, so the landscape was at least pleasant to look at. Jake had grown used to being out of the city by now, but he still wasn't quite used to the quiet beauty of nature. They alternated between jogging and walking for at least an hour before Ari gave Felix a signal and they came to a stop. "Take a minute and catch your breath," Felix called out as he walked over to speak with Ari. "Get your gear on once you're ready. We're doing some training." Once they were all ready, Felix led them off the dirt path they'd been following and into a large patch of woodland. "Who knows what a hollow is?" "They're the source of wandering monsters." Alan answered the question without difficulty, which was good, as Jake had no idea. "Very good." Felix gave Alan an approving look. "What are the main differences between a hollow and a dungeon?" "Dungeons are self-contained and their monsters never leave. Hollows are part of their surroundings and are smaller than a dungeon." "A reasonable explanation," Felix said, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. "Hollows are found in the areas around dungeons, but never close to them. They are the source of wandering monsters, as Alan said, but the exact method of that is up for debate. They will develop a reward for completion over time, but there's no way to know in advance if it's there. More importantly, there will always be a guardian defending them. In this realm, that will be an enhanced monster of some form." Jake perked up at the mention of realms, hoping that Felix would say more. It was the first time he'd heard mention of them since Ari had given him a quick summary back at the guild. "We're almost there. All together or split up?" Ari called out, looking over to Felix as he spoke. "All together. Let's take it easy for now." "All right, listen up then. There's a hollow up ahead. I want you to take out the Guardian and any other monsters around it. This is not a dungeon. Death is permanent, and so are any injuries. Understood?" Jake drew his sword, and Ari gave a nod, hearing his companions likewise arm themselves. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ari and Felix retreat slightly, leaving the 5 of them to take point. "Alan, any sign of anything?" Jake asked as they moved into their normal formation. Carl took the center with Alan and Rue behind him, while Jake and Nephthys took the flanks. "I can see what looks like a particularly large tree up ahead. It would be a good landmark, if nothing else." "All right, let's go." Jake nodded to Carl before putting his attention back on the flank he was covering. He wasn't entirely sure why everyone was listening to him for things like this, but as long as they all acted together, it didn't really matter. With Carl leading the way, they continued into the woods at an easy pace, looking out for whatever monsters might be nearby. The woodland around them was thick with undergrowth, but Jake carefully eyed all spots of shadow and darkness. "We're coming close to the tree now. The woods are thickest around it, though," Alan called out, Jake turning instinctively to look ahead of them. As Jake turned, he saw what he had thought to be part of a tree move as 3 small figures rushed out to attack Carl from the side. Each creature was humanoid in form, with the tallest standing at barely 3 feet high and made of twisted and knotting roots. The only spot of color amid the twisting roots was a sphere of bright green within their chest. "Carl!" Jake cried out as he rushed forward to try and intercept the strange monsters. "What the fuck?" Carl exclaimed as the closest of the creatures leapt off the ground, its hands coiling into spikes of twisted roots that had stabbed at him. An arrow from Alan knocked the creature off course, but one of its spikes still managed to cut across Carl's cheek. Jake had no more time to see what was happening as his own 2 attackers were rushing at him, one jumping into the air as the other attacked his legs. Jake reversed direction and dodged to one side, mentally thanking Ricard for his help in keeping him light on his feet. The jumping creature missed completely, but the other kept pace with him, its hands untangling into a mass of root-like tendrils that tried to grab Jake's legs. Jake hacked down at the creature's arms, breathing a mental sigh of relief as his sword cut through the tendrils without too much difficulty. The roots the creatures were made of seemed to be dry and brittle, which made them vulnerable. Taking a moment to aim, Jake plunged his sword into the chest of the creature, piercing its odd heart. This close, Jake could see that the core of the creature looked more like an oversized and misshapen apple than anything. Thankfully, piercing it with his blade was enough to kill the creature, and Jake could turn his attention to the other one. Frost covered the other monster, which explained why Jake had had the time to fully deal with the first. Before Jake could close with it, an arrow flashed past him to pierce its green heart. "Everyone okay?" Jake called out as he looked over to see Carl's attacker had become a pulped mess. "Yeah, it just caught me by surprise," Carl said, reaching up to wipe away the blood on his cheek. "What sort of shroud-damned monsters were they?" Jake looked to Nephthys, who shrugged before turning to Alan, who shook his head. "I don't know. I don't recognize them."
"Freaky is what they are,"
Rue said as she came over to study one a little closer.
"My cold was somewhat effective against them, so at least that's something."
"Yeah." Jake shivered as he thought of those grasping tendrils. "Come on, let's push on and kill this guardian." There was a brief moment of excitement as they went to draw the weird geld from the monsters, but nothing happened. "These must be at the beast tier of monsters, which would explain why they were so easy to kill," Alan said, frowning down at one of the disanimated clumps of roots. "True, but they still drew blood, so we need to be careful." "Neither of them is going to stop us from getting injured," Jake said, gesturing back to where Ari and Felix were watching them with neutral expressions. "I'm already going to have nightmares about these root tendrils getting under my skin, so let's deal with this fast, okay?" Carl shuddered and hefted his hammer as he urged them on. They continued on into the thicker section of woods that Alan had spotted, though this time with more care and attention to their surroundings. Jake had thought he was doing it right the first time, but now he realized he'd been just looking for the spots the rats liked to hide in. These root creatures, whatever they were, instead liked to hide amongst the trees and undergrowth in small clusters. Often enough, they were hidden in plain sight. Now that they were past the initial surprise, Alan was using his skill to spot any hidden creatures, rendering their camouflage ineffective. 6 more of the creatures were spotted and killed by the time they entered the thicker woods and saw the tree that Alan had spotted earlier. All the trees around them were big, but this one was twice as wide and half again as tall, making it loom over the others and spread its canopy far and wide. The base of the tree was a thick network of exposed roots with a dark nook at their core. "That's got to be it, right?" Carl asked in a hushed tone as they all took in the large tree. "It is," Jake said, knowing with surprising confidence that he was right. There was something about this tree now that he was looking at it, something familiar. It reminded him of the sensation of when he first saw the dungeon and his sense dungeon skill activated. After spending some time around the dungeon, the skill had faded, but it was flaring up again now. Calling up the skill, Jake read the description again.
Passive. Sense Dungeon 1. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range.
There was nothing about hollows in there, which meant that either the system classed them as dungeons or the system descriptions of their skills weren't complete. Either answer was interesting, but Jake pushed it all aside as he saw a cluster of the root creatures emerge from the base of the tree. Jake counted 5 of them as they spread out from the tree. Alan wasted no time in firing at them, catching one of the creatures in its shoulder. Seemingly in response to the attack, the large root system visibly shifted to one side as a larger monster emerged. Humanoid in form, but standing at about 5 feet, the new monster was made of the same framework of roots, but with stems and leaves intertwined throughout. The leaves hung vertically on its body like some sort of armor, but Jake was far more concerned about the amount of roots in its arms. The smaller creatures had only a limited reach, but with its larger size and dense build, this new creature could be a problem. "Focus on the Guardian, we'll take care of the smaller monsters," Jake shouted as the 5 root creatures charged their lines. The new type of monster had to be the Guardian, from what Ari had said, making it the biggest threat by far. If the scale of difficulty from Merc-Rat to Merc-Hound was anything to go by, this new enemy would be a lot stronger. Arrows and ice magic flew past Jake to hit the Guardian as he moved to intercept the smaller creatures. Nephthys conjured 2 shields in quick succession in front of a pair of the creatures, knocking them off their feet and leaving them easy prey for her blades. The Guardian's right arm unfurled into a long spike that it used to stab at Nephthys, forcing her to conjure a 3rd shield. The 3 remaining root creatures dashed around Carl and tried to run for Alan and Rue, but Jake was able to smash one aside with a backhand from his shield. Carl slammed his hammer down onto the fallen monster, crushing it easily before rushing to help Nephthys. Alan managed to get a shot off that slipped straight through the roots to pierce the heart of one of the 2 remaining root monsters, but the other slammed into him a moment later. Jake dropped his shield as he rushed over to grab the creature and tear it off Alan, who was screaming in pain. Blood sprayed up out of the scholar as the root monster came free. The creature had stabbed Alan with one hand, while the other had turned into tendrils that had started to burrow through his skin. The wounds seemed superficial, if painful, so Jake focused on destroying the creature before rushing to help Carl and Nephthys. In the short time that Jake had taken his eyes off the other 2, Carl and Nephthys had split up to flank the Guardian. Blasts of ice magic from Rue still periodically struck the creature, but seemed to have little to no effect on it. Seeing what needed to be done, Jake drew the hidden fang and circled the creature warily, waiting for an opportunity.
"This thing hits hard. I can only keep blocking it for so long,"
Nephthys called out in a strained voice as she harried the Guardian. "Give me an opening, and I can do some real damage," Jake called back, infusing his sword with weird as he spoke to maximize the potential damage he could cause. "There's a weak spot on its side where Carl hit it," Alan shouted from where he was, getting to his feet and knocking an arrow once more.
"Okay, Coral. We attack on 3. Ready?"
"Ready!" Jake watched as Carl and Nephthys attacked as one, leaping forward to strike at the Guardian. Carl's hammer glowed with a grey light as it swung down at the creature's head, while Nephthys focused on hitting the already weakened spot on its side. Both of the Guardian's arms exploded into masses of tendrils as Jake's companions sprang forward. Unlike the smaller creatures, however, the Guardian reformed its arms into something akin to a pair of shields that blocked both attacks. Nephthys's swords skittered off the tough roots with little impact, but Carl's hammer shattered a good portion of the shield on his side. Despite blocking both attacks, the Guardian seized up as Jake slipped in behind it and rammed the hidden fang into its back. Black necrosis rippled out from where Jake had plunged the dagger, turning nearby leaves into shriveled grey pieces of rot that quickly fell to the ground. The remaining power in that manifestation was quickly depleted, causing the dagger to swiftly break down, but leaving a hole in the leaf armor that let Jake see a glowing green sphere in the core of the Guardian's chest cavity. Multiple healthy stems linked the sphere to the Guardian's body, but without the outer layer of tough leaves, it was surprisingly exposed. The brief paralysis the dagger had caused was already beginning to fade, the roots that made up the creature's arms changing shape as it began to turn to Jake. Jake's sword plunged toward the opening in its back, but the slight movement was just enough to throw the attack off. The weird infusing the blade let him cut through some of the roots that made up its frame, but it was far from a lethal blow. Scrambling back from the creature as tendrils of roots entwined together to shoot out at him like spears, Jake was forced entirely on the back foot. A pale grey barrier shimmered into existence in front of Jake's face in time to catch a root spear before it went through his eye, giving Jake just enough time to get far enough away to be safe. The Guardian made it another 2 steps after him, its roots angrily trying to reach out and seize him, when it staggered and crashed to one knee. A shudder went through the terrifying monster's body before it collapsed to the ground, revealing an arrow that had threaded the path through the roots of its back to pierce the spear within. Jake let out a heavy sigh of relief and looked up to lock eyes with Alan in the distance before giving him a nod. That had been close. Turning back to the fallen Guardian, Jake waited just long enough to make sure it was dead before approaching it alongside his companions. Every bit of greenery on the body was rapidly decomposing, revealing the green orb in its interior more clearly. As with the smaller root creatures, the orb looked more like a strange sort of fruit than anything. "Should we draw the weird geld?" Carl asked, eyeing the dead Guardian warily as he rubbed at his ribs. "Yeah, and then we split it as best we can," Jake said before nodding to Carl's ribs. "You okay?" "Yeah, fine. It just packed a big hit is all." Carl grimaced and rolled his shoulders before waving away Jake's concern. "I'll be okay."
Here, 4 weird gold from the Guardian.
Nephthys said, passing Jake 4 weird geld before heading over to the tree.
Looks like we're in luck. There's one of those infused branches here as well.
So that's about 24 weird geld total. Not bad for such a short fight, Jake muttered to himself, taking the branch as Nephthys passed it over.
I'll take 4, then you 4 can split the 20.
Nephthys said, gesturing to the coins in Jake's hand. "Works for me," Carl said from over by the rapidly decomposing body of the Guardian. "Let's get out of here as well. This thing unnerves me." Thankfully, the worst injury they sustained as a group was Alan's stab wound, which Ari instructed them to bind with a bandage rather than use a potion. "Not a bad showing from you all for your first hollow," Felix said while Jake applied the dressing to Alan's wounds. "A lot to be done yet, but we will work on that as we travel. Ari will purchase that branch from you for 20 weird geld and do the same for any other items we find."
Shouldn't we keep it to see if we get a better price in Casthorpe?
Rue asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Casthorpe has little in the way of crafting occurring within it. If anything, the price would be lower, as they have 3 dungeons on which to draw. The choice is ultimately yours, however." "I think we may as well pass it on for the moment. We need the raw weird geld more than anything," Jake pointed out, thinking of how close he was to ranking up. Rue nodded a moment later, so Jake passed over the branch and took the coins that Ari conjured before splitting them out between them all. Good. Now let's get moving. We have a lot of ground to cover and more training opportunities of which to take advantage. Felix turned and started back to the trail, Ari meandering along behind him.
At least this sort of training gets us weird, Geld.
Rue muttered, seemingly more to herself than anything. Jake found it hard to sympathize with Rue's distaste for the training they were doing, but he knew that was mainly because he was fully aware of the stakes of what was happening. The more they trained now, the less they would bleed later. It was an old adage, but one that he felt was oddly apt for their current circumstance. Come on, standing around won't get anything done. Jake started after the other two classes, ready to put enough work in that he wouldn't need to bleed at all. Chapter 24. The rest of their journey was both harrowing and uneventful in equal measure, which somehow made it worse. They encountered no other travellers on their way to Casthorpe, which meant that there were no witnesses to their presence, but it also gave Felix plenty of time to plan out their training. The journey took a further 4 days from their first hollow, and they had a new encounter on each day. Ari was tasked by Felix to find what could be useful in the area each morning, meaning that their training for the day varied each time. Whether another hollow or a cluster of wandering monsters, Ari led them to each one before he and Felix stood back and judged their approach to dealing with it. Thankfully, the rest of the hollows and monsters they fought were less disconcerting than the plant creatures, which Jake learned were called Wydern. Overall, that meant that Jake gained enough Weird Geld to rank up on the final day of their travel. Casthorpe was a reasonably sized town built around a Tier 2 dungeon, so it was many times the size of the settlement they'd come from, but nowhere near the size of Port Emerald. With the presence of 3 nearby dungeons, Casthorpe had a bustling atmosphere and a vibrant energy to it that Jake found almost intoxicating. He could practically taste the desire of all the classes present to delve into the dungeon and earn more Weird Geld. We'll get some rooms for the night and run through the Tier 2 dungeon at first light. That should give us a good understanding of where you all are currently, Felix said as they walked through the open gates of the town. This place has little in common with the city with which you're familiar, so be careful of who you talk to and who you trust. Understood? Jake nodded, but his attention was mainly on the busy streets of the town. They were late enough that a lot of the delvers had already come back, but there were still quite a few armed and armoured classes wandering the streets. Felix seemed to know where he was going, so Jake and the others settled for following after him as he led them to a run-down inn on the outskirts of town. An old and creaking sign of a rust-coloured duck in a pond hung over the entrance, with the words, "Rusty Duck," underneath. Even by Jake's low standards, it didn't look great. "I know it's nothing much to look at, but it's discreet and out of the way," Felix said, shooting Ari a glare as the other classer sighed heavily. Ari rolled his eyes at the glare and shrugged away Felix's displeasure. "Yeah, sure, this is fine, I suppose." "Get a table, I'll arrange the rooms," Felix instructed, giving Ari one last stern look before pushing open the doors of the inn and heading inside. For all that the exterior was old and dingy, the warmth and inviting smells that spilt out from the open doors were enough to get Jake inside. The interior of the Rusty Duck felt more well-lived and well-used rather than old and worn, giving the taproom an almost homely feel. There were only a few other people inside, including the older woman behind the bar at the front end of the room, so they had their pick of seats. Somewhat predictably, Ari took the largest table in the corner, leaned his sword and pack against the wall, and slumped into his chair, propping his feet up next to him. "Well, this is different," Alan said, somewhat uncomfortably, as he looked at the room around them. "Don't say that too loud. This isn't some shitty inn in the city. The owner is likely Tier 2 or 3. Ari said, chuckling at the look on their faces. Tier 3s were classes who'd worked hard and chased their dreams enough to tier up twice and survive countless dangers in the world. To think that one of them was running a dingy place like this was baffling to Jake. I've ordered food and drink, and I've opened a tab for while we're here. I'll be paying for everything for now, but I expect you to sweat every coin you spend during training, understood? Jake exchanged a surprised look with the others before nodding. He hadn't expected Felix to go this far, but then he supposed that the cost of doing all this was minor for someone at his tier. Jake couldn't even imagine what the rewards from a high-tier dungeon would be. Were they just more of the same, or did it get more varied? Felix had said they'd be starting with the Tier 2 dungeon, which meant greater rewards as well as stronger enemies. Hopefully the first would be enough to warrant the second. With the intense week of training lying heavily on them, there was little talk around the table until the food arrived. The same older woman who'd been behind the bar brought the food out, putting a bowl of thick stew, a hunk of crusty bread, and a small glass of juice in front of each of them. "Damn, I wasn't expecting this," Ari said, eagerly grabbing his glass and knocking it back with a satisfied sound. "Nice." Intrigued, Jake picked up his own glass and tentatively sniffed it before giving the glass a second look. Whatever was in there, it smelled really good.
No need to look too shocked. I know my business.
The woman grumbled as she deposited the last of the food.
I'll start your food when you come back from a dungeon.
"Thank you, Alma," Felix said with a respectful nod as he sipped his own drink. "It's like fruit juice, but better," Carl said, knocking back the dregs of his drink eagerly. "Weird fruit juice, but with some extra bits in there to bring out the flavor. Like she said, she knows her business," Felix said, the corner of his lips curving up slightly as he watched them enjoy their drinks. If the juice had been good, the stew was even better, with the meat all but melting in Jake's mouth and bursting with flavor. Don't underestimate a non-combat class. Alma has a class that lets her properly prepare and use the meat from dungeon monsters. Harvesting the bodies of the monsters you fight can be quite profitable, depending on what they are, Felix explained as he dipped some of his bread into the stew. Sadly, the bread was ordinary, so it didn't quite have the same impact as the stew and juice, but that wasn't to say it was anything less than delicious. Jake was more than a bit confused about why such a terribly preserved inn had such good food, but he wasn't going to question it. Once they'd finished eating, they were all given the keys to their rooms and told to meet back downstairs at dawn the next day. Jake felt invigorated from the filling meal, but even so, he was quick to head straight to his room. Their new accommodations were actually quite nice, and Jake had a little more room than before, but he paid it all little attention. It was time to rank up.
Sufficient Weirdgeld is present, presenting Ascension options for Tier 1 Rank 4. You currently have 2 trade slots available and 2 skill slots available. At this time, you have unlocked 1 additional skill that may be purchased. Minor Infused Strike, Common, 100 Weirdgeld. At this time, you have insufficient Weirdgeld to make any upgrades or purchases. At this time, you have 2 available Plexus points. Boons available to be upgraded. Hidden Fang, 2 Plexus points. Would you like to upgrade one of your boons?
Yes, Jake breathed eagerly, excited to finally see what the Plexus points could do. There was a brief moment of something querying his mind and seeing what his intent was before something shifted deep within him.
Upgrade completed. Continuing with Ascension. Congratulations! You have ascended to Tier 1, Rank 4. The expended Weirdgeld shall be used to refine your physicality. Would you like to discard any skills or traits at this time?
"No," Jake said hoarsely, his body tensing as the full impact of the changes flowed through him. Thankfully, it didn't take long. leaving Jake free to summon his new status.
Name: Jake Kesh. Patron deity: the Great Dungeon. Class: Dungeon Noble Squire. Tier: 1. Rank: 4. Dungeon Network: 1. Plexus Strength: Minor. Plexus Manifestations: 1 out of 1. Plexus Points: 0. Traits: Physical: Lesser Noble Constitution: 1. Rare: Descended from a noble bloodline, you have a minor enhancement to physical characteristics. Skills: Passive: Personal Plexus: 1. Very rare. You gain the ability to bind dungeons and form your own plexus that may contain dungeons of minor strength. Currently, dungeons up to Tier 1 can be bound. Doubles the Weird Geld cost of advancing in class rank. Patron gifts: Passive: Agent of the Great Dungeon: 1. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive: Sense Dungeon: 1. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Plexus Boons: Hidden Fang: 2. Granted by the Holzwar Merc Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Deed requirement to increase tier: 1. 5 Tier 1 or higher dungeons bound. 2. Rank 10. Requirements to increase to rank 5. 1. 160 Weird Geld.
What felt like endless weeks of morning runs had trained Jake's body to the point that waking early was a regular habit. Even with the relative comfort of a bed, that habit kicked in, and Jake was downstairs with plenty of time for their deadline. Somehow Jake wasn't surprised to see that Felix was already awake, and so was the old woman who seemed to run the inn. The woman shared a look with Felix before heading into the back and leaving the two of them alone. "Take a seat. We'll eat and then head down to the dungeon," Felix said, waving for Jake to pick a chair. "I can see a settling in your soul. Did you rank up?" "I did," Jake said with a barely restrained grin. "Good. Don't spend anything else until you've paid your tax, though. We don't need any reasons for the Triarchy to come looking for you," Felix said, gracing Jake with the smallest hint of an approving smile. Jake stiffened and looked uncertainly to the door the innkeeper had left through when Jake entered. "Should we be discussing that?" "Anywhere else? No. This is as safe a place as you'll find, though," Felix said, his expression hardening as he stared off into the distance. "It hurts me to admit that many of our fellow Strovians would turn you in, but don't think that that means you are without allies." Bizarre ideas of the innkeeper being some sort of revolutionary working against the Triarchy flitted through Jake's mind before he shook them off. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't his business. "Were you able to increase the strength of your boon?" Felix asked, bringing the topic back to Jake's rank up. "Yes, it took both the points I had, though. Should I summon it?" Jake had lost his active copy of the boon when he ranked up, so it would just be the one summoning of the dagger today. Still, it wouldn't cost much to bring it out for Felix to see. "No need. I'm simply glad to know you're increasing your strength," Felix said, opening his mouth to say more before cutting off as Alan joined them, and the innkeeper brought out a cooked breakfast for each of them. Everyone else but Ari joined them over the next 10 minutes, each being served hot food on their arrival. "It's time to go," Felix said once they were all done, rising from the table and heading to the door. "I want you to get this done early enough that you can be in good shape for tomorrow. No need to fetch any equipment either." "What does he mean by that?" Alan asked quietly, looking over to Jake for an answer. "He said we were going to the Tier 2 dungeon today, so I guess it means we'll end up dying. And then he wants to make sure we can hit it again tomorrow." Jake shrugged. "It's only a guess, I don't really know."
"I think you're right,"
Rue interjected as they all followed after Felix.
We probably need to finish both the other dungeons tomorrow to make sure we have enough weird geld for the tax.
Will that be enough? Jake mentally checked how much he had and winced after ranking up. He had just 10 weird gelds stored.
We have 4 more full days after today, and we got an average of around 30 weird geld per run, so yes, we should be fine. If we can hit both of the Tier 1 dungeons on the same day, then we'll have even more time to spare.
Jake nodded, feeling a little more reassured with Rue talking it through. Felix had encouraged him to rank up when he could, and the older classer had clearly been aware of their tax burden, so Jake could only assume he had a plan of some sort. With his thoughts circling weird geld and how to best eke out as much from the dungeon as he could, Jake followed alongside the others as Felix led them to the northern side of the town. Casthorpe is at the entrance of a Tier 2 dungeon, but also has 2 Tier 1 dungeons nearby, as you already know. You've not had the opportunity to do your own research, so I will let you know that the Tier 2, which we are approaching now, is mainly based around fire. The initial monsters will be fire lizards and juvenile fire serpents.
Will my cold be more or less effective against them?
Rue asked in a worried tone. A good question. Felix looked back to give Rue an approving nod. The initial monsters will be vulnerable to an extent, but the stronger monsters get, the less effect you will have. It will also depend on the magic you use, but I will let you learn that organically. Rue sighed, but Jake gave her little attention, his eyes instead on the gates that had now come into view at the edge of the town. The gates were of a similar design to those in Port Emerald, no doubt marking the start of the local dungeon row and where any tolls would be applied. A few classes were present even this early into the day, but they barely had to wait before they were let through, a flash of Felix's association mark avoiding any tolls. The patron gift that let Jake sense dungeons was tingling as they walked through the gates, telling Jake that they were close despite it being out of sight. The town's dungeon row was considerably less extensive than the one in Port Emerald, but was a lot more organized than the small settlement from which they had all just come. Felix ignored it all, however, and followed the road past all the shops, inns, and association buildings until he came to a stop at a familiar building of metal and glass. As before, Ivaldi's store was the final one before the looming stone doors of the dungeon, and both structures still felt slightly distorted to Jake when he focused on them. Please rearm yourselves from Ivaldi's stock, then we will begin our first delve, Felix instructed, gesturing for them to carry on without him. More than familiar with the process, Jake led the way into Ivaldi's store without a second thought. Despite being told that Ivaldi was at every dungeon entrance, it was still somewhat of a shock for Jake that the interior he entered was exactly the same as the last he'd used. Jake Kesh, be welcome in my domain. Ivaldi's deep voice rumbled through the store as Jake entered, the man himself emerging from the darkness to take his usual seat a moment later. It is good to see that you have moved to a new dungeon safely. Wow, it really is the same, Alan murmured as he entered the store, leaving Jake to simply nod in response to Ivaldi. They would have time to talk later when the others weren't present. Will it be your usual equipment? Ivaldi asked once the 5 of them were all present. Yes, please. Jake was the first to answer as he moved over to where Ivaldi was sitting. As usual, Ivaldi reached out of sight to pull each piece of Jake's gear into view before setting them on the table. Thank you. My pleasure, Ivaldi said, hesitating for a moment before continuing in little more than a whisper. Return later. There is someone you should meet. Jake gave the barest of nods before taking his gear and heading back out of the store. He had no idea who Ivaldi might be referring to, but he would definitely be back later to find out. Felix waited until they'd all come back outside before starting toward the doors of the dungeon. As a note, I shall do as Ari has been doing and collect Weirdgeld for you. I will complete any floor that you don't make it more than halfway through, and add that to the total as well. Jake could almost see Rue perk up at that announcement, and he felt much the same. He hadn't been sure that Felix would follow the same approach as Ari. The foyer of the dungeon was much the same as the last one that they had been in, but this time there were 4 paths for them to take. 2 of the 4 were already in use, so they hurried over to the closest of the others. Dungeon. My name is Felix Drusus. I am here as a non-combatant to watch and train these 5. Once they fall, I will continue on as a full combatant. Felix's voice was respectful as he spoke to the dungeon. All right, let's do this. Jake gave the others an encouraging look as they descended down to the entrance for their path through the dungeon. Shifting his shield onto his back for the moment, Jake pulled out one of his torches and set it alight, Rue doing the same with one of hers. That done, they got into their usual formation, with Carl taking the central position. There was a brief pause where they all took a deep breath to ready themselves, and then they stepped into the darkness. The heat was the first thing Jake felt as he stepped into the dungeon. It wasn't too bad, but it was a fair bit higher than outside, and once they started exerting themselves, it would be rough. Casting his gaze around their surroundings, Jake was relieved to see no obvious signs of any monsters in their immediate area. It would be good to get a feel for this new environment before they started fighting. The environment itself was very similar to the last dungeon, with them standing in a tunnel of similar size. Unlike before, however, there were a number of rocks scattered around the surface of the tunnel that glowed with a dim red light. Combined with their torches, it was enough to make everything a bit easier to see, which was definitely a good thing. Gosh, I'm almost overeating already, Carl sighed as he took in their surroundings. This is going to be exhausting, isn't it?
I might struggle with this one,
Rue said with clear reluctance. She looked particularly unhappy with the heat, and her pale features were already flushed from just this short amount of exposure. It's just a hot summer, right? We can cope with this, Alan said with forced cheerfulness.
It will likely be hotter on the lower floors from what I've seen before,
Nephthys said, giving Rue an apologetic shrug as the ashen-haired caster slumped and sighed. Well, the sooner we start, the sooner it's over, Jake said, taking a few steps forward to peer down the tunnel. Agreed. Let's go, Carl said as he took the lead while Jake and Nephthys fell in just behind him. For his part, Jake was careful to keep a close watch on the tunnel walls for any hidden creatures that might be lying in ambush. He was sure Alan was already doing so, but it didn't hurt to be safe. Passing near one of the glowing rocks, Jake felt the oppressive heat of the tunnel grow slightly stronger for a moment. Stepping back and holding a hand near the stone, Jake winced before pulling away. The stones are adding to the heat, so it might be a little better when we're in a larger space. There's movement up ahead, Carl called back, bringing everyone's attention to the front as a large lizard stepped into view. The lizard was a bright and vivid red color, with ridges running down from the back of its head to the base of its tail. The whole creature was about 5 to 6 feet long, with a third of that being its tail. The creature's jaws were wide and thickly built, so Jake had no illusions that tangling up close with it would lead to some nasty bite wounds. That's a big lizard. Alan, do you want to try? Jake asked, looking over to their archer questioningly. Got it. Alan drew an arrow, his eyes flashing with a hint of grey as he took his shot. With a slow-moving target out in the open at short range, it was no surprise that Alan was able to catch the creature in its eye, ending the fight before it could begin. Nice shot, Alan. Jake gave the scholar a nod as they all approached the fallen beast. "Those scales look tough. They might get annoying," Carl said as he crouched down over the creature and looked it over before drawing its weird geld. "They don't look too bad. Besides, it seemed quite slow. I think we'll find this dungeon fairly straightforward," Alan said, reclaiming his arrow as he spoke. "I mean, we could kill quite a few of these lizards without too much issue." Silence answered Alan's comments as they all stopped and stared at the scholar. Even Felix seemed incredulous at such a cavalier statement. "God damn it, Alan!" Jake shook his head in a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. "You need to stop." "It's fine, that's just superstition. We're going to be fine." Alan waved away Jake's words, just as he had done in the past. Jake groaned and looked at the rest of the team for support, but no one seemed willing to argue with the scholar.
Let's move on. This heat is horrid,
Rue said, wiping her brow as she grew increasingly more red-faced. Nodding, Carl took the lead once more, and they pushed deeper into the tunnel. The environment stayed the same as they progressed, the only change being the lizards they came across. Oddly, they seemed quite reactive in nature, and Alan was able to pick them off without issue. The final area of the first floor was a larger, open space with numerous glowing hot rocks around, so they made sure they were careful where they stepped. The lizards were waiting out in the open, but once Alan took down the first, the rest exploded into motion. The big lizards moved with surprising speed as they sprinted toward the party. Thankfully, they'd been expecting just this reaction, so a hail of ice caught one in the face, a temporary shield from Nephthys blocked another, and the third ran directly into Carl's infused strike. Jake had also infused his blade when the charge began, and was quick to rush forward and plunge it into the dazed lizard that Nephthys had blocked. "Not too bad. They're far less aggressive than the rats," Jake said as he drew out the weird geld from the creature he'd killed. "Yeah, I wonder if that will be the same all the way through." Alan pulled his arrow free and checked to see if it was usable before casting it aside. "Or will things change later?"
I've not been through many dungeons, but the ones I have are consistent. Monster behavior doesn't abruptly change, but neither does it carry between types. What these lizards are like will have no impact on anything else down here,"
Nephthys explained softly as they moved over to the exit to the second floor. It was rare to get information from Nephthys from her time before joining them. Jake got the impression that Inquisitors spent a lot less time in dungeons than most classes. "We'll be careful then. Things might change soon, like when we encountered the crocflies," Jake said, somewhat concerned that their confidence might stray too far and become arrogance. He'd had enough good days be utterly ruined to be wary of feeling too secure. Grouping at the entrance, they turned back to Felix expectantly, but the older classer waved for them to continue. "I will provide any feedback at the end." Sharing a concerned look with the rest of the team, Jake pushed open the door to the second floor and walked into the darkness. Chapter 25. The second floor was much of the same, though it featured more of the wider spaces. It was also the first time that Alan missed a shot at a fire lizard's head. The arrow instead struck its flank at an oblique angle before skittering across the scales. The mostly uninjured fire lizard hissed at them before sprinting forward with surprising speed in response, only to receive a face full of ice from Rue. "Definitely tougher than they seem. Looks like having a good archer is a hard counter, though," Carl said, giving Alan an approving look as the scholar claimed the weird geld from the fallen monster. "I doubt they'll be as tough as those merkhounds, so we should still be effective against it without using any weird," Jake said, testing the point of his sword against the scales of the creature before nodding. "Tougher than the rats, weaker than the merkhounds." "Thick scales won't protect them from heavy impact," Carl said, hefting his hammer with a grin. Sounds like a problem for you stabby people. Jake rolled his eyes at Carl before motioning for them to continue. Come on. I feel like we're going to melt down here at this rate. Gathering together, they pushed on to the end of the second floor, finishing off with a fight very similar to that of the first floor, but with a few more of the lizards. Looking at everything from an impartial point of view, Jake was fairly confident that this dungeon was slightly harder than the other. If they were coming into this blind, then he had a feeling these lizards would be more of a challenge. It would be interesting to find out if that was because this dungeon was a higher tier, or if it was just that Alan had let them avoid most of the problems with the rats. They took a short break to drink some water and rest for a few minutes, but with the heat being what it was, they soon pushed on to the third floor. The immediate change that Jake noticed was that where the first two floors had been a hot and dry heat, this new floor was cooler but particularly humid.
Oh, damn, that's much better,
Rue commented as soon as they stepped into the third floor.
Could do without that humidity, though. Feels like I'm walking through soup.
Looks like those hot stones are gone from this floor, Jake commented as he eyed the short tunnel ahead of them that opened into a larger area. That makes it a lot darker, though. We should be careful. I'll keep an eye out, Alan said, his eyes flashing grey as he swept his gaze over their surroundings. Nothing right here. We're good to advance. Is the third floor where we first encountered the crocflies? Carl asked as he led them out into the larger cave-like area. That's right, so it might be something new here as well, Jake said, noticing that the terrain around them was slightly different. Unlike the previous floor, the area here was still rocky and heated, but there was a pool of water in the center, as well as numerous smaller puddles scattered around the exterior. The water itself was steaming slightly, which Jake guessed was the source of the humidity on this floor. The steam also gave the area some slight concealment, but there were no monsters that Jake could see. Anyone see anything? Jake asked, starting to feel an itch on the back of his neck as he looked around the room. This was feeling more and more like a trap. Perhaps there's nothing in this first area to let us get used to this new environment, Carl offered hesitantly as he slowly advanced forward, his hammer at the ready. Jake grunted, not believing that there was nothing here with them for a second. More and more, he was becoming certain that whatever monsters were in here were hidden. They reached the center of the room and moved around the large pool carefully, with Nephthys falling back to cover the rear of the group as Carl pushed on ahead. A flicker of movement to Jake's right brought his eyes round to the pool of steaming water, and he caught a brief shimmer of something darker within it. Frowning, Jake took a half step closer and held his torch closer, trying to see what had caught his eye. "Jake, what is it?" Alan asked, stopping next to him and looking over the pool as he used his skill. "Shit!" Alan dove to one side as the pool exploded outwards, scalding water spraying over them as a pair of dark shapes erupted outwards. One snapped out to strike Alan's ankle, while the other went straight for Jake's throat. Jake jerked back away from the sudden movement as fast as he could, hot breath washing over him as a fang sliced across the very edge of his neck. Backpedaling from the water, Jake dropped his torch as a heavy weight fell onto him and immediately began to wrap around his leg. Scalding hot water liberally soaked Jake's clothes as his mind caught up enough to see a snake as thick as his arm, rearing back to strike at his neck once more. An attempt at batting the snake back stopped it from striking at his neck, but instead a pair of fangs sunk into the flesh of his hand as the snake tightened its grip on him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Jake twisted his hands to grab the snake's head as best he could, feeling the fangs dig in as blood poured out of its mouth. Dropping the unwieldy sword in his right hand, Jake conjured his dagger and stabbed it into the snake just behind its head. The snake convulsed violently as the poison in Jake's dagger went to work, swiftly killing it, but doing further damage to his hand in the process. Dismissing his dagger once more, Jake pried the snake's jaw open, hissing in pain as some of its blood dripped onto him and burnt his hand. The snake's blood was even hotter than the water around them. He could already feel the skin on his right hand blistering. Fuck! Jake all but threw the snake away as he shook his hand and hissed in pain. Watch out for that blood!
Don't worry, I've got it,
Nephthys said, her long blade flicking out to stab the remaining snake before it could finish readying for a new strike. Thick blood oozed out of the snake and sizzled against Nephthys's sword, but a flick away from the rest of them cleared it off.
Damn, those are nasty,
Rose said, moving closer to eye the dead snakes.
Knowing they were hiding in the water makes my skin crawl.
At least they're not rats, Carl muttered to himself before looking over at Alan and Jake. You two okay? It was close, but I'm fine. Just some burns and a couple of holes, Jake said, looking down at the reddened part of his hand and wincing a little as he saw where the fangs had dug into him. I'm fine as well. I caught them right as they moved, so the initial attack missed, Alan said, looking over to Jake with a guilty expression. I'm sorry I didn't see them sooner. That's all right. We know where to look for them now, Jake said, looking over at the remaining patches of water in the room. Can you check those as well, make sure we got them all? Yeah, give me a moment. Alan moved a little closer to the other smaller pools and used his skill, staring into each of them in turn. I think we're clear. You're not certain? Carl asked, his brows furrowing as he looked around them. I think I didn't see those ones as I was focusing on the walls and any nooks something could hide in, like we've seen before. I don't know for sure, though, as I didn't see anything until they were attacking. Alan seemed to hunch in on himself before he began to edge closer to the nearest body of water. Nephthys held up a hand to stop Alan and waved for him to step back.
I'll test them. My shield would give me some protection if there are more.
Alan nodded thankfully, and they watched as Nephthys checked each section of water before eventually confirming that the room was clear. Let's test the next area and see if that's the case. If it is, we'll deal with it, Jake said, walking over to pat Alan on the shoulder with his good hand. This is a learning experience. Don't let it get to you. Thanks, Jake, Alan said, letting out a sigh before looking over and noticing the puncture wound and burns on Jake's hand. Are you not going to drink a potion for that? Jake began to shake his head before pausing and considering if he should. He'd been planning to push through the pain and save the potions for something nastier, but his hand felt tight and swollen, which wasn't great. Grimacing to himself, Jake took one of his 2 potions and poured some over the burn before drinking the rest. At least this way he'd be going into the rest of the floor in good condition. Jake's torch had gutted out on the damp stone, so he lit his second and reclaimed his sword, dismissing his dagger once more as he did. So is that dagger some sort of skill? Carl asked as they moved out of the humid room and into a curved tunnel. Yeah, sort of, Jake said, somewhat awkwardly. He wasn't foolish enough to think that no one would question the dagger, but he still didn't want to try and explain it. Looks powerful. What did you do to earn it? Oh, it's, related to my class. I don't think you could earn it. Jake abruptly found himself thankful for the humid air in the dungeon and gave a perfect excuse for the flush in his cheeks. Fair enough. Not sure it's really my style anyway, Carl said with a shrug, being careful to keep his eyes on the tunnel ahead of them. Jake nodded, letting out a subtle sigh of relief that Carl had dropped the subject so easily. Looks like we're coming to another open space. Alan, do you want to take a look first? Yeah, let me get a bit closer. Alan came forward to stand next to them as they reached the entrance of another cave. This particular one had far more of the smaller pools, as well as angular boulders concealing some parts of the room from them. Anything? Jake looked over at the scholar questioningly, relaxing a little as he saw the hint of a relieved smile on Alan's face. There and there. I can just about see the snakes. They blend in really well, but now I know what I'm looking for. It's not too bad. Think you can take them out? Yeah, I got this, Alan said with surprising confidence as he drew an arrow and lined up the first shot. Just need to correct for the water, which puts it about right there. Alan loosed the arrow, and they watched intently as it plunged into the pool and disappeared from sight. Alan didn't wait to see the result of the first shot, instead turning and firing at the second snake, catching it right as it began to surge out of the water. Looks like hitting one brings them all out to play, Jake said, reaching out to stop Alan from moving forward. Give it a moment. Alan looked confused until two more snakes slithered around from behind one of the boulders and began to rapidly close with them. As surprisingly quick as they were, the snakes were easily picked off before they got even halfway to the group, and they were able to check over the rest of the room at their leisure. With Alan's perceptive skill and growing experience with the bow, they were able to repeat the same approach twice more, bringing them to the end of the third floor, having suffered only the initial burns to Jake's hand. Finishing the final room, they were in the process of sweeping it for anything interesting when Rose stopped in her tracks.
Wait! Is that what I think it is?
Looking over, Jake immediately saw what had caught Rue's eye. The door to the fourth floor was there as expected, but there was a challenge door as well. Satisfied that there were no remaining snakes, Jake hurried over to join Rue as she looked over the carvings on the door.
I don't really get it.
Rue turned to Jake with a slightly perplexed expression.
What's it meant to be?
The carvings showed a few generic delvers scattered around an area, all seemingly looking for something. An hourglass and a hand were carved above it all, but the only monster that Jake could see in the carving was a snake that was next to one of the delvers, but was beneath a rock and not attacking them. Is it a hunt? Jake pointed to the rock and the hidden snake. We have to find the snake or something?
That hourglass means we're timed as well,
Nephthys said with a heavy sigh.
I've done one of these before. That hand at the top means that's what we're wagering.
Wait, what? Jake stopped examining the carvings and turned to Nephthys with a shocked expression. Did you say we're wagering a hand?
Yes.
Nephthys gave them a grim nod.
If we fail the challenge, someone has to give up one of their hands for us to be able to leave. You won't bleed out or be injured beyond that, but losing it this way will damage your soul. You won't lose it permanently, though.
I think we should do it, Carl said with a determined expression. I can lose a hand and still manage if needed, but it's a chance for more rewards than our taxes due soon. I hate to agree, but I can't argue with that, Jake said tiredly, already dreading doing this challenge again in the future.
As I've said, I've done one of these before. The group I was with failed, but we lacked someone like you, Alan. Your skill will be invaluable here.
Jake could see the panic building in Alan's eyes at the pressure that was abruptly dropped on him, and he quickly spoke up before Nephthys could continue. We're still all going to give it our all, though. It'd be stupid to put this all on Alan.
Agreed. We need this,
Rue said, eyeing the challenge door hungrily. I'll wait here for you. Good luck, Felix said, moving over to lean against a nearby wall with an impassive look on his face. All right. Here we go, Jake whispered to himself as he opened the door to the challenge and stepped inside. Jake stepped out into what seemed to be very similar to the area they'd seen for the last challenge. There were a few differences to match this new dungeon, but functionally it was the same. So, I know that it's too late, Carl said, clearing his throat awkwardly, but are we definitely, absolutely certain that we don't lose anything permanently.
I lost once, and I still have both hands,
Nephthys said with a shrug.
Don't underestimate how bad it is, though. Soul damage is nothing to shrug off.
I can handle pain, Carl said in a dark tone before looking over at the end of the area where the ramp had been last time. Huh. This bit's different. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that yet, Jake said, looking over. The ramp and battlements of the previous challenge had been replaced by a wall of dark stone. In the center of the wall was a raised section, which was about the right size and shape for a door. I'm guessing that'll open once we start things off, Carl said, glancing over to the hourglass that sat prominently in the center of the space.
Let's all wait down there while someone turns it. That way we can get straight to it,
Rue said as she put action to words and started over to the far end. I'll do it. You all get into position, Jake said, moving over to the pedestal that held the hourglass. He waited for a few moments while the others got into position before reaching out and turning the hourglass over. A slight rumble rocked the room as the raised section of wall lowered into the ground, revealing a poorly lit cavern awash with steam.
Let's find this snake,
Rue called out excitedly as she dashed into the new area, the others fanning out behind her as Jake hurried over. Alan and Rue had gone left, while Nephthys and Carl had gone right, so Jake went straight down the center of the cavern, looking for anything that was out of place. Fortunately, there were no pools of water for a snake to hide in, so it seemed to simply be a case of locating whatever nook or cranny the monster had hidden itself in. Despite the lack of water, the amount of steam in the air was surprisingly high, though that question was answered when Jake saw a crack in the wall up above them give out a gout of vapor.
Where is the damn thing?
Nephthys grumbled off to Jake's right as she overturned a rock.
How long do we even have?
Rue called as they searched, getting only a tense silence in response. Their search only grew more frantic as the snake continued to elude them, even with Alan using his skill as often as he could. Jake felt sweat dripping down his face as he dragged a rock to one side to look into a small hole it had been mostly blocking. There were just too many places to hide, and the oppressive heat was really starting to get to them all. A feeling of pressure started to build in the air around them as they carried on searching. It almost reminded Jake of the feeling of a thunderstorm approaching, but inverted.
That's a signal that we're running out of time.
Nephthys called out in a breathy voice as she retraced her steps. Jake grimaced and pushed himself to move faster, trying to think of the places they hadn't looked yet. They just hadn't been organized enough for that, though, and for all he knew, he was checking over something that had already been done. The pressure steadily grew as their time ran out, until it vanished altogether. "There it is! Got it!" Carl shouted, lunging forward to crush the skull of a snake that was emerging from a hole a few feet off the ground on the left-hand side.
Too late. We failed the challenge,
Nephthys said, panting heavily as she tried to catch her breath.
Damn it!
Silence fell across them all as they took in Nephthys's words and realized what their failure entailed. Jake closed his eyes as he felt cold nausea roil in his gut. He'd been riding high on their string of successes and hadn't really considered what failure would mean. Slowly, they all gathered at the door they'd entered through, which now had the symbol of a hand on it, with a circular opening below.
I feel sick,
Rue muttered, turning away from the door with a pale expression. "It's all right. I took on the wager. I'll do it," Carl said firmly as he walked up to the door and took a deep breath to steady himself before placing his left hand into the hole. Jake's respect and admiration for Carl went up at the unflinching way his fellow classer stood up to the mark. For all the fear and worry in his eyes, Carl's hand was steady as it went into the darkness. Carl ended up with everything from his elbow down within the dark interior, the big man sharing a worried look with Jake, before his eyes went wide and he yanked his arm back out with a cry of pain. Carl's hand was gone, his arm ending in a stump of bloodied flesh just before the wrist. Blood was streaming from the wound, and Carl's already pale expression turned strained as he staggered backwards.
"Hold him!"
Nephthys snapped, already moving to Carl with a potion in hand, pouring part over the stump before giving the rest to Carl to drink.
"There, that will numb the worst of it."
"Gosh damn it!" Carl gasped, his chest heaving as he grabbed his wrist with his hand and stared down at the stump. For all that the blood had been pouring out, the actual wound was quite clean and had already begun to heal thanks to the potion. "Felt like something ripped it clean off. Thanks for the potion, Nephthys."
"It's possibly one of the worst experiences of my life,"
Nephthys said with a shudder, giving Carl's shoulder a sympathetic squeeze.
"Thankfully, I don't usually spend much time in dungeons, so it's only been the once."
A deep, grinding sound came from the door as it slowly lowered into the ground, its payment received. "Come on, let's get out of here and take a rest," Jake said, eyeing Carl's missing hand. The dungeon's method of taking it had been both better and worse than Jake had expected. Carl nodded absently with a glazed look in his eyes that worried Jake more than the blood had.
Come on, Carl,
Rue said softly, taking Carl by the elbow and leading him through the dark portal that had replaced the stone door. Sharing a concerned look with Alan and Nephthys, Jake followed through after them, emerging back in the corridor with Felix. Carl was already sitting against the far wall, staring down at his stump with a distant expression, while Rue hovered over him uncertainly. "Take a rest," Felix said, motioning subtly towards Carl. "Losing a limb in combat is one thing, but losing it like this can often be worse mentally." "A rest would be good," Alan said faintly, rubbing his temples as he took a seat against the warm rock. "I used my skill too much there. I didn't want to say anything, not with what Carl had to do, but a rest would be good." "Yeah, that was a lot," Jake said, groaning slightly as he took a seat on the hard rock. He was pretty sure he'd pulled a muscle while shifting a heavy rock during their frenetic searching. "A few minutes will do us good." Chapter 26. The few minutes turned into almost 30 in the end, but by that point Carl had gotten himself back together. He still seemed somewhat disorientated by his missing hand, but he was in well enough shape to continue, which was what mattered right now. Nephthys did make sure to reassure Carl that his hand would come back once he died in the dungeon. While that was no doubt what Carl wanted to hear, it did make Jake wonder how many classes deliberately died to heal any disfiguring wounds they took during their delve. The more Jake knew about delving, the more he was shocked that any of the high-tier classes were still sane. Shaking off his musings, Jake focused on the dungeon as they moved on to the 4th floor. Carl wasn't going to be at his peak, so Jake needed to step up. Thankfully, the 4th floor seemed to be a fairly straightforward mix of the 2nd and 3rd floors. Dark obsidian spikes dominated each of the 3 areas within the floor, with pools of steaming water around the exterior. The lizards they'd already seen clustered around the obsidian, while snakes were hidden within the water. Engaging any of them brought all attackers to them, so invariably they began with Alan and Rue attacking the lizards to whittle down their numbers. Jake did his best to shoulder the majority of the close-in fighting that happened on the floor, but Carl still had to step in to help once or twice. Thankfully, a little bit of fighting seemed to help Carl come back to himself, and by the time they moved on to the 5th floor, he was close to his normal self. The uncomfortable heat of the first 4 floors was intensified on the 5th floor, making it truly oppressive. Unlike the last few floors, however, it was a dry heat, coming from a series of burning rocks scattered throughout the cavern before them. As they'd seen in the last dungeon, the first Guardian floor was a single large space. Unlike the last one, however, the burning rocks illuminated everything with flickering lights. "While I'm glad for the illumination, somehow this is worse," Alan muttered, his eyes locked on the center of the cavern. A huge slab of dark-color rock sat proudly on display, with a dozen or more chunks of obsidian scattered around it and several of the burning rocks. As impressive as all that was, what was catching Alan's eye was the creature sunning itself atop the rock. The monster was clearly kin to the lizards they'd been fighting. Where they were bright red, it was a shade or two darker. The creature was also at least 10 feet from nose to tail, with its tail being just a third of that. It was double the size of what they'd seen so far, and much of that increase went to thicker scales and a beefier body. "There's something about its claws. They look darker than the others," Alan murmured, his eyes glinting with grey energy as he used his skill. "There's 2 more hidden within the burning rocks as well, though they are curled up tightly. Not quite as large as the first, but still much bigger than the others." "We'll have to assume they're on the same level of toughness as a merkhound," Jake said slowly, his gaze not leaving the huge lizard that was sleeping soundly on the rock. "I can likely kill one with my dagger if I can get a hit somewhere sensitive, but otherwise, this will be tough." "I could land a shot in its eye while it sleeps. We're a good distance away, but I've been practicing," Alan said, drawing an arrow from his quiver as he spoke. Jake took a breath, part of him absently noticing how they all turned to him for the final verdict. "Do it." Alan's arrow flew straight and true, finding its mark in the eye of the sleeping monster. The screech of agony filled the cavern as the enhanced monster reared back, blood flowing from its eye, though far less than Jake would have hoped for. "There were scales over its eyes while it slept. From how little penetration my arrow got, I think they're the same as the merkhound fur," Alan said quickly, a second arrow leaving his bow a moment later as the 3 monsters bounded clear of their resting places and began to charge directly at them. Jake, Carl, and Nephthys moved forward to intercept the lizards as arrows and ice flew past them, striking the largest of the monsters and digging in to damage its face. Alan seemed to have been right about the scales, as more than one of his arrows skittered harmlessly across them to no effect. Rue was having just as hard a time with her magic, but Jake had a feeling that was more due to this dungeon than their scales. Having an ice caster in a fire dungeon was tough, but at least she wasn't a fire caster. Jake doubted fire would do anything to these creatures, and losing half of their ranged attackers would be bad. The 3 lizards seemed content to take them on individually, which Jake had a feeling was both good and bad. Jake had already cast aside his torch. There was no need for it in here after all. Instead, he manifested his dagger in his free hand and met the large lizard head-on. While the lizard was long and powerfully built, it lacked the reach Jake had with his sword, letting him control the first few moments of combat by cutting at its eyes. The monster ducked its head, retreating slightly and hissing as it did. Oddly, the ridges running down its spine seemed to be glowing slightly, but Jake was already committed to his follow-up. Moving in with a jab at the monster's face, Jake slid around to the creature's flank and tried to get in closer to use his dagger. To his surprise, however, the lizard merely closed its eyes to protect them before opening its mouth, hissing angrily as flames shot out. Jake's eyes went wide as a gout of flames enveloped his right leg, burning away his clothing and searing him badly as he got out of the way. Thankfully, he'd already been moving in that direction, otherwise it would have been far worse. Knowing that he'd been lucky was a cold comfort to Jake as he bit back a cry of pain, forcing his protesting leg to keep moving as the lizard whipped around to rush for him. Pushing his weird down into his sword, Jake infused his blade with power, realizing that he was moving too slowly to keep away from the monster for much longer. The lizard's spinal ridge had gone dark when it breathed flame, but was starting to glow once more, which meant that Jake was out of time. Moving forward instead of back, Jake slashed down at the creature's head, this time cutting deep into its neck as the weird in his blade let him chop through its scales. The monster writhed and shook in pain, knocking Jake's blade from his hand before lunging up at him. Jake tried to dodge to one side, but his badly burnt leg gave way, and he was forced down under the weight of the beast as its jaws snapped down towards his head. Pushing up with all his strength, Jake was just able to keep the jaws from snapping shut on his face while he plunged his dagger up into the soft scales of its belly. Since his injury during the fight with the corruptors, Jake had been struggling to regain the muscle strength in his left arm. Thankfully, however, the weight of the monster helped the poisoned dagger drive deep into its body where it did its work. Blood was steaming from the creature's neck as it struggled with him, one of its forelegs striking at his head as it tried to get away from the dagger. Even with an offhand strike, the dark claws of the monster tore right through Jake's flesh with ease, making him gasp in pain and almost slip on his hold. In the end, though, the wounds that Jake had dealt were too much for the lizard. He rolled its body off him before fumbling a potion up to his mouth. Lying back, Jake let the potion numb the pain and get to work healing the worst of the damage. He'd lost a lot of blood to the wound at his side as well, so he was feeling a little lightheaded. "Jake, are you okay?" Alan called out, making Jake look over to see that the other two lizards had likewise been dispatched. Nephthys seemed unharmed but winded, while Carl had a number of deep gouges in his leg that Rue was binding as he drank a potion. They were nearing the end of their potion supply, but that wasn't too surprising. Jake was happy enough that they made it this far while being unfamiliar with the dungeon. "Yeah, I'll be okay," Jake called back after a moment, before dropping his head back once more. "Those things were damn tough."
Not as fast as a merkhound and not as strong either, but with other benefits to balance that,"
Nephthys said thoughtfully as she inspected the corpse of the largest of the three. "That's putting it lightly," Jake said with a laugh that turned into a pained grunt. "I wasn't expecting flaming breath, that's for sure."
"Be thankful that they seemed limited on how often they can use that,"
Nephthys said, coming over and wincing at the burns on Jake's leg.
"This will likely not heal before we finish the dungeon."
Jake snorted as he levered himself up to a sitting position. "A polite way of saying until we're all dead."
"Well, I was trying to put a good spin on it,"
Nephthys said, rolling her eyes as she reached down and helped Jake to his feet.
"Do you need another potion?"
"How many do we have left?" Jake winced as he put his weight on his burnt leg. It seemed that most of the potion had gone to healing his side.
"Not many, but I think they'd be better spent preparing us for the next floor than by being held in reserve."
"Yeah, not a bad point," Jake said, taking a potion from Nephthys and knocking it back with a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Carl and Jake were the only two to be injured fighting the enhanced lizards, so they drew the weird geld from them before moving on to the chest that held the rewards for completing the tier. "Let's see what we have," Alan said eagerly as he opened the chest, letting out a low whistle as he pulled out several cloth sacks. "Looks like 20 weird geld in coins and 2 sacks of 10 individually wrapped cuts of meat. They look kind of familiar as well." "What do you mean?" Jake asked, taking the coins from Alan and adding them to his belt. "Last night's stew. Looks like we know where the meat comes from, Alan said, pulling out a wrapped steak to show them before dropping it back in. Makes sense, I suppose, Jake said, thinking back on how good the weird fruit were. It did make him wonder what else the dungeon would give out, though.
Will those go bad?
Rue asked, frowning a little at the bag Alan passed her. Any rewards or resources you have harvested will degrade as normal when taken, Felix said, coming forward to look at the reward before nodding to himself. The normal speed of spoilage for anything infused with weird is quite slow, however, so it won't be an issue for this delve. Good to know, Jake murmured as they secured their rewards before heading over to the door down to the next floor. As good as this was, he was itching to move forward. This would be Jake's first time going past the first 5 floors of a dungeon, and he was both excited and more than a little nervous. Nephthys had said that floor 6 was a jump in difficulty, but he didn't know how much of a jump. Don't worry, we beat the first-tier Guardian floor. That means something, Alan said as they gathered around the door down to the next floor. We might not be ready to finish the next set of floors completely, but we can definitely do the first few. I mean, how much worse can it get? Damn it, Alan! Jake sighed and walked down to the doors, pushing them open and stepping through as Alan asked Rue why she was glaring at him. Jake was the first out onto the new floor, giving him a moment to wipe his brow and take a sip of water. The heat was a step down from the Guardian floor, but it was by no means comfortable. Floor 6 began with a short tunnel that curved sharply to the right, so Jake waited patiently for the rest of his group to arrive before moving forward. After coming this far, it would be frustrating to die in an ambush after all. Well, I probably should have expected that, Alan said as they rounded the corner and saw what lay in wait. A large stone with a flat top jutted out of the ground in the center of a cavern filled with all manner of rocks and boulders. One of the giant lizards was stretched out atop the stone as though basking, as they'd seen before. 10 of the smaller lizards were lying around the base of the rock, intermixed with chunks of obsidian, much like on the previous floor. This fight was objectively easier, but Jake could see an opening on the far side where the floor continued, so this was far from all they would be dealing with. Getting ready, they kicked things off with a synchronized assault from Rue and Alan on the sleeping monster, wounding it badly. The two of them then kept the pressure on it as it tried to reach them, eventually bringing it down just before it got halfway to them. At the same time, Jake, Carl, and Nephthys dealt with the 10 normal lizards that charged straight at them. Fortunately, a few shields from Nephthys staggered their arrival, and a single blow from an infused attack was enough to kill one. Nephthys took the brunt of the attack for them, using the benefits of her higher rank to move faster and react quicker than her foes. Both of her blades were in constant motion as she reaped the attacking lizards while dancing past their clumsy bites. Damn, Jake said under his breath, looking at Nephthys in a new light as she slipped past the last lizard, beheading it with a flick of her wrist. Alan turned to Jake with a smile, starting to say something before pausing as Jake glared at him. Just don't, Alan. Don't do it. Superstitious nonsense, Alan muttered, rolling his eyes as he went to gather as many arrows as could be salvaged from the body of the enhanced lizard. Shaking his head, Jake went to gather the Weirdgeld from the nearby lizards. Once they were prepared, they moved on as a group, Felix trailing slightly behind them with a neutral expression. The opening Jake had seen led them through an area that was almost a replica of the first, with the same number and type of monsters present. Using the same tactics as before, they were able to clear the room without too much incident. The need for Rue and Alan to focus on the enhanced lizard was starting to eat into their reserves, though. Alan was down to half his arrows, while Rue was starting to look a little strained, even with her taking it easier at the beginning. The third cavern was exactly the same again, and though that was good for their weird geld, Jake was starting to get worried. The fourth floor held roughly 14 monsters in total, whereas there were over 30 on this floor, not to mention that 3 of them were enhanced. "I'll deal with the enhanced this time," Jake said, drawing his dagger and nodding to Alan to kick things off. It was time to mix things up a bit. Alan hesitated slightly at Jake's declaration before nodding and taking his shot, his eyes glinting with weird as he sent an arrow flashing through the air to strike the monster in the side of the head. As before, the response from the monsters was unanimous and direct, but this time the smaller lizards were immediately under fire from Alan and Rue. Jake had swapped his dagger to his right hand in preparation for the charge, not wanting to risk using his weaker arm. He'd noticed that all of the lizards had a tendency to dip their heads and protect their eyes, but otherwise didn't dodge ranged attacks. Cocking his arm back, Jake waited until the creature was almost on top of him, before throwing his dagger, planting it right at the base of the lizard's neck. The hidden fang dagger cut through the scales with a burst of power, digging in deep enough to pump its poisonous energy into the monster. Dismissing the dagger, Jake resummoned it and threw it again. Lots of practice meant that Jake could place the dagger exactly where he wanted to, so this time he aimed for a weak spot beneath a joint. Despite not being a throwing knife, the dagger was perfectly balanced for what Jake needed, and as the monster reeled back from the first hit, the second sank home. Swapping his sword back to his right hand, Jake turned his focus to the smaller lizards attacking them as the enhanced slowly sank to the floor. The dagger had been strong from the start, but adding that extra rank to the boon had definitely helped strengthen the poison. Without the enhanced supporting them, the remaining lizards were taken down with little issue. The few that came close to landing a hit were blocked by one of Nephthys' shields, though she was running out of weird for them.
So much weird geld,
Rue said, grinning to herself as she hurried between the fallen monsters, drawing out the weird geld from them.
I wonder how much more the Guardian floor gives on this tier.
"Somehow I doubt we'll be finding that out for a little while," Jake muttered as he eyed their bedraggled state. They'd all taken minor injuries at one point or another, and while Jake's clothes were in a worse state, Carl wasn't much better. For a first attempt, he felt they'd done well, and he knew they'd do better next time, but this floor was tough. Each of the 3 fights was manageable on its own, but there were too many monsters for them to manage without skills. "Everyone ready?" Jake called out as he moved to the door down to the next floor.
Could we take 10 minutes so I can rest?
Rue asked hopefully. Felix cleared his throat to get their attention, making Jake start a little in surprise. Knowing how long you can rest before the dungeon deems it too long is an art, so I won't judge you on this. I believe you could take 10 minutes or so now, but that would be all for the next floor or 2.
I think we should take it now, or we might not get the chance later.
Nephthys said with a slight shrug.
I could use a few minutes as well.
Rest it is, Jake said, drinking deep from his water flask before taking a seat on the warm rocks. He was down to half his water already, so he could only imagine how important logistics became when delving into higher-tier dungeons. The meat they'd been given could be cooked up if they had the right supplies, but that would be a much longer rest, and that didn't seem to be allowed at this point. Jake wasn't the only one struggling with the heat. Everyone had their water flasks out as soon as they sat down. Between all the fighting and the heat, none of them were in particularly good shape, though Nephthys seemed the best of all of them. Considering that Felix looked perfectly fine in the heat, Jake could only guess that more ranks would give more resistance to issues like this.
I'm running low on weird. How are all of you doing?
Rue asked after a minute of catching their breath. I'm all right for the moment, Jake said, turning his focus inwards as he tried to judge how much weird was left within him. It was a bit of guesswork at the best of times, but he could at least get the right idea.
I've used up just under a third of what I have.
Nephthys said, shrugging a little at the surprised looks they gave her.
I'm a higher rank, and my shield is quite efficient if I use it in short bursts.
I'm under half, Carl said a moment later with a heavy frown. My skill is quite intensive, so using it on those enhancers brought me down a lot. It's powerful, though. Jake was quick to reassure Carl, not wanting him to underestimate how much help he provided. We couldn't have done so well without you. Carl nodded his thanks and gave Jake a small smile as he perked up a little at the praise. Alan was next to speak, but the scholar didn't look happy about his answer. I'm basically out as well. I've been using my skill as much as I can. I've been thinking, though, should we use some of our weird guild to recover? It might help us make it further. They all fell silent as they considered Alan's question. It was a tough one, as every weird guild was needed for their tax, but more progress did mean a bigger reward. Their biggest challenge to improve their delves was gaining either the weird reserves to push on for longer or the power to get further without needing to use their weird. Consuming some of their rewards would help with that first option. Thankfully, Jake's boon didn't take weird. It was all included in those manifestations, so while his dagger was all but used up, Jake had enough weird to infuse his blade at least once or twice for the next few fights.
You know how I feel about it.
Rue said, shaking her head immediately.
I need every coin, so unless I know for sure it will help us get further, I'm keeping them.
I think if anyone were to do it, it would be one of you two, Jake said, gesturing between Alan and Rue. The three of us use weird, but not as regularly as you. If you want to restore some now, I won't stop you. Not this time, Alan said eventually. I think we should consider it for the future, though. Agreed, Jake said, the others, even Rue, nodding as well. With the decision made, they lapsed into a companionable silence for a time. What felt barely a minute later, all four of Jake's companions flinched at the same time and grabbed their weapons, with Jake following suit a moment later, unsure of what was happening. That pressure you're feeling is a warning from the dungeon. I'd suggest you move on, Felix said, his gaze coming to rest on Jake as a small smile tugged at his lips. Jake quickly wiped his confused expression from his face and got to his feet, eyeing the others carefully as they hurriedly began to head to the door down to the next floor. It was only once they were all through the door and on the other side that the others all sighed with relief, making comments to each other about how uncomfortable that had been. Jake did his best not to stand out, assuming that this was another facet of his class, and an interesting one at that. Depending on how much longer he had per tier, that could be very useful. Chapter 27. The new floor started off as a long and winding tunnel, one that was twice as wide as the others they'd seen, with large pockets of steaming water along the sides. There were quite a few deeper holes along the walls as well, giving lots of options for concealment. To make matters worse, there were pools of steaming water across their path, so they'd have to be careful to navigate them. There's snakes in here for sure, Carl said with a sigh. I hate hidden enemies. They're almost as bad as the rats. I can see a few from here, but I don't really want to get close enough to do a full count, Alan said, frowning as he looked along the winding tunnel. They're pretty scattered, it seems, but there are a lot of them. There's something up ahead as well, but I can't quite see it from here. The steam is too thick. Is it a monster? No, the tunnel changes. It looks like it either widens or links to a cavern. That's all I can tell from here, though. Do we take the snakes here or push on and see what it is? Jake asked, looking to the others for their thoughts. We've never seen a benefit from ignoring them, so I vote we start killing them now. Carl said, his gaze lingering uncomfortably on the steaming water. I don't like this setup at all. After a quick discussion, they settled on engaging the closest snake and seeing how the rest reacted. Rue's magic would likely fail to overpower the steam, so Alan moved closer to one of the first stretches of water and lined up a shot. The moment the arrow hit the water, Jake knew they'd fucked up somehow. It was almost like the pressure he'd felt in the challenge, but this time, instead of a growing weight, it felt like a pair of eyes watching him. There was an element of anticipation, of hunger to the attention that made Jake's skin crawl, and he adopted a ready stance as he looked around for the source. "Got it," Alan said, turning back before frowning as he took in Jake's posture. "What's wrong?" Moisture thrashed across the path as patches of water all along the tunnel shifted violently. At the same time, a snake launched itself from the water toward Alan's back, its jaws snapping down on one of Nephthys' shields mere inches from his neck.
"Buck!"
Nephthys cried out as she grabbed Alan and pulled him away with one hand while cutting deep into the thick neck of the snake with the other as it fell to the ground. The water continued to bubble and boil as more snakes came racing out, and it wasn't just that patch. Jake saw a dozen or more snakes emerge from the nearby sections of water, all of them moving swiftly across the slick stones towards them. Jake had started to move up to help Nephthys when he saw 4 more snakes emerge from the pool. Caught out of position, he froze with indecision before cursing and backpedaling to put himself between the snakes and Alan. "Fucking hidden snakes!" Carl growled angrily as he batted one of the monsters aside and tried to strike up at him. Jake dodged a few strikes of his own, infusing his sword with weird and beheading each snake as it fell heavily to the ground. Ice sprayed past Jake, striking a number of snakes that were just emerging from the water, but it had little effect. The amount of movement within the pools had sent steaming hot water everywhere, and it was interfering with Rue's magic. Alan's arrows were having more of an impact, with him firing as quickly as he could, while Jake and the other 2 fighters did their best to keep the snakes at bay. A dozen or more snakes had already died to Jake and Carl, with a similar number in front of Nephthys, but there was another score or more closing rapidly on them. Inevitably, one of them didn't manage to dodge a strike, and Carl cried out as one bit deep into his ankle. Distracted, Jake misjudged the cut on his next attack, getting boiling blood across his hand and making him recoil away. Carl was brought down first. His missing hand left his side exposed to attacks. Rue was second, the resistance to her magic leaving her unable to fight off the snakes that came for her. One by one, they fell, until the snakes turned their attention to Felix. The last thing that Jake saw was Felix calmly grabbing a snake mid-strike with his hand and using it to bat aside another before throwing it into a wall and drawing his sword. Jake's eyes opened to the nondescript room he was taken to after dying in the dungeon. Normally, he'd feel drained and exhausted, but otherwise in good health. This time, however, Jake could feel lingering pain in his right leg. It wasn't much, but it was sensitive and felt like a mostly healed burn was covering everything from ankle to thigh. Hiking up his clothing to get a look, Jake couldn't see any lingering damage to the area, but it was sensitive to the touch and the pain wasn't fading. Taking a moment to get his bearings and settle himself, Jake pushed himself up and left the room, heading over to where Felix was waiting for them. "I see you're suffering from that burn," Felix said, looking slightly amused by Jake's limp as he walked over. Jake grunted and resisted the urge to glare at the older classer. "How long will it take to heal?" Enhanced monsters deal minimal soul damage. You'll likely recover in the next day or so, less if you spend the time relaxing and taking care of yourself. So I shouldn't be training? Oh no, you should train through the pain. It will be a good learning experience for you, Felix said, his amusement taking on a malicious undertone as he cocked his head to one side. Unless a lingering burn is too much for you. Jake gave Felix the closest he could manage to a withering look, but the older classer just chuckled. The other four joined them one by one, though only Carl was having the same issues as Jake, though in this case it was his hand. How does it feel? Jake nodded to Carl's left hand, which he was holding tight to his body. Really strange. It feels distant and almost disconnected from the rest of me, Carl said, looking down at his hand as he slowly made a fist. It almost feels like it's someone else's hand.
That sounds pretty bad,
Rue said with a concerned expression before looking uncertainly over to Nephthys.
Are you sure it will be healed up, right?
Definitely. It's happened to me before and I'm fine,
Nephthys said, giving Rue a reassuring nod.
I think some rest is what we all need after that.
Indeed. Let's head back to the inn so I can pass out your earnings, Felix said, hefting a small sack that had been sitting off to one side before leading them back out of the dungeon. There was a group of delvers waiting in the area around the entrance when they came outside. Interestingly, the group looked to be marginally better equipped than Jake's group, despite there being only 4 of them. Felix gave the group a nod as they went past, and they headed into the dungeon to take their slot. Considering that there were several paths to take within the dungeon, it did drive home just how many other delvers were there within the town if some groups had to queue. So, which would you like first? Felix asked once they were back at the inn and sat at the same table where they'd had their breakfast. The money or the feedback?
The money,
Rue answered before the rest of them could even open their mouths, making Jake chuckle and shake his head. Their caster was single-minded when it came to making Weirdgeld. Very well, Felix said, the corner of his mouth twisting into a slight smile. You reached the 7th floor of the dungeon, so I've included all the Weirdgeld to that point. That means the total in raw coins is 190 Weirdgeld. The cuts of meat you found are worth about a Weirdgeld each as well, so that brings you to 210. I've already made a deal with our proprietor to take any steaks you wish to sell.
I say we sell them all,
Rue said, looking to the rest of them for confirmation before nodding.
An even split works for me for the rest.
Very well. Felix began to portion out piles of Weirdgeld, passing each of them 42 Weirdgeld. Please remember that it is only due to my intervention that you have any of this. The day will soon come when you will have no safety net to gather Weirdgeld for you. Once we pay this tax, I'm going to give some to Ivaldi to store in the long term, Jake said, more to himself than anything. That way I can always have some as an emergency for buying supplies. A wise preparation to make, and one that I recommend for the rest of you to follow. Felix gave Rue a particularly hard look, making the caster shift uncomfortably as she absorbed her Weirdgeld. Are we going to be delving tomorrow? Alan asked, looking between Felix and the rest of them. I doubt you'll feel up to it, Felix said with a shake of his head. This was a Tier 2 dungeon, which means that it takes longer to heal from the soul damage that it deals. That also includes revival sickness. How much longer will it take? Carl looked a little worried as he idly rubbed at the hand he'd lost. It's been quite a while since I was in your shoes, Felix said, leaning back as he frowned in thought. I seem to remember that just short of a day would be enough for Tier 1, whereas Tier 2 was a day and a half. We don't have long left. Will that be enough? Alan looked a little pale as he turned to Rue questioningly.
Yes, if we do one of those Tier 1 dungeons twice, we should have enough.
Rue said after a few moments of thought.
What about you, Jake?
I think it'll be the same for me, Jake said, wondering slightly how much quicker he would recover. As it was, he was usually fine by mid to late afternoon. There are 2 dungeons in the area that are Tier 1, Felix interjected, drawing their attention back to him. I believe you can do both in one day, or the same one several times. If you are delving into the same dungeon several times, it's considered polite to leave a short gap between runs. That way, a dungeon won't be dominated by just a few groups.
Good. That will sort that, then,
Rue said, some tension leaving her posture as she sank back into her chair and rubbed her head.
Stressing about all this while recovering from the dungeon is more than I need.
Speaking of recovering, Felix said, leaning in with a malicious glint in his eye. Let's talk about where you all fucked up. An hour later, Jake was finally free to head back to Ivaldi's. Felix had run them through the entire delve, giving observations on everything they'd done wrong. Some of it, like poor footwork or a shaky attack, was easy enough to resolve. Other parts, like the best way to handle enhanced creatures or an adverse environment, were a bit tougher. Thankfully, the environment problem was Rue's headache, not his, so Jake didn't have to worry about that right now. Still, Felix had given them more advice than they knew what to do with. In time, hopefully, they would put it all to good use. For now, though, Jake was interested in meeting whoever Ivaldi had spoken of earlier. Making his way over to the odd-looking store, Jake stepped inside, blinking in surprise as he found someone else already present and sitting with Ivaldi. Jake Kesh, be welcome in my domain, Ivaldi said, inclining his head to Jake as he gestured to the other side of his table where an empty stool was waiting. This is Varin Droth. A pleasure to meet you, Varin said in a hushed voice, seeming to unfold himself as he rose from the chair to shake Jake's hand. Varin was a few inches taller than Jake, but was almost unhealthily thin, with a gaunt face and pale skin. His eyes were a particularly pale grey, far more so than Jake's, and his dark hair hung languidly down to his jaw. Jake gave a slightly strained smile as he took Varin's hand, not wanting to offend the other man, but still feeling strained from the dungeon. Varin is who I wanted you to meet, Ivaldi said as the 2 of them took their seats. With a look at Jake's tired expression, Ivaldi grabbed a sealed vessel of mead and poured them all a mug. He will be acting as support for you, but not helping within the dungeon. What sort of support do you mean? Jake asked curiously as he sipped at the delicious drink. I have a non-combat crafting class, Varin said, his voice coming across as a loud whisper more than anything. I will be able to help you strengthen yourselves with items, but you will need to supply me with weird gold and materials. Oh. Jake blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Do you have a patron too? I serve the Woven Artificer, Varin said in a reverent tone. My class is the novice variant of Weaver of Crafts. The Artificer is a part of the same pantheon as the Great Dungeon and the Watcher, Ivaldi said with what Jake almost thought was an undercurrent of amusement. I see, Jake said, gathering his thoughts as he focused on the immediate concerns. What tier and rank are you, if you don't mind me asking? I am at rank 10 in the first tier. All I need is to create more worthy items, but I need materials for that, and dealing with normal classes has been dangerous. That I can understand, Jake said with a soft sigh, regretting how easy his life would have been without his patron. Okay, so what sort of thing would you need, for an example? For a woven item, I would need the item itself and 100 weird geld. If it is a mundane item, I would need suitable dungeonous material as well. Varen paused to smile sadly at the shocked look on Jake's face. For an infused item, I would need only the material you wish me to use and the base item. So there's no cost to infused items? Not beyond the material used in their creation. Varen shrugged slightly and spread his hands. I lack the skills to harvest the materials myself, but bring me what you can, and I will create something for you. To check that I understand this, you will be traveling with us as a supporting crafter, making items and equipment for us as we complete dungeons. That's right. So what do you get out of this? Varen cocked a single brow in surprise at Jake's question. Protection, resources, and the chance to aid those working to the same ends as my patron. I see, Jake said, shrugging slightly as he turned over the offer in his head, and found nothing too offensive about it. Well, welcome to the team. Do you want to meet everyone now? Perhaps once I've made the first item for you, Varen said, looking a little apprehensive at meeting the full team. I find that proof of my class goes a long way to ease any concerns. All right. How do I reach you? I have a room at one of the inns. Varen gave Jake directions to where he was staying, which was apparently only a few minutes from the inn where Jake and his team were staying. Finishing his drink, Jake got wearily back to his feet and bid the two goodbye. As much as he hated it, he needed to get in his daily training. Jake trained for a little while, doing his best to ignore the pain from his leg as best he could. There was likely a training field or something similar nearby, but Jake hadn't found it yet. Instead, he resorted to a jog around the city and some basic exercises in the storage area behind the inn. Usually, Jake would be back to feeling normal by this point, which gave credence to Felix's warning about it taking longer to recover from higher-tier dungeons. The inn's cook used the meat they'd brought back from the dungeon for dinner that evening, which seemed to perk them all up. The effect reminded Jake of the mead and food that Ivaldi shared with him when he visited, which made him wonder if it was the weird content within them that made the difference. Could a wealthier classer simply buy their way out of revival sickness? Jake asked Felix once he'd finished eating, but the older classer laughed and shook his head. The weird doesn't actually speed up the process. It simply alleviates the symptoms somewhat. I don't know if you can consume enough to have no symptoms at all, but eating food like this is a good way to help with it. Jake nodded and thanked Felix before slowing down how fast he was eating. He was hungry, but Felix's answer made him wonder if he would be better to have small amounts over a longer period. The others were already deep into their meals, even Nephthys, who was usually the most reserved of the group, so Jake didn't say anything. Better to test it himself and then see from there. The group finished their meals one by one before heading off to rest. Eventually, it was just Jake and Felix at the table, as Ari had yet to appear. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" Felix asked, fixing Jake with an inscrutable look. "Well, if I'd recovered, I was going to focus on getting back into my training regime," Jake said hesitantly. "A good idea, but I have a better one. Rest and follow your normal routine, but don't do anything strenuous. You need to be in good shape." Felix left the room on that ominous comment, leaving Jake wondering what he had planned. Chapter 28. Jake woke up feeling refreshed and fully recovered the next day. Part of him had been worrying about just how long the recovery would take, so it was a relief that it was done. The other good news was that his leg had stopped hurting overnight, so that seemed to be tied to the revival sickness. Unfortunately, the other 4 were still struggling with their revival sickness and were in no shape to do anything more than some light training. Felix had clearly planned for this, however, as Ari was back with them at breakfast, and once they were done, he led them off for some dedicated training of their own. "We're not going with them?" Jake asked as Felix asked him to wait behind. "No, we're going to be doing something a little more strenuous," Felix said, with a slight smile that sent a shiver down Jake's spine. "Come with me." Casting a final look in the direction the others had gone, Jake followed after Felix, who led him through the town and out into the surrounding countryside. Oddly, they were roughly retracing their steps to where they'd entered the town, but that only lasted for a few minutes before Felix turned off the original path and led them on one that ran deeper into the woods. Shortly after the turn, Jake felt a familiar tingling sensation and looked over at Felix in surprise. "We're going to a dungeon." "Indeed. It's time for you to do some solo delving," Felix said casually, paying no heed to Jake's shocked expression. "Wait, hang on!" Jake called out as he scrambled to catch up with Felix. "What do you mean, solo delving?" "Is it not obvious?" Felix asked, gesturing forward as they rounded a thick copse of trees. "You'll be delving into that Tier 1 dungeon, but without support." Jake looked over to see a dungeon entrance with a large number of trees growing around it. Ivaldi's store sat a short distance away as usual, but other than that, there were no permanent structures. A few spaces had been cleared and benches had been set for waiting classes, but with the town so close by, there was clearly little need for much more than that. "Is that even possible for someone like me?" Jake asked, wondering if this was some elaborate punishment. "Someone like you? A Tier 1 classer at a low rank. Someone who can only just take on a single enhanced monster, let alone more than that." "Well, I think that question is one that only you can answer," Felix said as he covered the last few steps to Ivaldi's and pushed open the door. "Come, let's get you equipped." More than a little confused by it all, Jake went through the motions of getting his usual equipment, while Ivaldi provided Felix with a heavy satchel. The clinking of glass gave Jake a good idea as to what was in the satchel, and Jake felt a growing sense of worry as Felix took the lead into the dungeon. "Okay, it's time to set expectations," Felix said once the 2 of them were at the door leading into the dungeon. "There's no need for a torch here, so you'll be fine on that front. I do expect you to take the challenge room on if it appears. You will collect and store all your weird geld in your pouch in case of an accident. I will do my best to keep you alive and moving. Understood?" "Yes, Felix," Jake said, feeling the blood drain from his face as he understood exactly how bad this was going to be. "Good." Felix gave Jake a broad smile before pushing the door open and stepping into the dungeon. The interior of the dungeon was entirely unlike the other 2 in which Jake had been. The door that he stepped out of was framed in an archway of twisted branches, and it lay in the center of a forest path. To Jake's left and right was dense undergrowth, thicker than anything he'd ever seen before. Jake hesitantly reached out to rest a hand on one of the trees. The reality of the dungeon wasn't that different, but the trees around him really drove home that they weren't just walking below ground. Looking up, Jake saw that the trees stretched over the path, forming a compact canopy overhead. Sunlight was coming through, but there were patches of light shadow here and there where the canopy was thicker. The presence of the sunlight begged the question of whether there was actually a sun up there, or if that was being created by the dungeon too. Was this just a different part of the same world, or was it something else entirely? Jake took a moment to let it all wash over him before pushing the questions aside and focusing on the task at hand. Right this moment, the answers didn't matter. Felix had been muttering under his breath while Jake was distracted and was waiting patiently when Jake turned back to him. "So, Do I just start? Jake asked hesitantly. Whenever you're ready. Take it steady and make sure to conserve energy. You've got a lot to do. All right. I can do this, Jake said, taking a deep breath before setting off down the forest path. The path quickly cut to one side, opening up into what looked like a small glade dominated by a single huge tree. The roots of the tree were partially excavated, and Jake's eyes narrowed as he moved closer. This felt familiar. Jake got within a few feet of the tree before 4 small figures darted out from where they'd been hidden amongst the roots. They were small and humanoid, though they were made up almost entirely of roots with a green mass of plant matter where their hearts should be, just like the ones at the hollow. Jake had been expecting the ambush, so he was able to dodge away from them while still managing to cut one of them in half with a heavy swing of his sword. The remaining 3 tried to get close enough to get their roots into Jake's skin, but he was careful to maintain his distance. Eventually, the last of the creatures fell, and Jake drew out their weird geld before turning to Felix. I never got the chance to look them up. What are those things called? Rootlings, from the Wydern family. The bigger one you fought at the hollow was a tenbray. Filing the information away, Jake carried on out of the clearing, certain that more rootlings would be waiting. Good. You're doing well, Felix said, tossing Jake a healing potion as he took a break at the end of the second floor. It was Jake's second potion, and he felt it wouldn't be the last. The rootlings weren't that dangerous, but in larger numbers they were hard to evade, and he'd picked up a few injuries here and there. It was a lot slower by himself than with the group, if for no other reason than him needing to be much more careful. Felix seemed happy for Jake to go at his own pace, so they took a few minutes before pushing on to the 3rd floor. The path was much the same as before, so Jake started forward, expecting a glade or other clearing to come up quite quickly. Instead, Jake found a waist-high flower with leaves that were dark blue and seemed to shimmer slightly. The flower itself was a bright yellow and was quite tight, with a deep interior. That's weird, Jake muttered, walking close to the plant, his shield held protectively in front of him. He hadn't seen plant life like this before. So far, the dungeon had only featured grass or small shrubs. As Jake approached the plant, the yellow-rimmed flower turned to face him and swelled up, prompting him to lift his shield slightly higher. The flower contracted in on itself rapidly, shooting out a spray of thick, green liquid that splattered all across Jake. Thankfully, most of it was caught by his shield, but more than a bit went over it and struck his face. White-hot pain stabbed into Jake as the sap began to burn and blister his skin. Acting purely on instinct, Jake staggered forward and cut through the plant's stalk, killing it in a single blow. As soon as he caught sight of the plant falling, Jake dropped everything and tried to wipe the horrible sap from his face. A firm hand took Jake by the shoulder as Felix turned him around. "Stay still." Going as still as he could, with his face blistering, Jake felt a soothing liquid splash over him, numbing the pain and washing away the sap on his face. "There, it's all gone. Drink this." Felix pulled another healing potion from the heavy satchel at his side and pressed it into Jake's hands. Jake did as he was told before probing gently at his face, sighing in relief as he felt no lingering damage from the sap. "What sort of foul monster was that?" Jake demanded, glaring down at the dead plant. "Spite flower. Nasty things. Best dealt with at range or by holding your shield up high enough," Felix said, resealing his satchel before waving to the plant. "Gather your weird geld and let us continue." "No," Jake shook his head, stepping away from Felix as he picked up his sword and shield from where they'd fallen. "Not until you give me some answers." "Answers?" Felix turned a curious look toward Jake. "Have I not been clear?" "No, you haven't," Jake all but growled in frustration. "Your instruction has been great. I've learned a lot already, and I can't thank you enough. This is too far, though. What point is there to delving alone, to subjecting myself to enough injuries that I've already used 4 potions?" "What point is there?" Felix echoed before shaking his head. "Have you forgotten your own history so soon?" "Of course I haven't," Jake said through gritted teeth, trying to keep a leash on his anger. "Then you should understand why we're doing this. You are a dungeon noble. You will grow more slowly than the others unless you can clear dungeons. I know enough to know that for sure. Your class gets stronger the more dungeons you defeat, which makes each new one a reward for you, an incentive to explore which your friends lack." "You're saying I should delve without them?" "I'm saying that you might have to," Felix said, his tone softening as he gave Jake a sympathetic look. "Time is not our friend, so we need to make you as strong as we can, as quickly as we can." "Then what?" Jake asked in a subdued tone, playing out his future in his mind. "I rank up, and I gain boons from dungeons, but then what?" "You continue to use your class as it was intended." "Why?" Jake's voice was flat as he met Felix's gaze. "Why not give it up at the end of this tier? Why take it further?" "Dungeon nobles are powerful. It is a strong class, a rare class," Felix said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "I would trade it away in a heartbeat for a normal life with my friends. The chance to seek that power on my terms, not someone else's." "I see," Felix said after a long pause. "I thought that the power of your class was enough to drive you forward. I didn't realize you felt this way." "We've not exactly had the chance for many discussions on the matter," Jake said in a dry tone. "True enough." Felix flashed Jake a slight smile before his expression turned serious. "I'm not the one to guide you in your class. I know little about your patron and the purpose towards which it strives. That being said, even if you change your class for the next tier, it won't protect you now." "So what do you suggest?" "Work with me. I will train you as hard as I can, and you will help tear up the dungeons in Strovia. At the end of it, you will be strong, regardless of your choice, and the Triarchy will be left with a black eye." Jake took a few moments to consider Felix's offer. Training from such a powerful instructor was worthwhile itself, and being able to weaken the grasp of the Triarchy was enticing. The problem Jake had with his class was that he was binding his fate to the goals of a patron about which he knew nothing. What Felix said was true, though. He needed strength to survive, and working with his class was the best way to get there in the short term. That meant gaining boons, and that meant doing all the dungeons he could, not just the ones that were easy or nearby. "What do you get out of this?" Jake addressed what he'd been thinking since Felix took over their training. "I know Ari explained how I need worthy students. My hope is that both you and Carl will count toward that." Felix paused before letting out a heavy exhale and carrying on. "Beyond that, I dislike the Triarchy, and the events here in recent years worry me. It costs me dearly to be here, but something is happening within Strovia, and I like none of what I see." "What do you mean?" Jake had a feeling that Felix meant more than just the usual triarchy problems. "Strovia is the only region within Vash without any Dungeon Noble or Inquisitor activity. Your friend is the only Inquisitor I've come across in the last 2 years of roaming the country. Despite that, Corruptor activity is less than I'd expect. Most see that as a good thing, but it worries me." "Are the others with my class really so common elsewhere?" Jake asked, trying to wrap his head around how something that was so problematic here could be fine outside of Strovia. "Common? No, not at all." Felix laughed, waving his hand to forestall Jake's indignant expression. "I'm not laughing at you. More at my own poor explanation. There are many Dungeon Noble bloodlines, but I have met a mere handful of you in all my years. Most of what I know is hearsay from older classes." "Oh, I see," Jake said, trying to hide his disappointment. "Any other questions?" Felix asked, turning his hand palm up. Jake gave it a moment before shaking his head, satisfied with what he now knew. "No, nothing else." "Good. We can start again whenever you're ready," Felix said, gesturing to the trail ahead of them. "The last thing I'll say on all this is that other patrons grant their classes power to help spread their influence, yet from what I've seen, only those whose patrons are part of the first actually seek to build and improve for all." Jake had been about to start forward, but he turned back to Felix with a frown. "What do you mean by the first? Who are they?" "They are the first pantheon, the oldest of the gods, the Great Dungeon, the Woven Artificer, and the Watcher. Even the Triarchy won't act against their interests, or at least they never used to." "All 3 of them are here now," Jake said, sighing a little at Felix's curious expression. "A crafter of the Woven Artificer wants to join our group. Between the 3 of us, that's 1 for each god in that pantheon." It seems that the first ones have taken an interest here after all. There are not many who follow the Woven Artificer, and they are always in high demand. "Yeah, I can see how he'll be useful," Jake said, trying his best to look on the bright side of it all. The problem was that Felix was right. This was clearly outside manipulation. 3 of them, all Tier 1 still, being brought together like this was too much of a coincidence for it not to be. The worst part was that Jake knew there was no way he could say no to Varen joining them. The potential benefits were just too great. Turning away from Felix, Jake started down the path once more, gripping his sword tightly. He hated this influence in his life, the way he was being moved around according to someone else's plans. He couldn't do anything about it right now, though. Maybe killing some of these stupid flowers would help him work out his frustrations. Chapter 29. Fuck! Jake hissed as he limped away from the small patch of spite flowers, trying to scrape off the sap he had gotten on himself while not getting any on the bag of weird fruit he was holding. Fucking stupid challenges! Pressure began to build as Jake hobbled back to the starting point of the challenge, where a set of scales was waiting for him. He'd cut it close. The challenge had been a timed one where he had to find as many apples as he could, which would then be weighed on the scales. Similarly to the one in the fiery dungeon, this challenge had a wager of the little finger on Jake's left hand, so he hoped all the blisters and burns he had gotten were not for nothing. Dropping the sack of apples on the scales, Jake let out a silent prayer of relief as it very slightly tipped in his favor. The numerous ways that Jake had died had left him somewhat resistant to the worry of losing a finger, but he'd by no means been looking forward to it. The door out of the challenge lowered, presenting a small alcove where a good-sized sack of weird fruit was waiting for Jake. Adding the two bags together came to 40 of the weird-infused apples that the dungeon seemed to favor. Ignoring the pain from his blistered skin and the burns that went up one arm, Jake sheathed his sword and hefted up the sack before heading back through to the dungeon. Felix was waiting with a potion in hand when Jake stepped through. He eagerly took it and poured it over his many burns with a groan of relief. "I see you've yet to learn how to best dodge these stationary flowers," Felix commented with a quirk of his lips that only grew at the glower Jake gave him. "Now I know where Harry gets it from," Jake muttered, unable to be too irritated with Felix while so much pain was being taken away. He'd gone in with the last of the potions he'd brought, but had been forced to use it quite quickly, leaving him to push through the pain for the rest of the challenge. "I find that a balance is needed for the best results, something my old student tends to willfully ignore." Felix's amused expression fell away as he looked over the bag that Jake was carrying. "Good. These will be useful shortly. Are you ready for the next floor?" "Give me 5 minutes," Jake said as he sat on the dirt and leaned back against one of the trees that bordered the path. They were at the end of the 4th floor now, and Jake was feeling exhausted. Each floor took a lot longer on his own, and without Felix there to pull him away when he got injured, he'd have died a while back. At this point, this was more an exercise in endurance and pain tolerance than anything. The minutes quickly slipped by until Felix shifted a little and got to his feet. "That's the sign for us to keep going." Jake wearily got to his feet and stretched before picking up his gear. He still wasn't feeling the pressure that Felix mentioned, but he also wasn't in the mood for further discussion. Taking a deep breath, Jake got himself into the right frame of mind and walked through the archway to the Guardian floor. The 5th floor turned out to be a single, large grove of apple trees, with 5 rootlings, one of the tendre that Jake had fought in the past, and a larger version of the spite flowers. "That's a malignant tender. Use that information as you will," Felix said from behind Jake as they took a moment to look over the grove. The malignant tender was a foot or two taller than Jake, with 2 yellow-rimmed flowers hanging from it. The base of the plant was raised, and a dozen or so thick roots spread out from it in a way that Jake found suspicious. The tendre and the rootlings were on the far side of the tender from Jake, which meant that he had 2 options. Either he looped around to deal with them first, or he tried to take out this tender before they could react. Either choice came with risks. Jake looked down at his burnt and partially dissolved shield. The sap those flowers could use was nasty stuff. While the tender didn't look mobile, Jake was leaning toward taking it out first anyway. The last thing he wanted was to be shot from behind. Starting forward steadily, Jake got halfway to the tender before he saw the flowers begin to shift and the closest roots lift from the ground. Breaking out into a run, Jake brought his shield up high and tucked behind it, making his profile as small as possible. The 2 sprays of sap struck Jake's shield almost simultaneously, with the globules of the caustic liquid landing on the dirt around him as he threw the smoking shield aside. 2 roots the size of Jake's wrist darted up to try to ensnare him, but he had enough speed that he was able to dance around them as he summoned the hidden fang to his free hand. Jake had seen before how effective his boon was against plants, so he plunged the dagger straight into the stem of the huge plant and left it there. The 2 flowers were already swelling with a fresh load of sap, so Jake infused his sword with weird and sliced them both away before dismissing his dagger. Jake's control of the boon was improving steadily, so he was able to dismiss it without actually touching the dagger, giving him just enough time to land a final strike on the plant's stem before the roots arrived. The grasping roots sluggishly tried to take hold of Jake as he moved away from the dying plant, noting the dark lines of poison spreading through it. Even if it survived, the tender was far less of a problem without its flowers, so Jake got far enough away that its roots could no longer follow before turning his attention to the tendre and its escorts. The fight that followed pushed Jake's agility to the very edge of what he could do, but even so, he was bloody and raw by the time he finally put his sword through the heart of the tendre. A dozen or more pieces of root were sticking out of Jake's body where either the tendre or the rootlings had gotten hold of him and burrowed into his flesh. Yanking the offending pieces of plant free one by one, Jake looked over as Felix walked over to present him with a potion. Not bad. Not bad at all. Felix gave Jake an approving nod before patting his satchel. You couldn't have done it without these potions, but that's a matter of funding. This was very close to a solo clear. Thanks, Jake said, reveling in the blissful muffling of his pain that the potion provided. At this point, even with the potions, most of his body was aching. What now? Felix looked around the room thoughtfully before turning back to Jake with a malicious glint in his eye. Now we get your loot, and then you do it all again. Fortunately, Felix wasn't actually cruel enough to send Jake straight through the dungeon again. Instead, he was given a few hours to recover and free rein on the weird fruit he'd been awarded. Jake wanted to do nothing more than collapse and rest, but he made himself stumble over to Ivaldi's when they were back outside. Ivaldi, please give these to Varin with my compliments, Jake said, passing over a branch of weird-infused wood that had come with his reward for completion. He's welcome to travel with me. I just need to confirm with my friends. Thank you, Jake Kesh. I will let him know your words and pass on your gift, Ivaldi said, inclining his head as he tucked away the length of wood. Here, a fresh batch of your normal equipment. I wish you luck with your next delve. Thanks, Ivaldi, Jake said, passing over his battered gear and taking the pristine set that Ivaldi had given him. Buckling on the sword sheath and potion belt, Jake grabbed his shield before turning to go. As a word of advice, Jake Kesh, Ivaldi said before Jake could leave, neither of the Tier 1 dungeons are ready to tier up, but they are close. If you bind them both within the next few days, you will have a few weeks before they reach Tier 2. Jake nodded slowly, considering how that information might change his plans. Thank you, Ivaldi. The powerfully built shopkeeper inclined his head slightly but said nothing else, so Jake continued back outside. Jake considered whether or not to speak to Felix about his relationship with Ivaldi. The shopkeeper had been dependable and helpful from the very beginning, and while Felix was assisting them, Jake did feel that he had his own agenda. That wasn't to say that Jake thought Felix wasn't on their side, but he had a feeling that Ivaldi wasn't this way with everyone, and he didn't want the extra attention on him. No, Jake would share the information, but not the source of it. Looking around, Jake saw that Felix was waiting at one of the benches he had noticed before, the sack of apples by his side. Sit, eat, recover, Felix said, tossing Jake an apple as he approached. We'll run the dungeon again in a few hours. Tell me, though, can you use that dagger of yours more today? Yeah, I've got a few more hits with it. Jake said, biting down on one of the apples and letting out an appreciative sound. Weird-infused food was delicious as well as good for you. Good. Save them for the Guardian again. The poison it contains was perfect for dealing with the malignant tender. Without it, that last fight would have been a lot harder. Jake considered how much worse the fight with the tendre would have been if he had been periodically dodging caustic sap or avoiding grasping roots the entire time. The giant lizards in the fire dungeon were a nastier fight, mainly due to their tough scales and fiery breath. They were daunting, to say the least. Still, Jake could see how this particular fight could be bad as well, especially without his dagger. "All right, you look like you've perked up a bit," Felix said, gesturing to the apple that Jake had rapidly devoured. "So, let's talk tactics for the next attempt." Several hours later, Jake found himself going through the dungeon again, though this time he knew what was coming. Rootlings were tough to kill, but easier to knock around, and their hearts were an obvious vulnerability. It took a bit of practice, but with so many to kill, Jake eventually got the timing down on being able to backhand them out of the air with his shield. A heavy impact like that would nearly always incapacitate them for a moment, allowing Jake to plunge his blade into their heart and finish the job. In some ways, dealing with the spite flowers was actually more straightforward. Their flowers tracked motion first and then focused on any living creature within a certain distance. By throwing his shield past the flower, Jake could ensure that it rotated to face the wrong way, giving him time to close the distance and bisect it. Felix was a silent observer for it all, only passing Jake a potion or two when he was too slow or misjudged some timings. The biggest issue posed by the first 4 floors was the challenge room, but only because there was a time limit. He couldn't spare the time to do his trick with the shield, so he finished with 1 moderate and several minor sap burns on his legs. Felix gave Jake an approving nod when he emerged. "A significant improvement. Based on how you've done today, you're only a few ranks away from being able to run this dungeon by yourself with ease." "Rationally, I know you're right," Jake said, taking a potion from Felix and wincing as he poured a bit on his burns before drinking the rest. "But it feels like I've only just started on this journey, and a solo delve still feels beyond me. Yes, you're still early on, but you've worked hard these last few days. Between that and the powerful skills and traits you no doubt hold, including this dagger you can summon, you are stronger than your rank suggests." "How much stronger?" Jake asked, mentally comparing himself to the others in his group. "At this point, a rank or 2 easily. Once you've bound a few more dungeons, it will be more than that." Felix paused before gesturing to the archway through to the Guardian floor. "Do you know if binding these dungeons will cause them to tear up?" "Yes, and it won't. At least not for a couple of weeks," Jake said, repeating what Ivaldi had told him earlier. "Excellent. We'll have you and the rest of your group run both dungeons tomorrow. It should be interesting to see what rewards you get." Jake blinked in surprise, caught a little flat-footed by Felix's declaration. Really, now he was thinking about it, clearing both dungeons made sense as a way for Jake to advance. After all, if he could do it with just a small amount of help from Felix, he could definitely do it with the rest of his group. Standing tall, Jake took a deep breath before pushing through the archway to the Guardian floor. Jake's second attempt at the Guardians of the dungeon wasn't quite as successful as the first. The initial issue came when a grasping root tripped him on the way in, forcing Jake to use his dagger to kill the first 2 rootlings to reach him. That delay meant that the malignant tender had the chance to shower him with sap. Thankfully, Jake managed to cover his face with his shield at the last moment, but he screamed in pain as the sap stuck to him and burnt his body. Gritting his teeth, Jake threw his shield at the nearest rootling, knocking it back, before pulling out one of his potions and pouring it over the sap. The potion didn't do much for the damage the sap had already done, but it helped wash off what was there and prevent it from worsening. The root that had tripped Jake was now at his shoulder, and 2 more were trying to bind around his legs. The thick roots were too dense for his sword to cut through quickly, and Jake was running out of time, so he dropped his shield in favor of his dagger. 3 quick cuts left poison flowing up the plant's roots to the stem, giving Jake enough freedom to scramble away. Only a sliver of power was left in the manifestation, so Jake threw the dagger, pinning one of the flowers to the side of the stem. The weapon lasted long enough to pump its poison into the plant before breaking apart. Infusing his weird into his sword, Jake turned his attention to the remaining rootlings and the tendre. It would be tough, but he could do this. Chapter 30. Jake groaned in pain as Felix pulled out a piece of root that had gotten several inches into the back of his thigh. Thankfully, it was the only one that had implanted itself, but the pain as it came out was intense. "There, now drink this," Felix said, throwing the bloody root aside before passing Jake a potion. "You've gone through most of the supply I brought, but I'm impressed nonetheless." "Yay," Jake said, closing his eyes and letting his head fall back onto the firm dirt. "Are we done for the day?" "I think so, yes," Felix said before gesturing to Jake's reward pile. "Would you like me to purchase the weird fruit and the branch?" "No, I think I'll keep them all," Jake said, thinking back on how useful the weird-infused apples had been earlier. Felix shrugged, clearly unbothered, before tossing Jake a pouch bulging with weird geld. "You've worked hard today. Here are your spoils." As battered, aching, and weary as he was, Jake couldn't help but stare in disbelief at the pouch in his hands. From the thick scent of weird geld, he knew it had to be a lot, and a quick glance inside showed that some of the coins were of a higher denomination than usual. "How many are there?" Jake was proud of how steady his voice was, despite how his eyes were locked onto the wealth of coins. "Around 180, I believe, a good amount in raw coinage." Jake wasted no time in absorbing all the coins, noticing a certain weight develop within him as he absorbed enough for him to rank up. "I'm going to Ivaldi's, then I'm going to pay my tax," Jake said, getting to his feet and gathering his things. "Well, this has been horrible, and I'm never looking at plants the same way again. Even so, thank you for your help today. I've trained quite a few classes in my time, and I think you're the first one to thank me for something like this," Felix said with a touch of amusement that quickly faded as he gave Jake a serious look. "Do you think you could clear this dungeon tomorrow without Carl?" "If I had the other 3, yes, easily," Jake said without hesitation. Just Alan's ability to attack at range or Nephthys' shields would make a lot of the issues here easier to deal with. "Good. He'll be doing this tomorrow, then," Felix said with a nod as the 2 of them left the dungeon. "I'll stay with you until you pay your tax. I doubt there will be an issue, but I wish to be sure." Jake nodded, a little relieved that Felix would be accompanying him. It wasn't that Jake expected there to be a problem. It was just that the idea of dealing with the Triarchy directly once more made him uncomfortable. Putting that aside for the moment, Jake stepped into Ivaldi's and paid 5 weird geld to store the large sack of weird fruit until he next needed it. Jake wasn't sure exactly what he'd use all the fruit for, but it felt good to have something in reserve. That done, Jake passed the wood he was carrying over to Ivaldi, asking him to pass it on to Varin when he could. With 2 pieces to work with, Jake was hoping Varin could produce something interesting for them to use. He didn't know what the crafter's capabilities would be, but he was hopeful. With that done, They made their way into the center of Casthorpe, where the Triarchy had an administration center. Felix had explained on the journey to Casthorpe that administration centers were set up in all the cities of Strovia and several of its towns. Due to its 3 dungeons, Casthorpe was one of the few granted such a dubious honor. Strange, Felix muttered as they turned a corner and came into view of the admin center. The center was a blocky building that was out of place with its surroundings. It was larger than the other buildings around it and was obviously newer, making Jake wonder what had been there before the Triarchy arrived. A pair of pale-skinned Triarchian guards stood outside the doors of the admin center, and as the 2 of them approached, 3 more emerged and went off on patrol. "What is it?" Jake asked, his eyes not leaving the pale-skinned guards. There shouldn't be a posted guard in a town like this, or if there were, it would only be 1 person. We need to be careful. Felix had a worried look that he quickly smoothed away before they got too close. Doing his best to do the same, Jake followed Felix past the guards, who ignored them, and into the building. The interior was a waiting room of sorts, with seating for classes while they waited. At the far end of the room was a pale-skinned clerk with a desk who was speaking with someone. Felix led them over to a seat, and a few moments later, the other classer left. There weren't any others waiting, so Felix motioned Jake forward. "Advancement to declare?" The clerk's eyes flicked up at Jake as he approached before going back down to the paperwork they were completing. "No," Jake said, hating the slight questioning tone it came out with. The clerk's cold eyes returned to rest on Jake for a long moment before softening slightly. "First time?" "Yes, sorry." Jake hated to apologize to a Triarchian, but he had to play the part. "Place the weird geld here," the clerk said, tapping a square container on one side of the desk. "Then push some weird into it. It will confirm the amount and mark you as paid within our records. When you reach Tier 2, report it on arrival, and we will update your agreement." Jake nodded jerkily as he conjured the weird geld, doing his best to compress it so that he only had 10 coins worth 10 each. Dropping them in, he pushed some weird into the container and watched sadly as the weird geld was absorbed into it. 100 weird geld, gone just like that. The clerk glanced up and motioned for Jake to be on his way before dismissing him and returning to his work. Jake felt like a pressure was lifted from him the moment they stepped out of the admin center, but Felix was quick to keep him moving. "I was expecting something more," Jake said once they were far enough away from the guards. "There's no need for it," Felix said heatedly. "They take our weird geld and funnel it to their own ends, never taking enough to provoke matters. Those with the power to change things must move on, and the rest are constantly leeched to fund the growth of the Triarchy." "It's not that much, though, not for established classes." Jake frowned as he considered that he'd made more than he needed in one day. He had no doubt he could do even better in a few ranks if he put some effort into it. "For every classer that advances, there is another who lingers in their tier, unwilling to push themselves," Felix said bitterly, his hand tightening around the hilt of his blade. "By only taking a small amount, they are never pushed to move on. But consider how much weird geld they gather. There are thousands of classes in Strovia, giving them hundreds of thousands of weird geld." Thousands. Jake's eyes were wide as he considered what he could do with so much weird geld. He could advance directly to rank 10, letting him focus on tearing up rather than making money to live. "Don't let it bother you right now," Felix said, his shoulders slumping as his anger seeped away. "Allowing the dungeons to grow once more will help more than anything else. Besides, my main concern was if they had marked you, but it seems they don't know your identity yet." "What if they had?" Jake asked, not realizing that Felix had considered that a risk. Then I would have killed them all and we would have left town, Felix said simply, giving Jake a look that told him he was being deadly serious. After Felix's chilling statement, they made their way back to the inn where they were staying, rejoining everyone else. Jake felt battered and exhausted and wanted nothing more than to sleep it all off, but even so, he felt like he was in better shape than his friends. Nephthys looked the best off, and she even managed a small smile as she saw Jake walk in. In contrast, Rue looked the worst, her skin so pale that Jake was concerned she was bleeding out even as he watched. Harry was sitting with them, feet up on a chair, as he munched on a sandwich, with a familiar satchel placed next to him. "How'd they do?" Felix asked as he and Jake joined the group. "2 complete runs. I had to step in a couple of times each run, and we ran out of potions, but otherwise, not too bad." Harry gave Jake a measuring look as Felix shrugged his satchel off and placed it on the floor, the remaining potions clinking together loudly. "How about you?" "2 runs, better than expected. I'll take Borvan through the forest tomorrow. The rest of them will do a run to completion for both the others." Felix paused, his eyes flicking around the table before he nodded to the kitchen. "Things are growing complex. We need to speak privately." Harry nodded and followed Felix through to the kitchen, presumably to be updated on what they'd been doing during the day. "So, was your day as rough as ours?" Alan asked with a tired laugh. "It was pretty tough, but it was worth it," Jake said, thinking of the weird geld he'd gained and the conversation with Felix. "Felix had me delving on my own. All he did was give me potions when I needed them." "Same for us, though we were working as a team. I can't even imagine going through one of these alone," Alan said with a slight shiver. "Is that what he's going to have me doing tomorrow, do you think?" Carl slumped slightly as Jake nodded. "I'm not looking forward to that. Not at all." "It's worth a lot of weird geld, though," Jake said, a genuine smile crossing his face. "Enough that I paid my triarchy tax already."
That's almost enough to make me want to do it.
Rue said with a forlorn expression.
But I don't hate myself like you two, so I'm fine with our normal delves.
"I never thought I'd see the day you turned down the chance for more weird geld." Jake gave the Ice Mage a surprised look, well aware of how eager she was to earn more money.
Don't get me wrong, I think it would be great, but I'm a caster. My skill set isn't exactly tailored to fighting alone.
Not yet, but give it time,
Nephthys said, a hint of a smile quirking her lips at Rue's surprised expression.
A few ranks and a few skills, and these dungeons will be entirely possible for you to complete alone. Not easy, but possible.
Rue fell silent as she considered Nephthys's words, with both Alan and Carl looking thoughtful as they sipped their drinks. "By the way," Jake said, clearing his throat to get their attention, "I met a crafter classer today, and he's asked if he can stick with us. We'll give him some of the materials we find, and he'll make us items we can use. There'll be weird gold cost to some of it, but no doubt it'll be cheaper than buying things."
A crafter just for us?
Nephthys echoed with evident surprise.
That's not something we should turn down. Not at all.
"Are they that rare?" Alan asked, a familiar look of curiosity in his eyes.
There are far less of them than combat classes. It does balance out by them having a far lower mortality rate in each tier. But even so, they're hard to find.
"Sounds like a good deal to me," Carl said with a slight shrug. "What's his name?" "Varin. I sent him some of the wood I got from my delve, so we'll see what he can do with that. I wanted to get your okay before accepting his offer, though."
You've got my approval.
Rue said somewhat reluctantly.
As much as I don't want to give away resources, a crafter will be incredibly useful, especially when we want to start getting better equipment.
Harry and Felix took that moment to come back into the room, cutting off any further discussion. The two older classes had little to discuss, however, and sent them off to rest, ready for a day of delving. Chapter 31. Jake woke early the next day, eager to get to grips with the third dungeon and bind it. The boon he had already was powerful, so the opportunity to claim a new one had him impatient to get started. Part of Jake warned him to be cautious and careful, but at the same time, he knew that if his friends had completed the dungeon already, that meant it was doable, and his experience with the damned flowers had taught him not to underestimate his own power. Carl was equally conflicted about his own agenda for the day, albeit for different reasons. Thankfully, the lingering injury from the fire dungeon had faded overnight, along with his revival sickness, so Carl was in as good a shape as he was going to be. Felix wasted no time in taking Carl away for his specialized training as soon as they finished breakfast, leaving Jake and the others to follow a whistling Ari to their own dungeon. Ari would be staying outside so that this delve counted for Jake, but he would be holding on to their weird geld to keep it safe. "So, what can you tell me about this one?" Jake asked as they left Casthorpe, heading in the opposite direction of the plant-themed dungeon. He posed the question to his companions in general, knowing that they'd all likely have different takes on things.
Well, it's not what we expected at all,
Rue said, seemingly hesitating for a moment.
It's an urban environment that seems to focus on the undead, specifically the Velia.
Nephthys said, taking over from Rue. "Undead?" Jake echoed with surprise. He'd been expecting something elemental in nature after the first two they'd encountered here. Definitely not urban undead, whatever that would look like. Mostly Fae, like Nephthys said. Ari called the enhanced creatures we fought empty ones, Alan said, nodding towards their guide who was studiously ignoring them. "Never thought we'd be fighting undead," Jake muttered to himself with a slight shiver. The Fae were essentially zombies, animated corpses that served more powerful undead. The stories called them lingering souls that wouldn't pass on from this life. Jake had little in the way of formal education, but even he had heard of these creatures, which made the idea of fighting them so strange. "So, what do I need to know to fight these things?" Jake asked, deciding to actively take advantage of the fact that his friends had already fought their way through this dungeon before. "Well, the zombies are easy enough once you get used to them," Alan said with a slight shrug. "The main issue is that they don't feel pain, so they just don't stop unless you make them. The magic animating them seems to be concentrated in the head and heart, so we target those and hope for the best."
Empty ones are tougher. They're fast, aggressive, and relentless. We beat them by focusing on them immediately and ignoring the zombies. Zombies are slow, so as long as we react quickly, it's manageable.
Nephthys took over the explanation before carrying on to discuss the strategies they'd employed. It turned out that the others hadn't encountered the challenge room on either of their delves, which wasn't ideal. They all knew varying amounts of how different Jake's class was, but exposure to how things were different when he wasn't there would highlight that. Since binding his first dungeon, Jake had more of a grip on what his class was, and he knew with a surprising amount of confidence that the challenge rooms would always appear for him. Turning back to Nephthys, Jake focused on her words and learning as much as he could about this new dungeon. He'd deal with the rest as it became an issue. "I know you said urban, but this is still weird," Jake said, looking around the interior of the first floor of the dungeon with wide eyes. In some ways, the closest of the other dungeons to this was the plant-based one with its forests, though this was quite different to that. For all intents and purposes, the interior of this dungeon was a city. The door that Jake and the others had entered through was a large and ornate set of double doors leading into an elaborate-looking building. The path ahead of them was a cobbled street, and though it was the widest path he'd seen yet, the edges were bounded by tall stone buildings. Port Emerald was an old city, which meant that sections of it were particularly cramped, thanks to generations of new constructions. The worst of those sections felt similar to what Jake was looking at now. There were no gaps between the buildings, just a long line of grey stone structures with little variation between them. Jake could imagine that the line ran unbroken for miles ahead of them, but his view was obstructed by a light fog that hung over everything. It was night time wherever they were, so the fog was slightly illuminated by the moon, but visibility wasn't great.
Ready, Jake?
Nephthys asked softly, waiting for him to gather himself and nod before leading the way down the street. The first zombie was a dark shape looming in the fog ahead of them, its uneven gait bringing it closer to them as Alan took a shot at its head and missed. The zombie got close enough that Jake could make out more of what it looked like. The monster looked like an average man, wearing labourer's clothes that had numerous rips and tears.
It's okay. I've got it,
Nephthys said as Alan cursed and drew a new arrow. For all that Alan was putting the training in and using his skill, he was still relatively new to using a bow, and the distance to the zombie was twice that of the lizards they'd fought in the fire dungeon. The shambling corpse adjusted itself as Nephthys approached, ignoring the blades in her hand as it tried to seize her. The wet thud of the zombie's head hitting the floor set the tone for the first floor as the four of them worked steadily through the monsters. Despite the mist and the unnerving environment, it was the smoothest start to a dungeon that Jake had ever experienced. Unlike Alan, however, he wasn't fool enough to say something like that out loud. The second floor of the dungeon was much the same as the first, a long, mist-filled city street with wandering zombies stretched out ahead of them. This time, though, several piles of ash surrounded burnt wooden poles, scattered here and there along the street. Nephthys had pre-warned Jake about the ash, so he wasn't surprised when Alan put an arrow into the first one they saw, causing a zombie to stand up and come staggering towards them. Jake gave the undead the finishing blow this time, his blade carving into dead flesh with ease. Unnervingly, the zombie continued toward him, even as his blade was cutting through its neck. The moment Jake's sword finished cutting through its neck, the zombie dropped like a puppet with its strings cut.
Unpleasant, aren't they?
Nephthys said, coming over to Jake as he drew the weird geld from the fallen zombie.
It's the lack of reaction to being hit that gets me.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand what you meant earlier, but I do now, Jake said, some of her earlier explanations suddenly making more sense. Stronger versions of creatures like this will be dangerous.
Too true,
Nephthys said, glancing back to check where the others were before lowering her voice and continuing.
Any idea what boon you might get from a place like this?
Jake grimaced in distaste before shaking his head slightly. No idea. Nothing good would be my guess. Still, beggars can't be choosers, and I need more dungeons bound to me.
Then let's get to it, shall we?
Nephthys's eyes glinted as she raised a brow his way and spun the shorter of her two swords.
Show me what you learned yesterday with Felix.
A smile tugged at Jake's lips as he flourished his sword in a gesture for her to lead the way. After you, you'll need the head start. Nephthys laughed throatily as she walked into the mist, a grinning Jake following along in her wake. With Alan and Rue working to draw out any hidden enemies, they quickly made their way through the second floor and were soon at the entrance to the third. Stepping through, Jake eyed his new surroundings with surprise. The others had explained that the third floor took them indoors, but it felt like he'd just walked into a building of some sort. Their entry point was the foyer of a mansion. with destroyed stairs leading up and a single door ahead of them. Unlike the streets, there was no lighting here, so Jake and Rue took out and lit their torches, giving them just enough visibility. Jake contemplated trying to get up to the next floor, but he remembered Ari's explanation about not pushing the boundaries of the dungeon and left it alone. There is an empty one deep within the mansion, with 1 or 2 rooms before that, Alan said, knocking an arrow in preparation as Nephthys moved forward and opened the door to the next room. An eerie groan rang out as Nephthys moved into the room, with Jake and the others quickly following through as they set upon the 3 zombies within. This new room was a reception area that had been partially burnt out and wrecked, leaving behind small piles of destroyed furnishings to impede them. A thin layer of ash coated everything, and more was kicked up as the 4 of them swiftly took down the zombies. For all that this is creepy and uncomfortable, fighting zombies has been the easiest thing so far, Alan said with a cheerful smile as he reclaimed an arrow from the side of a zombie's head. Jake rolled his eyes and shared a long-suffering look with Nephthys, but otherwise didn't comment. Instead, he led the way over to the next door. It felt somewhat strange to have these extra doors within the dungeon, but it did add to the ambiance of the floor, and that felt meaningful somehow. Once everyone was ready, Jake opened the door and moved swiftly into a heavily ransacked kitchen, his torch held high. 4 zombies were present, though rather than the generic clothing of the others, they were wearing white jackets and were dressed for kitchen work. It was the first time that Jake had seen any variation in monsters like this, and once the zombies were dealt with, he took a moment to look them over. Each of the 4 was dressed almost identically and yet completely differently from the rest of the zombies they'd seen. Surely there was no gain to the dungeon for giving them different clothing? A frown settled on Jake's face as he considered how little he still knew about the purpose of dungeons. He was starting to understand more about their function and how they worked, but this small detail undercut everything he knew.
Is it the clothes?
Nephthys asked, coming over to see what Jake was looking at. Yeah, I just don't understand why.
At this point, you likely know just as much about the nature of dungeons as I do. The only thing I have is more experience dealing with them.
Nephthys shrugged slightly before nudging Jake.
Leave it alone for now. I think it's the empty one next.
All right. Jake took a moment to drag his focus back to the present before heading back over to the other 2 with Nephthys. What's the plan?
We block it, Rue slows it, and Alan shoots it in the head.
Nephthys said, shrugging her shoulders when Jake gave her a look.
It's simple and to the point. Rue's ice will slow it, even if it doesn't cause any pain, and that will help Alan get a hit.
Jake didn't have a better idea, so he followed Nephthys' lead, and they burst through the door into the last room of the floor. The final area was a long dining room with a smashed table in the center and a thick layer of ash in the air. A hunched figure was perched on the ruined table at the far end, its grey skin almost blending into the ash. Alan and Rue wasted no time in opening fire, causing the figure to leap to its feet and dodge with surprising nimbleness. The empty one was a grey humanoid with an emaciated frame that hugged tightly to sharply angular bones. It had long, swept-back ears pointing out from its head, while large white eyes filled the deep hollows of its eye sockets. The empty one sprang forward, racing towards them with a blistering speed that even the mercants couldn't match. One of Nephthys' shields popped into existence in front of the creature, and for the first time Jake watched in shock as something avoided the dependable trick. Thankfully, despite keeping its feet, the empty one had to slow down, and a blast of cold magic caught its shoulder, slowing it further as Rue's power got to work. Nephthys stepped up to meet the monster in direct combat, her higher rank giving her the edge in speed she needed to keep up with the creature. Jake did what he could to cover Nephthys' flank, using both his torch and sword to menace the undead monster. Despite its speed and strength, the Empty One seemed unthinking in its savagery, and as soon as it settled into a fight with Nephthys, Alan put an arrow in its leg. Nephthys put the shorter of her two blades through the creature's heart a few moments later, making Jake realize that the Empty One had reacted to the pain of the shot. It seemed that whatever it was still living enough to feel pain.
Look! That must be the challenge room!
Rue called out as Nephthys drew the weird geld from the fallen creature. "Let's go for it," Jake quickly declared before anyone could consider skipping over it. If he was going to bind this dungeon, he needed to complete all of it. "Sounds good to me. Let's take 5 minutes first, though," Alan said, pulling out the water skin from his bag and taking a drink. "The damn ash irritates my throat going through here." Jake propped his torch up in some wreckage before following suit. They'd made excellent time so far, but a few minutes' rest would be good. Jake examined the door to the challenge room once they'd finished resting, deciding that it was a survival challenge, much like the first one they'd done. With no wager needed, the four of them readied their weapons and stepped inside, finding themselves in a warmly lit room with only one other exit. "For a survival challenge, I was expecting this to be less homely," Jake said, eyeing their new surroundings with surprise.
I doubt it'll last once we open that door,
Rue said with a sigh.
Let's just get on with it.
They'd already pre-lit new torches before coming through to the challenge, so after a brief moment to organize themselves, they opened the door and got started. The door led them through to a large foyer, much like the one they'd seen earlier. This time, however, the doors at the entrance were gone, and there were two breaches in the walls, one on either side of the room. Jake couldn't see any monsters initially, but he did notice that both breaches opened out onto a city street and were large enough for him to walk through. "Movement!" Alan called out, pointing at the front door. "Same over here," Jake called out as he saw a number of dark figures coming down the street.
"Over here as well,"
Nephthys called out from the opposite side to Jake. "Alan, Brew, fire at the doorway. Nephthys and I will hold the breaches for as long as we can," Jake shouted as he counted the figures coming his way. "I've got 10 of them here." The others reported similar numbers at their sides, making Jake curse under his breath before advancing out through his breach. Infusing his sword with weird, Jake harried the front zombies, taking advantage of their slow speed to engage them one at a time. There wasn't much space and even less time, but using up his weird, Jake could make sure that his sword carved through the zombie no matter where he struck. Things got tense as the last few forced their way through the breach, and Jake abruptly understood the true problem with zombies. They weren't that dangerous on their own, but as a group, they were difficult to deal with in close quarters. Fortunately, Jake only had to stall the zombies while his companions dealt with their own groups. Once Nephthys had managed hers, she judiciously used her shields to block and separate out the zombies, letting the two of them swiftly cut down the remaining few. "Damn, that was intense," Alan said once the last zombie had fallen. "I'm down to half my arrows now. I lost a couple here."
"I used a lot of weird as well,"
Nephthys said tiredly.
"Doing this with only 4 of us was tough."
"On the upside, this is a nice chunk of weird geld," Jake pointed out, making them all perk up slightly. "Plus, we've got the reward for finishing as well."
I'll get it.
Rue called out as she hurried back to the room they'd just entered through, emerging a few moments later with a bulging pouch.
Just coins. It looks like 20 total, which makes this whole thing worth 50.
"I say we head back, take 15 minutes to rest, and then keep going," Jake said, finishing drawing the weird geld from the last of his zombies.
"Sounds good to me."
Nephthys said as she cleaned off her swords before sheathing them.
Let me go over what you need to expect from the next 2 floors.
The next floor of the undead dungeon was a mix of the second and third. They began in a burned-out building and progressed out onto the street, where small groups of zombies were waiting. Without the numbers needed to swarm them, the zombies were quickly dealt with, and the group pushed onto the Guardian floor and the end of the dungeon. The final floor was an inversion of the fourth, with them exiting out into a mist-filled street and entering a palatial mansion through a broken wall. Jake couldn't help but notice again how much more was happening in this dungeon compared to the others. He'd been wondering if the locations they went to were created by dungeons themselves or was somewhere in the world. Now that Jake had experienced this dungeon, he was leaning toward the former opinion more than ever. The featureless buildings blocking their path elsewhere were just too at odds with the ones into which they entered.
Okay, through here is the ballroom. There are 5 zombies dressed as nobles, but once we fight them, 2 empty ones will come out of hiding.
Nephthys explained, having taken on the role of passing her experience on to Jake. Right, so what's the plan?
We try to kill as many of the zombies at the same time as we can. That'll wake up the empty ones so we can pull back, deal with them, and then finish off the zombies. The room is well lit, so there is no need for the torches.
Jake gladly dropped his torch off to one side and unslung his shield. He kept it loose on his arm as he expected to cast it aside for his dagger at some point, but it was useful to have. Nephthys opened the door and led them into what was the most intact room they'd seen so far. Burning torches sat in sconces around the edges of the room, while a chandelier hung in the center, casting its light over the ash-covered furnishings. 5 zombies were scrabbling through the broken remnants of a massive table, one of 2 that had once stood in the room. At their entrance, the 5 undead slowly turned to face them before beginning their shambling advance. Thankfully, the room was big enough that Jake and the others had plenty of time to get into position. 4 of the 5 zombies fell at the same time as they all attacked at point-blank range, the 5th dropping a moment later as Nephthys put her offhand sword through its heart. Well, that went better than expected, Alan said as 2 of the grey-skinned empty ones burst out of hiding and began to sprint toward them. Going for left! Rue and Nephthys joined Alan in focusing on a single one of the creatures, leaving Jake to hold off the other until they were done. Thankfully, while the gaunt creatures were fast and strong, they lacked anything like the iron fur of the hounds or the scales of the lizards. Shifting his grip on his shield, Jake waited until the monster was almost on him before throwing it at its face. Unsurprisingly, the empty one swayed out of the way of the impromptu projectile and dodged Jake's sword, but his dagger slid home. The monster snarled in pain before throwing Jake away from it, leaving a deep wound down his arm in the process. Black lines of poison were spreading out from the wound in the creature's chest, but they didn't go far, and they were fading even as Jake watched. The shock of his dagger failing to kill something almost lost Jake his life as the empty one rushed him, the edge of its talon-like nails catching his neck and slicing through with ease. Throwing himself backwards, Jake launched the dagger in his hand at the creature to distract it. The fast-moving monster slid around the attack and was on Jake a moment later, giving him no time to think, no time to catch his breath. Repeated training allowed Jake to dismiss his dagger as sharp nails cut into the flesh of his arms, and a wrench of his wrist made him release his sword. A pale grey barrier sprang into existence, blocking the creature's next attack and giving Jake the moment he needed to conjure his dagger and slash the monster's throat. The poison within the dagger might do little to harm the monster, but it was enough to stagger it for a moment. An arrow and a cluster of icicles struck the creature a bare moment later, knocking it from its feet as Jake retrieved his sword. Nephthys reached the fallen monster before Jake, piercing its heart with her longer blade and ending the fight.
Are you all right?
Nephthys turned to Jake with a concerned expression. "Nothing a potion can't fix," Jake said, sheathing his sword and dismissing his dagger before pulling out a potion. "You made fighting one of them look a lot easier when you did it."
The advantage of being several ranks higher than you,
Nephthys said with a pleased smile.
You seemed to have a plan, though. What happened?
"My poison didn't work on it to the same degree as usual," Jake said, sighing as the potion got to work, healing the damage the monster had done. "Which makes sense now I think about it. The bloody things are undead after all." Nephthys' eyes sparkled with restrained laughter as she cleaned off her swords and sheathed them.
A learning experience, I'm sure. Now let's get all this done so you can claim your reward.
Nephthys gave Jake a subtle wink before turning to draw the weird geld from the dead monster. The emphasis the Inquisitor put on the last word briefly made Jake's eyes widen before he realized she meant the boon from binding the dungeon. Thankfully, she'd already turned away and missed the slight flush on his cheeks. The reward for the end of the dungeon was just additional coins, matching the one for the challenge. A few minutes later, Jake was walking through the final exit. The darkness of passing through one of the dungeon's true doors lasted for a few heartbeats longer than usual before Jake emerged. As before, Jake found himself in a brightly lit chamber, though it didn't feel quite as thick with power. 4 empty pedestals sat in the center of the room, with the metallic throne waiting on the far side. The reddish-brown metal glinted enticingly in the torchlight, and Jake eagerly made his way over to take his new seat. The cold metal was briefly hard and unyielding, but as before, Jake felt it shift and mold itself to his frame, curving around him in an almost possessive manner.
Congratulations, Jake Kesh. You have bound the dungeon Hagask Deja. Choose from one of the 4 rewards the dungeon has selected for you.
The 4 pedestals began to glow, an image forming over each of them as the air in the room thickened and pressed down on Jake. This time, he was ready and focused his attention internally, letting him feel a distinct touch of something foreign brushing against his mind. As before, the touch vanished as quickly as it came, and power flowed into Jake from the dungeon, moving through his body to vanish into his soul. The power flow was significantly less this time, and Jake waited a moment before sighing in relief as no notification of an increase in tier came. Rising from the throne, Jake stepped down towards the pedestals, feeling energized and invigorated by the power that had flowed through him. The first image was of a zombie rising from the ground, and the whispers in Jake's mind told him that it would allow him to animate the bodies of those he slew. The second image was of his own face, bloody-mouthed and grinning wildly. A chill went down Jake's spine even as the whispers told him that it would allow him to feast on the blood of his enemy, healing himself. The third image was of his hands, though his nails were elongated and thickened, becoming talons. The whispers called it a temporary enhancement he could apply to himself. The fourth image was the same as last time, a globe of grey weird filled with potential. The whispers told Jake that he could choose raw plexus power rather than a boon. Jake wasn't entirely sure what that fourth option meant, but he had a rough idea. The unknown aspect wasn't great, but he didn't want any of the first 3 either. The Triarchy were already going to be trying to kill him, but at least he had allies. If he started eating monsters, summoning the dead to his aid, or gods know what else, those allies might fall away. It wasn't worth it, and Jake wasn't that interested enough in any of them to risk it. Deciding to take the Plexus power, Jake triggered his status so he could compare it afterwards and see the effect.
Name, Jake Kesh. Patron deity, the Great Dungeon. Class, Dungeon, Noble, Squire. Tier 1, Rank 4. Dungeon Network 2. Plexus Strength, Minor. Plexus Manifestations, 0 out of 1. Plexus Points, 1. Traits, Physical, Lesser Noble Constitution, 1. Rare, descended from a noble bloodline, you have a minor enhancement to physical characteristics. Skills, Passive, Personal Plexus, 1. Very rare. You gain the ability to bind dungeons and form your own plexus that may contain dungeons of minor strength. Currently, dungeons up to Tier 1 can be bound. Doubles the Weird Geld cost of advancing in class rank. Patron Gifts. Passive, Agent of the Great Dungeon, 1. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive, Sense Dungeon, 1. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Plexus Boons. Hidden Fang, 2. Granted by the Holswar Merc Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Deed requirement to increase tier. 1. 5 Tier 1 or higher dungeons bound. 2. Rank 10. Requirements to increase to rank 5. 1. 160 Weird Geld.
Huh, Jake muttered as he examined his status, noting that he'd gained a Plexus point, and his dungeon network had increased. Plexus strength and Plexus manifestations had remained the same, though. Reaching out to take the boon, Jake felt the energy flow into him, banishing all of his lingering aches and pains. Unlike with the dagger, there was no new knowledge that abruptly came to him with this boon, so Jake triggered his status again.
Name, Jake Kesh. Patron deity, the Great Dungeon. Class, Dungeon, Noble, Squire. Tier, 1. Rank, 4. Dungeon Network, 2. Plexus Strength, Minor. Plexus Manifestations, 1 out of 2. Plexus Points, 1. Plexus Boons. Hidden Fang, 2. Granted by the Holswar Merc Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Plexus Development, 1. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 rank, granted by the Hagask Deja Dungeon.
Interesting, Jake said softly, taking in the new information with a growing smile. The increase in his manifestations would be incredibly useful. It was a shame about the boons here not being to his liking, but hopefully the other dungeon would provide something more in his style. Taking a last look at the throne, Jake turned and left the way he'd entered. Once they were out of the dungeon, they decided to head back to the inn and split the Weird Geld they'd gathered. Ari had held onto their Weird Geld while they were inside the dungeon, so it was easy enough to retrieve their pouches before splitting the loot. They ended up with an odd amount, so Nephthys took the lower number, leaving Jake and the other two with 39 Weird Geld each. Unlike other dungeons they'd run, the undead one had just given out Weird Geld, nothing else, so the raw amount of coinage seemed to be higher. Jake had enough now to rank up this evening, and they were going to head to the forest dungeon after lunch, which would hopefully net him another boon. It all felt like it was coming together. Chapter 32. It was Jake's turn to lay out everything he knew about the dungeon as they made their way out to it, Harry once again accompanying them. The older classer would wait outside as he had before, saving them the cost of using Ivaldi's services. Jake had thought it a waste of Harry's time at first, but there was a surprisingly serious expression on their instructor's face. He had also noticed that Harry had tensed when they saw a pair of patrolling Triarchian guards on the way to the dungeon, which he hadn't done in the past. Felix had said that the guards were unusual, but perhaps it was more of a concern than Jake had expected. Thankfully, they had no issues heading over to the dungeon, and in short order, they were entering the first floor. The familiar forest path stretched out ahead of them, and Jake's lips twitched into a slight smile as the other three looked around in surprise. After his own shock at the environment of the undead dungeon, it was nice to have it the other way round. The rootlings on the first 2 floors were of little impediment to the group, especially when Jake could remember where they were roughly located. There was some variance from delve to delve, but the dungeon floors weren't big enough that it was too noticeable. The 3rd floor was just as straightforward for them, despite the appearance of the spite flowers. After how much sap Jake had endured during his solo delves, it was satisfying to watch Alan put an arrow through the first flower they saw, killing it without needing to risk anyone getting injured. Sadly, not all of the flowers could be dealt with like that. They were positioned in such a way that it wasn't possible to see them before you were already in their spitting range. Nephthys did offer to use her shield skill to block the sap and allow them to take the flowers out without any risk, but Jake didn't want to waste the weird. They were already on the 3rd floor, so he doubted that Nephthys would run out with a few breaks for her to catch her breath, but that wasn't the point. Solo delving with Felix had reignited Jake's desire to push himself to be the best he could be, and that meant treating these dungeons as learning opportunities. Yes, Nephthys could remove the danger now, but there would come a time when she wouldn't be able to help them. There was a risk of injury doing it this way, but they had healing available and Jake had plenty of practice already. Nephthys took turns with Jake once she realized his intent, using her higher-ranked speed and agility to outpace the slowly turning flowers. The 4th floor was slightly more complex, but the return to clearings meant that Alan and Rue focused on any flowers present, while Jake and Nephthys dealt with the rootlings. The challenge room was much easier with more of them able to search, and they ended up splitting into pairs, letting them finish with plenty of time remaining. The Guardian floor had been the worst for Jake. The 2 enhanced creatures had stretched him to his limit. Now, however, he had a lot more support and was able to charge straight at the malignant tender, while Nephthys, Rue, and Alan focused on the rootlings and the tendre. Jake didn't waste any time in using his hidden fang boon to stab the giant plant, leaving the dagger in place to continually pump poison into it before dodging around its questing roots and out to safety. All of the energy contained in that manifestation of his boon was expended as it steadily poisoned the tender, but Jake considered it a worthy exchange. With the tender dealt with, they were able to take down the remaining monsters with only a few minor wounds between them. The worst was taken by Nephthys when a rootling got onto her leg and left several tendrils in the back of her thigh when it was ripped away. With the monsters dead, Jake took a few moments to dig out the pieces of root from Nephthys's leg. The wound was in an awkward position, and Jake had to all but crouch down behind her with her trousers hiked up as far as they would go. "Got it. All done," Jake said, tossing aside the slivers of wood with disgust before gently applying some healing potion to the puncture wounds. As soon as they started healing, he got back to his feet and passed the rest of the vial to Nephthys.
Thank you,
Nephthys said in a soft tone, downing the rest of the vial to help with the few other scratches and cuts she'd picked up. For a moment, Jake thought that there was a red tinge to Nephthys's cheeks, But she was quick to turn and head over to where Rue and Alan were examining their reward. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Jake followed suit, noting that, once again, the dungeon had given weird-infused wood as part of the final reward. The challenge room had given them a cloth bag of weird fruit once again, standing in stark contrast to the undead dungeon which had only given coins. With Varin lending them his services, the materials were perhaps more valuable than the coins now, so Jake took them as his share. It did mean that he had more weird fruit than he knew what to do with, but Jake was sure he'd find some use for them. With the division of the rewards agreed on, the others left the dungeon and Jake went to claim his next boon. The dungeon's throne was cold yet comforting as Jake took his seat.
Congratulations, Jake Kesh. You have bound the dungeon Aptifer Varanus. Choose from one of the 4 rewards the dungeon has selected for you.
As normal, the pedestals within the room began to glow, highlighting the options as Jake felt a familiar presence touch his mind. Forcing himself to relax, Jake felt the rush of power course from the dungeon through to his soul and breathed out shakily. Feeling so much power move through him was always invigorating, and Jake pushed himself to his feet with a grin before stepping down to see what boons were available. The first was an image of a bleeding arm, but the blood was tinged green. Whispers in his mind told him that the boon would let him make his blood grow slightly caustic to others for a time, giving him a defense against invasive creatures. The second was of Jake, but his skin had a rough, wooden texture to it. Unsurprisingly, the whispers spoke of a boon that would let him turn his skin into tough bark, protecting him from being cut. The third boon was of an apple, bright and red, with a healthy sheen that went beyond even the weird fruit that Jake had seen. He half expected it to be filled with poison or something, but the whispers told him that it would nourish and heal the person who ate it. As always, the fourth boon was an offering of raw energy, which Jake now knew would increase the number of manifestations he had available. While it was tempting to take the energy, Jake wanted a second boon that he could actually use directly. The blood and the bark boons were out. They were far too blatant to change for his taste. Perhaps in the future he'd take something like that, but for now it seemed foolish. The apple boon was intriguing, though. A source of food that could never be taken away from him was valuable all on its own, but the healing part of it was really what caught his eye. Healing potions were finite and could be damaged, so a backup like this had the potential to save a life in the right situation. Nodding to himself, Jake took the boon, feeling the brief taste of apple bloom in his mouth before quickly fading. A grin spread across Jake's face as he triggered his status once more.
Name, Jake Kesh. Patron deity, the Great Dungeon. Class, Dungeon Noble, Squire. Tier, 1. Rank, 4. Dungeon Network, 3. Plexus Strength, Minor. Plexus Manifestations, 0 out of 2. Plexus Points, 2. Traits, Physical. Lesser Noble Constitution, 1. Rare. Descended from a noble bloodline, you have a minor enhancement to physical characteristics. Skills. Passive. Personal Plexus, 1. Very rare. You gain the ability to bind dungeons and form your own plexus that may contain dungeons of minor strength. Currently, dungeons up to Tier 1 can be bound. Doubles the Weird Geld cost of advancing in class rank. Patron Gifts. Passive. Agent of the Great Dungeon, 1. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive. Sense Dungeon, 1. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Plexus Boons. Hidden Fang. 2. Granted by the Holswar Merc Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Orchard's Gift. 1. Granted by the Aptifer Varanus Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest an apple infused with vitality. Ingesting the apple transfers this vitality, healing and sating the hunger of its consumer. Plexus Development. 1. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 per rank. Granted by the Hagast Deja Dungeon. Deed requirement to increase tier. 1. 5 Tier 1 or higher dungeons bound. 2. Rank 10. Requirements to increase to rank 5. 1. 160 Weirdgeld.
Jake read the information on his new boon, his grin growing as he dismissed his status and headed towards the exit. This was a solid increase in versatility for him, and while it was limiting right now, he was starting to see how quickly he could grow. Jake emerged from the dungeon alongside the others, taking a moment to drop off his loot with Ivaldi before reclaiming his Weirdgeld from Ari.
I know that's only natural as we get more experience to become a higher rank, but that was really satisfying.
Rue said as she absorbed her Weirdgeld. I know what you mean. It was tough still, but it felt within our capabilities, Alan said, his expression turning thoughtful as he continued. I'm still improving with my accuracy, but I feel like I should be doing more now. My skill is useful, but if we're going to start pushing into Tier 2 dungeons, I'll need to do more. Skills are earned, right? Jake gave Alan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You've put a lot of work in, and that'll pay off eventually. He's not wrong, Ari said, chipping in from where he was leading the way over to the seating area Jake had used the day before. I'd expect you to be offered some common skills for your bow soon. You can either take them then and work your way through ranking them up, or you can wait in case you earn something more substantial. Is one way better than the other? Alan asked, a little uncertainly. I don't want to keep waiting and fall behind everyone else. It is a risk, Ari said, nodding slightly before shrugging. It's just one that you have to think is worth it. At my tier, it's less problematic to wait and earn something from your deeds, but that's because we spend less time constantly delving.
I've wondered about that,
Rue said, fixing Ari with a thoughtful look.
Why aren't you off delving in one of the other realms? Not that I don't appreciate you being here with us.
I'm sure, Ari said, his lips twitching into a smile that was swiftly replaced by a darker expression. My party ran into some issues, and we lost some people. The guild always needs teachers and mentors, so I took them up on the offer and came back here. Really, I'd have moved on by this point if Felix hadn't taken a shine to all of you.
About that,
Rue said as they claimed an empty table and took a seat.
Why is Felix helping us? I know about the worthy student thing, but why come back to this realm to do it?
Jake frowned, thinking back on his previous conversations with Felix and realizing that he didn't know either. They'd talked about Jake's motivations and what he intended to do, but only briefly about Felix. Ari was silent for a few moments as he considered Rue's question, eventually nodding to himself and rubbing his jaw before speaking. It takes a lot to reach Tier 2, with classers often stalling at the deed requirements for a time. Felix likes to take his students earlier in their careers to train them the right way from the very start. For someone like him, having 2 new students he considers worthy is more important than spending this time delving. Jake relaxed slightly as Ari's explanation matched up with his own understanding of their instructor's motives. He was sure there was more to it, even beyond what he knew about the political issues that Felix had mentioned, but it wasn't really his business.
I see. Thank you,
Rose said with a slow nod and a thoughtful expression. So, what now? Alan asked, glancing around between them. Well, that's down to you four, Harry said with a shrug. You can call it there, or you can delve again. Either way, you've made good progress today. Jake did his best to hide his grin as he considered his new boon. His grin faltered a little, though, as he realized he wouldn't be able to use either of his boons if they went on another delve. More boons were good, but expanding the amount of manifestations he had would be vital.
I'm feeling a bit worn out, but some food and a bit of rest will be enough for me to go again. What about you three?
Rue asked. I can't use my dagger again, but I can still infuse my sword, so I'm good to go, Jake said, relaxing a little as no one questioned him on the statement about the dagger. After a bit more discussion, they agreed on another delve, but with a couple of hours for them to rest first. The second delve went smoother than the first for most of the dungeon, the previous experience with its oddities minimizing a few of the threats involved. The Guardian Floor was a bit more of a problem, though, as Jake couldn't just jam his hidden fang dagger into the malignant tender and let the poison kill it. Instead, they stuck together as a group and kept moving, circling the room as they dealt with the other monsters before focusing on the giant plant at the center. The attrition strategy was successful, but they finished the fight with far more burns and minor injuries spread out among them. The tender had been all too happy to spit its sap at them no matter where they had been in the room, and it was hard to dodge when fighting something else. Thankfully, they hadn't used their potions before the Guardian Floor, so they had enough on them to make sure that everyone was fully healed before they took the reward and left. Without his boon, Jake had been infusing his blade to give him some extra impact against the monsters, and that left him almost completely out of weird as they tiredly made their way out to where Ari was waiting. Good job, but let's get you moving, Ari said, walking over to them as soon as they were outside and tossing them back their pouches of weird geld. Thanks. Jake caught his pouch and absorbed the weird geld inside it, smiling slightly as he felt how much he now had. He'd be ranking up tonight. Jake went to share the good news with the others, but paused as he saw the tension on Harry's face. Looking back toward the dungeon, Jake saw a couple of Triarchian guards on patrol. Ari and Felix seemed uncomfortable around the patrolling guards, but the way Ari was acting now took it a little further than that. Thankfully, whatever had worried Ari didn't cause them any issues, and they had an uneventful trip back to the Rusty Duck Inn. Carl and Felix were already back, and though Carl looked utterly exhausted, there was also a hint of pride to how he sat, which Jake hoped meant that he'd done well. Ari muttered something about them doing a good job before heading straight for Felix and having a brief, whispered conversation that ended with both of them heading off into the back of the inn.
What do you think that's all about?
Rue asked as they joined Carl at their usual table. No, but I'm sure it's nothing to do with us, Alan said blithely as he dropped his pack off to one side and sat down with a sigh. That's nice. Jake's smile was brittle as he followed suit, his mind racing as he thought of all the things that might be wrong. Hey, Jake, do you have any advice on infusing weird into your weapons? Alan asked, bringing Jake out of his thoughts. Rue uses her wand and Carl uses his skill, so it's really just you who does it out of the four of us. I suppose so. I hadn't really thought about it. Why, what are you thinking? Jake asked curiously. Well, I tried infusing into my bow, but that didn't do anything. And then I tried with my arrows, but it faded once they were shot. It feels like I should be able to, but I just can't quite figure it out. Oh, well, I've not tried it myself, so I'm not sure, Jake said slowly, shaking his head as he tried to imagine how it would work. Maybe ask Ari or Felix, they might know more. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Thanks, Jake, Alan said with a slight sigh. Jake was about to say more when Felix and Ari returned, their carefully neutral expressions reinforcing Jake's worries. "Tomorrow will be driven by the 5 of you," Felix said as he walked up to the table. "Ari will be heading out for a time, and I'll be here if you wish to discuss any aspect of your training. I'd suggest delving the 2 dungeons you've completed a few more times and gathering your strength before we move on, but your decisions are your own." Jake nodded thoughtfully, wondering what would be best for him to do next. More delving was likely the best use of his time, but some more time working on his fighting with Felix would also be good. "We'll actually be heading out to a meeting now," Ari said, grabbing their attention once more. "I'll be leaving afterwards, but I'll be back in a few days, so don't get into any trouble until then, all right?" Ari's usual grin was back in full force as he gave them a wink before heading outside with Felix. Chapter 33. "So, what do we do tomorrow then?" Jake asked into the silence following the exit of the 2 older classes.
I'm paying my tax tomorrow before anything else.
Rue said with a grimace of distaste that was echoed, though to a lesser extent, by Alan and Carl.
I've got enough after today, so it'd be good to get that weight off my mind. After that, I want to do a delve, maybe the forest dungeon?
"That works for me. I'll have my dagger back by then, so the tender won't be an issue," Jake said, immediately cringing internally as he realized what he'd said. He was tired, but that was no reason to slip up like that.
Speaking of, what's the deal with the dagger you summon? You can only use it a few times a day?
Rue asked, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked over at him.
I didn't think skills worked like that.
Well, it's a class thing, Jake said, stammering slightly as he flushed under the other's regard and cursed himself internally. What he'd said was technically the truth, but he didn't want to get into that any more than he already had. There was a somewhat awkward pause as the others waited for him to say more before realizing that was as much as he'd reveal. "Right, well, I'm going to go order some food," Carl said, heaving himself to his feet with a tired grunt. "Anyone else want anything?" Jake hurriedly went with Carl to find the innkeeper, and the two of them ordered enough food for the whole group before heading back to the table at a slow walk. "You know, I have my own secrets, my own things I don't want to talk about," Carl said quietly, pausing just out of sight of their table. "So I get it. It's tough to share things with others. We've not even known each other that long, but I like to think we've made a good group, and I want us to all stay together. That said, I think you're hiding a lot more than anyone else, and none of us are blind to what's going on with Felix and Harry." Jake paled a little, caught by surprise and not entirely sure what to say. "I hear you, and I wish I could tell you more, but I'm not sure it's safe." "Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case," Carl said, shaking his head slightly before shrugging. "The only thing I ask is that you tell us before it bites us all in the arse." "I'll do my best," Jake said, meeting Carl's gaze and giving him a firm nod. For all that he wanted to keep things secret and not let on about what was happening, he didn't want anyone else to suffer for his problems. If the worst happened, Jake would explain everything and leave. Nephthys would come with him, so he wouldn't be alone, but the thought of leaving the others behind made his chest tight. "That's all I ask," Carl said, giving Jake a friendly nudge before returning to the table. Jake took a moment to gather himself before following suit. Jake made his way to bed a few hours later, stuffed full of lizard steak and feeling relaxed after an evening with his friends. They spent so much time training and preparing that sometimes it was easy to forget how good it was to take some time off and relax. Even Nephthys had loosened up after a while, telling them some stories of the other delves she'd been on before meeting them. Those stories of monsters and the skills of other classes were still ringing in Jake's ears as he lay down and triggered his rank up.
Sufficient Weirdgeld is present, presenting Ascension options for Tier 1, Rank 5. You currently have 2 trait slots available and 2 skill slots available. At this time, you have unlocked 1 additional skill that may be purchased. Minor Infused Strike. Common, 100 Weirdgeld. At this time, you have unlocked 1 additional trait that may be purchased. Lesser Endurance. Uncommon, 200 Weirdgeld. At this time, you have insufficient Weirdgeld to make any upgrades or purchases. At this time, you have 2 available Plexus points, boons available to be upgraded. Orchard's Gift. 2 Plexus points. Would you like to upgrade one of your boons?
Yes, Jake said after a moment of thought. It seemed that the cost to upgrade the boons rose with each rank, and part of him was tempted to save up for the next rank with the Hidden Fang, but in the end, he decided against it.
Upgrade completed. Continuing with Ascension. Congratulations, you have ascended to Tier 1, Rank 5. The expended Weirdgeld shall be used to refine your physicality. Would you like to discard any skills or traits at this time?
No, Jake said hoarsely, his body tensing as he felt energy flow out from his soul and patches of intense heat bloomed around his body. His skin itched in the wake of the heat, but Jake ignored it as best he could and summoned his new status.
Name: Jake Kesh. Patron Deity: The Great Dungeon. Class: Dungeon Noble, Squire. Tier: 1. Rank: 5. Dungeon Network: 3. Plexus Strength: Minor. Plexus Manifestations: 0 out of 2. Plexus Points: 0. Traits: Physical. Lesser Noble Constitution: 1. Rare. Descended from a noble bloodline, you have a minor enhancement to physical characteristics. Skills: Passive. Personal Plexus: 1. Very rare. You gain the ability to bind dungeons and form your own plexus that may contain dungeons of minor strength. Currently, dungeons up to Tier 1 can be bound. Doubles the Weirdgeld cost of advancing in class rank. Patron Gifts. Passive. Agent of the Great Dungeon: 1. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive. Sense Dungeon: 1. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Plexus Boons. Hidden Fang: 2. Granted by the Holswar Merc Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Orchard's Gift: 2. Granted by the Aptifer Varanus Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest an apple infused with vitality. Ingesting the apple transfers this vitality, healing and sating the hunger of its consumer. Plexus Development: 1. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 per rank, granted by the Hagast Deja Dungeon. Deed requirement to increase tier: 1. 5 Tier 1 or higher dungeons bound. 2. Rank 10. Requirements to increase to rank 6. 1. 200 Weirdgeld.
Jake grinned to himself as he looked over his new status, though his excitement faded as he saw the cost for the next rank. These dungeons were giving at most 40 to 50 Weirdgeld, which meant that his next rank would need 4 complete delves, but that was only if he didn't want to have enough for anything else. The new trait he'd had available was a surprise but a welcome one. Jake guessed it was from his work with Felix, and all the time he'd spent in the dungeon, he had pushed himself to the brink with that, and some recognition for it felt good. Jake did his best to come up with a good plan of what to do next, eventually deciding he was too tired, and that he would speak with Felix about it in the morning. Jake was the first to get up the next day, and he started things off with a morning run so he could test out his new rank. As with previous ranks, the difference wasn't that big, but it was enough that Jake could notice it. Adjusting to his new physique didn't take long, and by the time he was back with the others, he was ready for what the day might bring. The rest of the group had gotten up while Jake was running, and breakfast was being served when he joined everyone after washing up. Jake announced the good news that he'd ranked up and was happily surprised when Carl said that he had as well. It seemed that the solo delving session had been enough to give Carl enough to both rank up and pay his tax, which was impressive. Jake glanced over to Alan and Rue, concerned that some jealousy might be building, but neither of them seemed bothered by the news. It probably helped that Nephthys was at the peak of their tier, but still, it was a relief to see. Both of them were still a rank ahead of Jake anyway, but that was to be expected considering his extra costs.
Well, I'm done, so I'm going to head down to pay my tax.
Rue announced once they'd finished off everything that had been served. Alan and Carl both reluctantly nodded and got to their feet, while Rue gave Jake and Nephthys a curious look. "I paid mine when I did my solo training," Jake said with a shrug.
I don't pay the Triarchy any tax.
Nephthys said, holding up a hand as she saw them all frown.
I'm not from Strovia. They have no official way in which to tax me.
If only.
Rue muttered with a forlorn look before heading out with Carl and Alan. Jake was just starting to think of what to do next when Felix got up and locked the front door of the inn before coming back to their table. "Felix?" Jake asked hesitantly, glancing over to Nephthys to see if she knew anything, but she seemed just as confused as he was. "We need to have a bit of a talk, the three of us, and I don't want anyone wandering in or overhearing us," Felix said as he took a seat, the innkeeper coming over to deliver them all a cup of coffee. "Thank you, Alma."
Call me if you need anything else.
Alma said, favoring Felix with a warm smile before heading off and leaving them alone. Jake stared blankly at Felix, trying to figure out why he would declare that they needed such privacy in front of the innkeeper. For his part, Felix took a moment to sip his coffee before focusing on them with a serious expression. "Let's get right to it. Are you aware of the Seekers?"
Yes.
Nephthys said grimly. Jake gave her a surprised look before shaking his head. I should have expected that they would be outside your experiences, Jake," Felix said, pausing for a moment before continuing with the look of distaste. "The Seekers are one of the branches of the Church of the Triarchy. They were created to hunt down the agents of other gods, to keep the lands of the Triarchy safe. Over time, that has turned into them capturing anyone who follows a god on their forbidden list." "So they're the ones hunting for us?" Jake asked, a little surprised when Felix shook his head. "No, until now it has been less of a hunt and more of a note to be on the lookout. With the tearing up of the other dungeon, however, a detachment of Seekers have been sent to investigate."
That comes dangerously close to admitting that all of this was deliberate.
Nephthys said in a voice filled with cold anger. "Officially, they are coming because of the rise in corruptor activity," Felix said with a scoff of disbelief. "We shall see how long that lasts." "Wait, I don't understand. Are they not after me?" Jake asked, wondering why something like the Triarchy would need an excuse. "No, the Seekers are coming specifically for you. The talk of corruptors is just to placate those beyond the borders. The Triarchy has always maintained that it is not responsible for the loss of the dungeon nobles and inquisitors within Strovia." "And people believe them?" Jake asked incredulously. "It becomes complicated when you know that Madir, the home of the Triarchy, has not experienced a similar purge." "Wait, what?" Jake said, blinking and shaking his head as he processed the new information. "This had only happened in Strovia." "That's right," Felix said, nodding slightly. "That thin layer of deniability is the only reason there hasn't been a response.
I know that most of my family believe the Triarchy are at fault, but some think there is more to it.
Nephthys said, her tone making it clear what she thought of the alternative. So that doesn't mean they won't chase me. No, if they can, they'll catch you and likely execute you. Afterwards, they'll claim they didn't realize which god you serve. It might work, or it might be the final straw. So, they are hunting people like me, but pretending not to, as it would cause them problems. That's right. They can't be seen as targeting you. That's why there was no test for any of your patrons' pantheon when you ascended. Huh. I wondered about that, Jake said, thinking back to the tables covered with religious items. So, what I don't get is why my patron matters when the followers of so many other gods are just killed out of hand.
It is because our patrons are older, much older,
Nephthys said, taking over from Felix.
They are collectively known as the First Pantheon, the Great Dungeon, the Woven Artificer, and the Watcher.
I remember Felix telling me that, but I don't understand why that makes such a difference. Nephthys frowned in thought for a few moments before responding.
The first are incredibly powerful gods, but they are disinterested in the politics of the other gods, focusing instead on what keeps everything running. The Great Dungeon is the source of all dungeons. The Weaver created the system, and the Watcher keeps things like the Shrouded from consuming us all. The wrath of beings like that is something that even gods fear.
Jake stared at Nephthys in growing horror. He'd known that the Great Dungeon was powerful, and that it was linked to dungeons, that much was obvious. What she was saying took things a step further, though, and cast his experiences in a new light. Just what did it mean to be a dungeon noble? Felix coughed slightly to catch their attention. We're straying off topic now. The immediate problem is that Seekers are coming. If we flee, we will likely be spotted at some point, and that will bring them right onto our trail. If we wait, however, we can buy some time for you all to grow in strength. You mean they're specifically coming here? Jake asked, a chill running down his spine. Some of them may be, yes. A detachment has been sent, but they will likely split up to cover the most populous areas. As a well-known dungeon town, Casthorpe may be included in that. So those guards you were concerned about, are they related to that? Jake asked, thinking back to Felix's reaction when he went to pay his tax. No, I believe they're here for something else that isn't related to you. Unfortunately, just because they aren't here for you doesn't mean they aren't an additional risk. Felix looked a little uncomfortable with his answer, but Jake decided not to push him on it. He believed the older classer when he said they were here for something else, which meant it wasn't as important right now, not when they needed to get ready for these Seekers. What do you want us to do? Jake asked, leaning forward intently. You said wait here, but what does that mean? It means that you keep delving, keep growing in strength, and act as normal as you can. If the Seekers come, we'll try to escape their notice. If that fails, we'll run. Is there nothing we can do to prepare? Jake asked, his brow furrowing in frustration. He hated the idea of just waiting for the Seekers. There are precautions we can take, yes. I'm looking into those for us now, so all you need to do is act normal and not draw attention to yourself. The guards won't be looking for younger classes like you lot, so that will work to our advantage in the short term.
I agree with acting as normal, but I also want to walk a patrol of the area,
Nephthys said, distracting Jake before he could ask more.
Whenever there is a breach and a portal, the chance of classes succumbing to temptation grows after all.
What do you mean by that? Jake asked, looking between the other two. Felix motioned for Jake to wait before turning to Nephthys. I agree. A patrol may reveal some hidden issues of which we should be aware. I'll send Ari with you. He will be able to get you both away if you encounter any seekers."
Thank you.
"Not at all. I'm glad that you take your responsibility seriously," Felix said, giving Nephthys a respectful nod before looking over to Jake. "Normally, this sort of information is restricted from anyone in the first tier, but given the situation, I think the risk is minimal. What do you know about corruptors?" "Well, only what Nephthys told me," Jake said, blinking a little as he tried to remember everything she'd said. "They are servants of the Shrouded, which are apparently real. They use scricks and try to open rifts to bring in monsters." "While that is true, a key distinction is that what comes through those rifts are not monsters as we would understand it. They contain no energy for us to use. They are creatures of darkness and the void outside of reality, and they feast on anything and everything that they can. Their abhorrent nature is why monsters and animals alike will attack them on sight." "Damn," Jake said in a hushed tone, wondering what such a thing would look like. "But what do you mean about temptation?"
The corruptors that we fought were once just normal people. They hadn't ascended to be touched by the system as we have,"
Nephthys said with a grim expression.
"While they are dangerous, it takes them a long time to become a threat beyond what classes in the first tier can deal with."
Jake nodded slowly, thinking back on the fight and the powers the corruptors had shown. They had been dangerous, yes, but what Nephthys said made sense. The look on their faces told Jake that there was more to all this, however, and he paled as he made the connection. "Is it worse when a classer becomes one?" "Much worse," Felix said, pausing to check they were still alone before continuing. "All the skills and traits they gained as part of their class are removed, but the taint of the Shrouded grows into the space they occupied. The result is that they have similar abilities but use scricks rather than weird. They also gain new abilities as part of the ritual, making them much more powerful." "Which I can imagine is terrible, but how often do classes actually become corruptors?" Jake asked with a frown. "Often enough that measures were taken to restrict information," Felix said, hesitating briefly before continuing. "Not everyone makes it out of the first tier, or the second tier for that matter. It takes dedication and stubbornness to keep going, as well as mental fortitude to cope. Those that fail to progress settle into the realm they were in, forming a permanent population." "Like the people living here and at the previous dungeon," Jake said, nodding along. "Exactly. The reasons they settle vary, but though some will still eventually move forward, many will be stuck. Those stuck, especially in the first tier, become desperate and feel left behind. We do not know how the Shrouded contact them, but it is from this desperation that powerful new corruptors are born."
My father explained it by saying that after the first tier you have enough personal power to feel like you still have a way forward,
Nephthys said, a flicker of sadness crossing her features before she schooled her expression. "An interesting way of putting it," Felix said thoughtfully. "Regardless, that is why information is restricted to those in the first tier. We've strayed outside of what I wanted to discuss, though. Do you have any final questions?" "No, I understand what we need to do," Jake said, trying to internalize all the information Felix and Nephthys had just revealed. "What are we doing when the others get back?"
"I'd like to delve into the undead dungeon again. That one was interesting,"
Nephthys said, tapping one finger on her jaw in thought. "Works for me," Jake said, starting to get to his feet before Felix motioned for him to wait. "A last bit of a warning from me," Felix said, looking over to Nephthys before continuing. "Have you ever finished a Tier 2 dungeon?" "No, I've gone no further than the 8th floor." Then let me reinforce to both of you how much of a step up each new tier is, especially going from the first to the second. There's a reason why classes struggle to make it past this realm after all. Normally, I'd let you discover that the hard way, but right now, you can't afford the time to recover. Jake considered the seemingly endless numbers of fire-blooded snakes they'd fought in the fire dungeon with growing concern. That fight had been bad enough, but Felix was definitely making it sound like there was worse to come. Clearly, they had a lot of work to do. Rue, Carl, and Alan returned from their tax trip a few minutes later, and after a brief discussion, they decided on the undead dungeon. With Carl reaching rank 7, and both Alan and Rue being firmly into rank 6, they were growing fast as a group, to the point that Jake was confident that they would find little issue completing the dungeon. The fast-moving empty ones would still pose a threat, of course, but with all 5 of them present, it would be far more manageable. Felix's warning rang in Jake's mind as they crossed the town and made their way out to the dungeon, but thankfully they saw nothing unusual. They already had their main equipment from the delves the day before, but they still made their way to Ivaldi's first to stock up on things like potions and arrows. "Jake Chant, welcome to my domain," Ivaldi said, emerging from the rear of the store to take his usual seat as they entered. "Varin has left your requested item with me, if now is a good time." It took Jake a moment to realize what Ivaldi meant. His thoughts were still full of everything that Felix had explained earlier. "If you have it, that would be good." "Of course. Here it is," Ivaldi said, reaching down to pick up something from out of Jake's view before extending it out to him. As Jake had asked, Varin had made a wand out of the weird-infused wood that he'd given him. It looked very similar to the ones that Ivaldi provided as part of Rue's normal equipment, though perhaps slightly rougher in design. "So what sort of wand is it?" Jake asked, taking it from Ivaldi and turning it over in his hand. "This particular one creates weird enhanced thorns that are fired out from the tip. A more physical effect than most wands, but that makes it all the more useful in the right situation." "Right, I can see that," Jake said, thinking about how little impact Rue's ice magic had on some of the enemies in the fire dungeon. Hopefully the thorns were similar to the size of the icicles her wand created. If so, then Jake might have a new way to deal with zombies. "Do you intend to use this yourself?" Ivaldi asked, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Jake with a level gaze. "Yeah, I like the idea of having more options." "Very well. Pass me back your belt," Ivaldi said, holding a hand out. "Keep your sword, though." "Oh, sure." Jake awkwardly shifted his things around so he could unbuckle the belt and pass it over. It felt a little odd to be standing with naked steel in the store, but thankfully the others were too busy considering their own equipment to take notice. "Thank you." Ivaldi deposited the belt out of Jake's eyeline before picking up a new one and passing it over. Functionally, it was almost exactly the same as the one Jake had returned. The difference was that where Jake's old belt had an attached sword sheath, this new one also had a wand holster on the opposite hip.
"Here, let me help,"
Nephthys said, coming over to take some of Jake's burden so he could buckle on his new belt. "Thanks for that. What do you think?" Jake asked, stepping back and sliding the wand into the holster before spreading his hands with a grin. Having another weapon to use if needed felt good. The slight weight on his hip was comforting.
"It looks good. Having both seems to suit you,"
Nephthys said, giving Jake a smile that made him want to preen a little.
I'll admit that I'm a little jealous. How did you get a new one?
Rue asked, coming over to examine the wand a little closer. "Varin, that crafter I mentioned, made it for me, using some of the wood we've been given as rewards. Speaking of which, could you give him that other piece I stored with you, Ivaldi?" "Of course. I will make sure it reaches him," Ivaldi said, inclining his head slightly. "Will it be the same type, or will it be different?" The end result is dictated by the weird within the item, as I understand things, Ivaldi said, the corner of his mouth briefly curling up at Jake's blank look. Yes, it will be similar, as long as the wood comes from the same place. Similar does not mean identical, though. Right, got it, Jake said, giving everything a final once-over before turning to the others. Shall we get to it, then? Chapter 34. The holster for Jake's wand was on his right hip, which meant that drawing it required either his left hand or an awkward twist with his right. Getting used to fighting with a wand was going to take a lot of practice, that was for sure. Jake considered what was best to begin with as they made their way into the dungeon, eventually deciding to head in with the wand in hand rather than his sword. It felt odd, to say the least. But when the first zombie came lumbering out of the mist, Jake channeled his weird into the wand and put a 6-inch thorn into its shoulder. That's nasty, but you might need to work on your aim, Alan said, smirking a little as he smoothly nocked an arrow and put it through the zombie's left eye. Yeah, you're right, Jake said with a rueful grin. Moving over to the zombie, he made sure it was truly dead before examining the thorn in its shoulder a bit more closely. Testing the exposed tip, Jake let out a low whistle as he felt how sharp it was. He wouldn't get through armor with this, but with its magical nature, he had a feeling it would do more than he had first assumed. The cost of firing the wand wasn't that high either, so he could keep going for a while.
If you're done playing, shall we take this seriously?
Rue called out with a mock-serious frown and a dramatic roll of her eyes. Yeah, I'm ready, Jake said as he straightened up, spinning the wand idly in one hand as he did, and almost dropping it onto the zombie. Another thing to work on. With all 5 of them present, they cut through the dungeon quickly, familiar with its layout and the challenges it presented. It helped that Jake and the others had ranked up in the meantime as well, increasing their advantage over the zombies and closing the gap between them and the empty ones. Unsurprisingly, the challenge room was waiting for them when they reached the end of the 3rd floor. At this point, the lack of curious looks in Jake's direction was enough to tell him that, even though the others might not know what was happening, they knew who was responsible. Defending their position was much easier with a 3rd close combat fighter, and though it was close a few times, they got through the whole thing without anyone being injured. With the challenge behind them, the rest of the dungeon sped by, and soon enough, Jake found himself beheading the final enemy and completing their delve. Just over 30 weird geld was divided between them, and they still had all of their potions. 2 bandages had been used for minor scrapes, but it was by far the best delve they'd had to date. Unsurprisingly, that left them all in a positive frame of mind, and they decided on a few hours of rest before doing the same with the forest-themed dungeon. The dungeon had seating outside for classes who were waiting, so Jake suggested they take some food with them and have their lunch while they waited. The others hesitated a little, but eventually they ended up doing just that. Ari and Felix weren't with them, so they had to pay for their own meals, but a few weird geld each didn't feel like much anymore. Carl ended up with a basket full of food that he carried out to the dungeon, letting them divvy up what they wanted once they'd taken a seat. All the food they'd got was from shopkeepers in town, who Jake now realized were classes in the first 2 tiers, who'd never progressed to the next realm. Knowing they were classes was one thing, but Jake had imagined them to be old and retired with secret strength. Not this. Jake didn't think he could ever understand simply giving up on pushing forward, but perhaps that was part of the difference between them. Does this make us come across as arrogant, do you think? Alan asked as he bit into a savory pasty that he'd chosen eagerly. Jake chuckled to himself as Alan devoured the pasty with several rapid bites. All of the locals used Dungeness materials in their food where possible, and that seemed to add something to their flavor.
I think they're just jealous they didn't think of it first.
Rue said primly, a slight smile touching her lips as she picked out a piece of weird fruit. Jake nodded, eyeing the other classes around the dungeon as he did and noting the looks they were getting. Most of them seemed confused more than anything.
Don't forget that most of the more experienced classes are in town at the fire dungeon,
Nephthys said, giving Alan a reassuring look.
We're making good progress, but not everyone is. And those that aren't will have neither the funds nor the inclination for this.
Nephthys's words seemed to remind everyone of how recently they'd begun to gain traction on the dungeons. It all still felt quite new and fragile, as though they were in danger of it all falling apart. Eventually, the good cheer of their morning success resurfaced once more, and by the time they were ready to go back into the dungeon, Jake's face hurt from how much he'd been smiling. Despite his lingering good mood, Jake found part of what Nephthys had said lingering in his mind. They were progressing as a group right now, but sooner rather than later they would hit a stumbling block. When that happened, he was worried that the party would have to split up in order for them to keep pushing forward. Nephthys was rank 10. She needed only to meet her requirements to reach the next tier, and from what Jake could tell, she'd been working on that for quite some time. The good side of that was that she might be able to advance soon. The bad side was that Jake didn't have a good measuring stick of how long it would take for the other three. Jake's requirement wasn't that hard now that they had some experience. He needed 5 Tier 1 dungeons bound to him, and he already had 3. He could get 2 more in the next fortnight if he left Casthorpe. No, for Jake, the real limiter was the speed with which he could get to rank 10, but even that wasn't as big of a problem anymore. With how they were ripping through the first floor of this dungeon, Jake expected them to manage it with the same ease as the previous one. That meant that earning enough weird geld was now a matter of time and effort. Jake had the time and effort, but he had a feeling that he would get to rank 10 well before the others were ready to advance to the next tier. He didn't want to split the group up, but he wasn't sure he could afford to slow down for them either, not with everything that was going on. Shaking his head, Jake focused back on the matter at hand. They would deal with problems like that when they got there. For now, he just needed to get to rank 10. The rewards from the forest dungeon came to 30 weird geld for Jake, bringing him over halfway to the next rank. Of course, the same increase meant that Alan and Rue had been only a handful away each. Rue had announced the fact after counting out everything she had, and to everyone's surprise, Nephthys had given them what they needed from her cut.
I already have quite a bit saved up. It's no great hardship,
Nephthys had answered when Rue had questioned her on it, leaving her speechless. That sight alone would have been worth a dozen weird geld, but Jake kept such dangerous thoughts to himself. So do we delve again? Alan asked, bringing Jake back to the present, as the scholar squinted up at the sky with one hand shading his eyes. Looks like we have a couple of hours of light left. I feel a little tired after all that, but I could do more.
We could do that, but it's probably better to stick to 2 per day,
Nephthys said, rolling her shoulders and rubbing at a bruise on her arm.
A routine is what we need, and this way we have time to relax and do other things.
Agreed. Let's take it easy this evening and go again tomorrow, Jake said, thinking about an idea he'd had earlier. The idea of deliberately choosing to take some time off felt wrong for them as a group, but that was probably why they needed it. I'll see you all later. I'm going to have a quick talk with Ivaldi, Jake said, waving for them to be on their way as he turned back to the dungeon. They hadn't gone far, so it was quick enough for Jake to get back to the store. Jake Kesh, welcome to my domain. I hadn't expected you to be back so soon, Ivaldi said, emerging from the darkness to take his seat. Well, I had some questions and I was hoping you could help. I will answer what I can. Please take a seat, Ivaldi said, passing Jake a stool before pulling out a familiar-looking container and 2 mugs. You seemed to enjoy this one last time. Jake eagerly took a drink once Ivaldi had filled his mug and sighed as he felt a pleasant warmth flow through him. Now that he had more experience with weird in food, Jake could tell that there was a lot packed into the drink. So, I think the first thing I wanted to ask about is my patron and the other gods in the pantheon. Jake reluctantly put his empty mug to one side, instead focusing on Ivaldi as the other man frowned in thought. A difficult subject for me, but I will do what I can, Ivaldi said after a few moments, motioning for Jake to continue. Well, I understand more about who they are now. Felix and Nephthys explained a few things that have made everything a bit clearer. I've been set on removing my class as soon as I reach the next tier, but now that I'm making real progress, I want to know more. I want to know why it was given to me. I am happy to hear that you are making progress, Ivaldi said, his dark eyes seeming to peer right through Jake in a way that sent a shiver down his spine. The choice to remove your class remains in your hands, but I approve of you attempting to learn more. That being said, there isn't much more I can tell you. Your class was assigned based on your bloodline. Right, exactly. That's what I want to know more about, Jake said, leaning forward intently. Do all gods have their own bloodlines they draw from? No, Ivaldi said slowly, seeming to consider his words carefully. Only the 3 gods you are referring to use this method. Why? What makes us so special? You push at the very edge of what I can tell you, Ivaldi said, his eyes narrowing slightly. I do appreciate your assistance with Varin Droth, however, so I will answer. I will explain what I can, and you will not question me on it further until you have reached the next tier. Understood? Understood, Jake said firmly, his heart pounding as he wondered just what Ivaldi was about to share. The bloodlines that you refer to are special because they go all the way back to the founding of this reality. Each of the gods you mentioned made a sacred covenant with their followers, granting them power in exchange for service. It was the first seeds of what would become the system. Such knowledge is lost to the modern age, and I will be disappointed if you spread it. From before the system, Jake echoed in shock, somehow knowing that Ivaldi was telling him the truth, even if it went against Jake's understanding of everything. Ivaldi regarded Jake silently, saying nothing further as he waited for him to process his shock. That's why our classes are different. It's because they're based on something from before the system, Jake said, more to himself than anything, though his eyes were on Ivaldi. The huge shopkeeper went perfectly still at Jake's words, giving no sign that could be construed as confirmation. Was there anything else you wished to discuss? Ivaldi asked softly, making Jake realize he'd fallen silent in thought. I wanted to meet up with Varin and talk through his thoughts on his class. Could you tell me where he's staying? Of course, Ivaldi said, giving Jake directions to Varin's inn. Thanking Ivaldi, Jake got to his feet and bid him goodbye before stepping out of the shop and starting to walk back to town. That had not gone the way he'd thought it would. Jake had thought that Ivaldi would refuse to answer his questions, to skirt around what he wanted to discuss. He'd had a few leading questions to try and dig in at the truth a little. The idea that Ivaldi would just answer him hadn't even crossed his mind. He had left Ivaldi's intending to head over and find Varin now to ask him about his experiences with a patron. By the time he'd gotten back to Casthorpe, though, he'd turned more introspective. Between the conversation with Felix and what Ivaldi had just revealed, Jake had a lot to process. He had a feeling he'd get more out of the talk with Varin if he took some time to mull over everything. Felix's plan had them staying here for a few days, so Jake would simply get in touch with the crafter tomorrow after they'd done their delves for the day. Besides, he was looking forward to spending some time relaxing with the others. Even with how well their delves had gone today, they were still a stressful experience, so some downtime would be good. The following day, they all met outside the inn early in the morning, ready for a run. The difference this time, though, was that Rue had finally decided to start coming with them. Rue had held out on the idea of additional physical training for a while, but when she realized that she was the only one not doing it, she caved and joined in. They'd had a relaxing evening of light-hearted games the night before, and it felt right that they were then all going on this run together after that. Thankfully, Felix and Ari had joined them on the run as well, which meant that whatever skill or trait Felix had went to work as soon as they stopped. It felt almost like cheating to recover so fast from exerting themselves, but Jake wasn't going to argue. To save on travel times and on converting rewards into raw Weirdgeld, they decided to delve a single dungeon twice instead of doing both of them at once. There wasn't too much of a difference between the two dungeons, but the convenience of the rewards being mostly Weirdgeld in the undead dungeon and the ease with which they could take down the zombies sealed the deal. Splitting the reward between them netted just short of 70 Weirdgeld per person, bringing Jake to just 30 Weirdgeld from what he needed to rank up. Today was also a full month since their ascension, which seemed surreal to Jake. So much had happened in the last few weeks. He'd learned much about his class and how the world really worked. His thoughts on his class had changed quite a bit as well. At first, it had felt like one more way for something else or someone else to take control of his life, to take away what few choices he had left. It was like he'd escaped a slow death in the city just to find a quick death at the hands of the Triarchy. Now, though, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the way to find out more about his family. They'd all been dungeon nobles, and while he could never meet them, he could at least carry on their legacy. Jake shook his head at his own thoughts. He'd never even known his parents, and he was already willing to base his whole life on what they would have wanted for him. "Jake, are you all right?" Alan asked with a concerned expression. "Do you need a moment to rest?" "I'm fine, Alan. Thanks, though. I appreciate it," Jake said softly, managing a smile for the scholar as he fought to get his emotions back under control. Alan clearly didn't believe him, but neither did he push it. Instead, he gave Jake the space he needed to work things through. Try as he might, Jake couldn't quite shake the mood that had overtaken him as they made their way back through the town. It was only when he was sitting at a table with his friends, hot drink in hand, that he began to feel a bit more like himself. After a hard morning of zombie killing, this was just what he needed. Chapter 35. By unspoken agreement, they all went their separate ways after lunch. Rue and Alan both had a brief conversation with Felix about how to train towards a skill they were interested in before heading off with determined expressions. While they were talking with Felix, Nephthys had set out on a patrol with Ari around the town, which would no doubt take all afternoon. "What about you, Carl?" Jake asked, looking over with a raised brow. "Any plans for this afternoon?" "I'm going to get some training done, I think," Carl said, finishing his drink before getting to his feet. "I want to push myself. I keep thinking about that fight with those snakes and how long it would take to get through the floor. I'm our front line. I need to be able to keep going for as long as we need." Jake nodded, remembering the dozens of monsters that had poured out of the pools. Carl definitely had a point, and Jake was tempted to ask to go with him, but his priority was finding Varin. Jake had spoken with Nephthys about how she felt toward her class, but he wanted to get Varin's opinion as well. "Yeah, I'll probably join you next time. We all need a bit more of a workout," Jake said as he got up as well, and the two of them headed out of the inn. "Will do. See you later, Jake," Carl called over as he started off towards one of the gates. Jake gave a casual wave as he went his own way, doing his best to follow Ivaldi's directions to where Varin was staying. The inn wasn't that difficult to find and was relatively close to the Rusty Duck, so he found himself outside it just a few minutes later. Unlike the Rusty Duck, this place had quite a few classes present, with small knots of armed people seated in the common room. Jake drew some attention as he entered, but it quickly faded as he moved over to the bar and asked about Varin. The innkeeper gave Jake a surprised look before directing him to a small annex behind the inn, saying that Varin had hired it out while he was in town. Jake thanked the innkeeper and headed out to the back of the building, where he found a small loading area and what looked like an old converted stable. "Varin!" Jake called out, knocking lightly on the large doors of the annex. A few beats of silence passed before the door creaked open, revealing a somewhat surprised-looking Varin. "Jake, it's good to see you. But how did you find me?" "Ivaldi told me where you were staying," Jake said with a slight shrug, peering past the gaunt classer into the interior of the small building. Any doubt that this was a converted stable vanished as he saw that parts of the stalls were still in place, though Varin seemed to be using them to segregate the space. "I see. Well, what can I help you with?" Varin asked, cocking his head to one side slightly. "Your second one isn't quite ready yet." "That's fine. I actually wanted to talk to you about your class," Jake said before glancing around and shaking his head slightly. "Is there somewhere more private we can talk?" "My class?" Varin echoed thoughtfully before nodding. "I know just the place. Come with me." To Jake's surprise, Varin simply shut the door behind him and set off, seemingly unconcerned with anything he might leave behind. The tall crafter said little as he led Jake down the side alleys of Casthorpe, but it didn't take long for Jake to figure out where they were heading. There was only one landmark in this direction: the fire dungeon. "Why here?" Jake asked as they reached the dungeon. "I find it relaxing. I like to study the designs," Varin said with a slight shrug as he walked over to one of the benches near the dungeon and took a seat. "Besides, most elves are in the morning, so there won't be many people around." "True enough," Jake said, looking around at the mostly empty area. There were a few other people scattered around, but they were keeping to themselves for the most part. "So, what do you mean about studying designs? What are you looking at?" "The dungeon and Ivaldi's store, of course," Varin said, giving Jake a confused look before motioning to the dungeon's entrance. "It fades away from our perception quickly, but if you focus, you can feel it again." Jake hesitated a moment before shrugging and doing what Varin asked, looking over to the dungeon entrance. Like the others he'd seen, it was a stone entryway built into a hillock of stone and earth that stood around 15 feet tall and had thick, imposing stone doors. Jake found himself frowning as he remembered the first time he'd seen the dungeon. What he was seeing now didn't line up with the feeling he'd gotten back then. As though that doubt was all that was needed, Jake found himself tracing the outline of the countless, intricate designs etched onto the stone. Each looping design seemed more and more detailed the longer Jake looked at them. Even the shapes that formed them were different with each blink. The longer he stared, the more Jake felt his mind strain to comprehend what he was seeing. A dull ache began to build behind his eyes, throbbing in time with his heartbeat. The runes at the top of the door were filled with meaning, but it was just out of his reach. Straining to understand them, Jake could almost feel the shape of the words on the tip of his tongue as the throbbing behind his eyes intensified. Biting down on that shape somehow, Jake found the words slipping from his mouth. Lognir Infernus. As abruptly as he was caught up in it all, Jake tore his gaze away from the entrance, swaying in place slightly as he clutched his head and endured the pounding headache that had built. "I didn't think you'd be able to read it," Baron said with a mixture of surprise and respect. "I can feel that there are words in there, but not what they are." "Lucky you," Jake said, groaning a little as he rubbed at his temples. The headache was already starting to fade, which was something at least. "What do they even mean?" "I've no idea," Baron said cheerfully, his broad smile looking almost odd on his sallow features. "Great, all that for something I don't even understand," Jake said, sighing a little as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I'm sure you'll figure it out," Baron said with a slight shrug before turning back to the dungeon. "There is beauty in it, for all that it hurts me to look for too long." "Should you really be doing that?" Jake asked, carefully not looking in that direction. "Probably not." Baron shrugged and turned back to Jake. "Enough of that, though. You wanted to talk about my class." "Yes. Yours is a bloodline class as well, right?" Jake asked, doing his best to remember what he had been about to discuss. His headache was fading rapidly, but that didn't mean it wasn't distracting. "That's right. My family serves the Woven Artificer. We're somewhat different from the other two families, though. We take more of a supportive route rather than a combative one." "So why come to Strovia?" Jake asked curiously. "Surely that is opening you up to conflict." "Oh no, I'm a Strovian, born and bred. While we were also hunted when the Triarchy arrived, it was never to the same degree as your family or those serving the Watcher. Still, we have taken great pains to keep our whereabouts a secret." "But you'll freely admit that to someone you barely know?" Jake asked incredulously, thinking of what Felix had told him about the Triarchy and the Seekers. "You serve the Great Dungeon. We are very much on the same side," Baron said with a slight shrug. "Besides, our presence is already known. Whoever targeted the dungeon nobles and the Inquisitors clearly judged us to be less of a threat. We've prepared and taken some precautions, but that's as much as we can do." "I see," Jake said, not completely sure that he agreed with that logic, but fully aware that it wasn't his decision. "What I actually wanted to discuss, though, was if you've ever questioned following your class." Baron blinked in surprise before shaking his head. "Honestly, no, I haven't. It isn't the sort of class that brings fame and makes you a hero in stories, but we work hard, and what we do makes a difference." "When you put it like that, it sounds simple." Jake gave a wry smile as he compared that straightforward answer to his own agonizing. "That's because it is," Baron said with a soft chuckle. "Our classes are around for a reason, and we help keep people safe. There's something so satisfying in knowing that what you've worked on will be used to protect people and fight evil." Jake fell silent as he considered Varen's words. There was something to what he said, yet it wasn't quite as simple for Jake. The labor he did wasn't as tangible as making a magical item, but perhaps it was no less important. Helping dungeons reach new tiers felt like it was important to society as a whole, not just to Jake and his friends. Turning his focus inwards, Jake questioned his own motivations, his reasons for doubt. When he had first ascended, Jake had dreamed of the power that being a classer would bring, and while his current path did do just that, it wasn't quite the same. His idea of power had always been the ability to do what he wanted, to be the master of his own destiny. Everything that had happened with his class was exactly the opposite of that. Jake was being hunted for something he'd had no part in. That was what truly grated on him and made him so angry at the start. Since Jake had come to know more about his patron and everything his class was about, that anger had faded. I wish there was a way to understand my patron more, to know what I was getting myself into, Jake said, being careful to make sure they weren't being overheard. This was exactly the sort of conversation that could cause them all trouble. Well, you could always pray to them, Varen said with a shrug, his eyes not leaving the dungeon. The Weaver sometimes grants me insights. That's how I knew to come here, after all. Jake stared at Varen for a long moment before slumping back in his chair and rubbing his face. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Glad I could help, Varen said with a soft chuckle as he rose to his feet. I'll leave you to it. I hope you find the answers you're looking for. Jake bid the gaunt crafter goodbye, but didn't head back just yet. Instead, he let his gaze settle on the shifting runes of the dungeon once more. Varen was right. There was something relaxing about watching them. Jake and his friends regrouped at the Rusty Duck later in the day, some of them having had more success than others. Rue, in particular, had a broad smile on her face as she recounted her experiments with manipulating ice and creating it without using her skill. Felix seemed reasonably pleased with her progress, which to Jake's mind meant that it was pretty damn impressive. Alan hadn't quite done as well, but he felt that he was on the right track for infusing his arrows, which was good to hear. Carl and Nephthys had little to say about their own afternoons, and Jake didn't particularly want to share his, so they circled the topic of skills for a time. Jake had a few skills and traits he could pick up, and with the rising cost of his rank-ups, he was leaning towards saving up for them before reaching the next rank. Lesser Endurance was one that Jake had his eye on to buy in the near future. It would depend on what precisely the trait did, but even if it didn't end up being a good long-term pick, it would be quite useful for the moment. Eventually, they drifted off to their rooms with the plan of another morning of delving, followed by working on the skills they wanted again in the afternoon. Usually, Jake would climb into bed and savor his rest, but this time he sat cross-legged on his bed and considered how to pray to his patron. The Triarchy used specific rituals and words with their followers, but that didn't quite feel right for the Great Dungeon. No, it was more result-oriented in what it did. Jake wasn't quite sure where he'd gotten that feeling from, but he decided to go with his gut. Closing his eyes and reaching out with his mind, Jake muttered a prayer for guidance as he tried to find some link between himself and his patron. His questing grasp found nothing initially, but Jake frowned and redoubled his efforts, trying to find a link between him and something, anything. Frustrated, Jake began to withdraw before pausing and turning his focus inwards, to the point within him where the power from the dungeons fed. There was something there, and though Jake instinctively knew it wasn't his patron, he could feel gossamer strands of power radiate off of it that he could follow. The strands went out in countless directions, and though Jake lacked the ability to truly follow them, his attempt garnered the slightest fragment of attention from something vast. Jake felt cold sweat pour down his face as he made contact with the great dungeon. He knew now why he'd failed to find it. He'd been looking for it above and apart from them. He'd pictured the gods as being distant things, far removed from the world in which he lived. The reality that he was now seeing was that the great dungeon was all around them, its essence flowing along the boundary between what was real and what lay beyond. Jake felt small and insignificant against the scale of what he was beholding. His worries and concerns suddenly felt pointless and paltry in comparison. He wasn't entirely sure how he'd forged this connection, but something told him that it would fail the moment he stopped holding it together. With every moment being precious, Jake cast his mind around, seeking some sort of guidance or glimpse of knowledge that could help him. Instead, Jake found himself focusing on the boundary that he'd noticed before. Beyond the boundary lay a formless wasteland, endless and ever-changing. It also held unknowable entities in a myriad of forms. There were gigantic ones, large beyond comprehension, who circled reality like hungry sharks, waiting for any sign of weakness to strike. Those behemoths were kept at bay by the boundary, but Jake could see that there was an endless tide of smaller things trying to wiggle their way through. The idea of such things managing to breach the boundary filled Jake with disgust and horror in equal measure, and he felt those emotions slip across the thread that had formed between himself and his patron. Approval flowed back in response to Jake's disgust, but it was distant, directed less at him than at the concept of his growing anger towards those beings of nothingness. A pulse of something flashed across the connection between them, blurring it away as the impact broke Jake's focus on keeping it in place. A spot of burning heat formed where the pulse had struck Jake, and he gasped, his eyes flying open as he was forcefully ejected from his meditative state.
Greetings, Jake Kesh. A patron gift has been directly imprinted on your soul. Please refrain from any strenuous activity while it is merged with the system and your class.
What the fuck? Jake gasped as his heart began to pound and the sweat that had been pouring from him earlier redoubled as his body grew hotter and hotter. There was no pain. It was instead like his body was just failing, and he was falling apart. Jake drew in a ragged breath, his chest tight enough that barely anything got through, and his need for air only grew. The corners of his vision turned colorless as he clawed his way out of bed, managing to get to his feet as his vision narrowed down to a single speck, and he felt himself fall backwards as he lost consciousness. Chapter 36. Jake woke to a steady knocking on his door before Alan's voice came from the hall. "Jake, are you all right?" Jake sat up groggily, the room shifting a little as it took an extra second for his eyes to bring everything into focus. He felt unsettled, like he was somehow disjointed and jumbled up. "Jake?" Alan called again, knocking louder this time. "Yeah, I'm fine," Jake called back before rubbing his face and getting to his feet. The strange feeling he'd had when he first woke up was already fading, and he was feeling more like himself. "All right, well, we've already eaten, so we can go whenever you're ready," Alan called through hesitantly. "I'll be down soon," Jake said, getting changed into some clean clothes before taking a seat at the end of the bed as he heard Alan head back downstairs. The vision he'd had of the great dungeon and the things beyond the boundary of reality was foggy, yet the parts that he could remember were burnt into his memory in a way that left him with no uncertainty over the nightmares he'd be having. Jake shivered as his memory touched on those colossal things that he'd seen. Even the hazy parts that he recalled threatened to give him a headache if he focused on them too hard. Such things were not meant for the mortal mind to comprehend, and even trying to do so would be a foolish endeavor. Turning his focus away with an act of will, Jake remembered the message from the system and called his status to mind, focusing on the patron section.
Patron Gifts. Passive. Agent of the Great Dungeon. 2. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive. Sense Dungeon. 2. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Passive. Authority of the Great Dungeon. 1. Very rare. You have the approval of the Great Dungeon and may enact rituals in its name. You gain the knowledge of the Ritual of Castigation. Misuse of this authority may result in its removal.
"Damn," Jake said, letting out a low whistle as he read through what was now available. Both of his other gifts had increased in rank, which was unexpected, but this new gift was completely different. Closing his eyes, Jake tried to think of the Ritual of Castigation and immediately felt the knowledge pour into his mind. It was like he'd always known it and had just forgotten it until now. Normally, Jake didn't question the system or the changes it wrought, but there was something about the seamless way he had learned this that unnerved him. Rubbing his arms, he focused on the ritual, learning what it did. The Ritual of Castigation was an easy enough one to complete. It took only the blood of a classer from one of the bloodlines that served the first pantheon and a healthy dose of weird. The reward for providing both those things was a summoning of any and all nearby monsters and beasts. They would flock to the site of the ritual and attempt to destroy anything not native to their reality or influenced by such a thing. It was easy enough to understand that this ritual was designed for managing rifts, but it would also serve as a way to kill corruptors. Of course, once the creatures were brought together, they were in no way compelled to act in a certain way, so a bloodbath was all but guaranteed. If Jake ever found himself near a rift, this would give him a simple way to buy enough time to try and close it, which made it invaluable. Then again, considering that he had no idea how to go about closing one, it was more of a way to cover his escape as it stood. Putting the ritual aside for the moment, Jake finished getting ready before heading downstairs. He'd overslept a little, but there wasn't any urgency, so the others gave him time to eat before they set off for the dungeon. Rue and Alan were both eager to try and further their experimentation with what they'd been working on, and were discussing their methods to try and earn their respective skill as they made their way through the town. "Find anything on your patrol yesterday?" Jake dropped back a bit from the group to walk alongside Nephthys.
Nothing worth following up.
Nephthys said with a slight frown, pausing to check they weren't being overheard before continuing.
I expected a lot more activity in the wake of the rift, especially considering the lack of inquisitors to hunt down any corrupted.
"Yeah, I suppose that's a bit weird," Jake said, his brow furrowing as he considered what she was saying. "Maybe all the Seekers in the area have helped keep things calm?"
Perhaps,
Nephthys said, though her expression made it clear that she didn't think this was the case.
I'll range out further tomorrow, see if I can sense any use of Scrix that might give them away. Any corruptors in Strovia won't be expecting an inquisitor to be nearby, which might make them careless.
Jake nodded and went to ask a question when he noticed Carl and the others step aside. Looking over, Jake saw a Triarchy patrol coming down the street, though this one was different. Usually 2 or 3 guards were in each patrol, and they would go past the classes with little interest. Today, however, there were a full 6 guards, and they were following behind a tall, pale-skinned man with grey eyes and close-cropped dark hair. The tall man was wearing a heavy overcoat of a style that was common for those who had recently arrived in Strovia, which was warmer than Madir, the home of the Triarchy. Between the overcoat and the way the guards deferred to him, Jake had the sickening feeling that this was one of the Seekers that Felix had warned them about. Jake was almost overcome with the urge to push Nephthys down a nearby side alley, but he knew that doing so would draw attention to them. Caught indecisively, Jake stumbled slightly, drawing the Seeker's attention. The man's piercing grey eyes studied Jake for a moment before dismissing him, his attention starting to move away before snapping back, passing over Jake and focusing on Nephthys. "That's an interesting hairstyle you wear," the Seeker called out, stepping into their path as his guards fanned out. "Not a common one in this area at all. Where did you pick it up?"
I saw it on a traveler one time and liked it well enough that they taught me how to do it. Not that it's any business of yours,"
Nephthys said in a cool tone, her eyes flicking between the Seeker and his guards. "Ah, of course. I should have guessed," the Seeker said with a mirthless smile, his eyes cold as he stepped closer and gestured towards Nephthys's face. "I can't see the detail from here, but I can see the blue in the corner of your eye. I know what you are, Inquisitor. Come quietly and we won't have a problem." The air thrummed with tension, and Jake could see the others turning to see what was happening, but any help from them would be far too late to make a difference.
"You have to run, Jake,"
Nephthys said softly, her words pitched low enough to be only for his ears.
"There is no winning this here, and we can't let them take both of us. I'll make a distraction. You run."
Jake wanted to argue, wanted to declare their victory, but they were outnumbered and had little more than their blades, whereas the guards were all wearing armor. Nephthys took Jake's indecisive silence as agreement as she reached over and pulled him past her, pushing him toward the nearby alley he'd looked at earlier.
"Go!"
"Secure the area! Catch the runner!" The Seeker's voice thundered out as Nephthys drew both her swords and immediately dove to one side to avoid a blast of bright energy. Jake drew his sword and was about to rush back to help Nephthys when 2 of the guards pushed their way into the alley, leveling spears at him that were sheathed in a thick layer of weird. A cry of pain from beyond the 2 guards was enough to set Jake's mind, and he turned to run, praying that he was fast enough to keep ahead of them. Nephthys was losing her fight against the Seeker, and Jake knew he was no match for 6 armored guards on his own. No, the only way they were getting out of this one was if they got outside help. Skidding around a corner, Jake's eyes went wide as he collided with one of the other guards, who must have been trying to flank around to catch him. Jake recovered first and did the only thing that made sense, his forehead colliding with the guard's nose a moment later. "You fucker!" The guard stumbled back, clutching his face and making an awkward stab at Jake as he deftly slid past. Despite the broken nose, the guard's speed and strength reminded Jake that his pursuers were likely at the peak of the first tier. There would be no room for mistakes here. Jake raced through the tight corners and back alleys of Casthorpe, using every little bit of advantage that he could to try and get ahead and away from the Triarchy guards chasing him. Weeks of hard work and practice at running in the worst of conditions helped Jake keep moving at a good speed. His pursuers were wearing metal armor which would slow and tire them swiftly. He just needed to keep ahead long enough. Unfortunately, they were out of the part of Casthorpe that Jake knew now, and it wasn't a big town, which meant he was running out of room. Casting aside his shield and pack to lighten the load, Jake put on some speed, trying to get just a little more distance from them. Risking a glance over his shoulder, Jake took in the distance from him to his chasers and decided it was enough to risk something different. Taking a hard turn, Jake ducked into a shadowed alcove and kept as still and silent as possible. Moments later, two of the guards went sprinting past in a thunder of clanking metal. The echoes of their movement rang out loudly in the alley, masking any other sounds. So Jake gave it a moment longer before cautiously emerging and peering in the direction the guards had gone. "I had a feeling you'd pull a trick." A nasal voice came from behind Jake, and he threw himself to one side right as a spear flashed through the space he'd been standing at heart height. Rolling to his feet, Jake looked back to see the guard whose nose he'd broken glaring at him with a bloody smile. "You're going to pay for what you did, Strovhian scum, and then I'm going to make your pretty little friend scream." "Trike bastard!" Jake snarled, his sword held tight in his hand as his anger flared and overrode any thought of trying to run. "I'll kill you before you touch ya!" The guard grinned maniacally, the smeared blood on his mouth a stark contrast to his pale skin. "You're welcome to try." Jake poured weird into his sword, waiting until it was filled with power before darting forward and thrusting straight at the guard. The guard moved with surprising grace, sliding around Jake's attack before driving him back with a few swift stabs of his spear. "I deem you a threat to the town and a lawbreaker. Your attack against me is the evidence I need." Jake frowned in confusion. He didn't feel as though the guard was speaking to him, which made no sense. It was only when the guard moved forward and thrust his spear out much faster than the time before that Jake realized what was happening. The guard had some trait or skill that boosted him in specific circumstances. Pain flared from Jake's shoulder as he failed to dodge completely out of the way of the next thrust, and he felt blood start to flow down his arm and soak his tunic. Jake had little experience against a spear and was struggling to get close enough to engage the guard without being stabbed in the gut. The broad smile on the guard's face did little to help the growing frustration Jake felt as he was slowly being cut to pieces. The hard truth was that he was outclassed. He needed to take some risks or he was finished. The next thrust came right for Jake's heart, and as he twisted out of the way, he struck at the spear, knocking it wide. Taking advantage of the opening, Jake rushed the guard, bringing things into a grapple. The guard was stronger, but this was where he was less experienced, and Jake threw his sword at the other man's face, distracting him long enough for Jake to rip the spear away and conjure his dagger. Jake's dagger formed mid-strike, plunging down at the guard's neck before halting just shy of his skin as the guard seized Jake's wrist in an iron grip and twisted it nastily, forcing Jake to drop the dagger. "Think I've never seen someone hide a dagger up their sleeve before," the guard scoffed as he rammed a knee into Jake's ribs and threw him backwards, catching the falling dagger by the hilt with his free hand. "Something so satisfying about killing a man with his own blade." Jake felt his eyes go wide as he realized that the guard had been looking away when Jake conjured the dagger. That was exactly the advantage that Jake needed right now. Setting his stance and letting the pain in his side show through, Jake allowed his fear for Nephthys and uncertainty about this fight to play across his face. The guard smirked as he took in Jake's expression before lunging forward, bringing Jake's dagger down in a vicious chop right towards Jake's chest. The smirk quickly faded to confusion as Jake lunged right back at him, the dagger disappearing from the guard's hand to reappear in Jake's as he rammed it right into the guard's gut, pouring his weird in as he did. The chainmail resisted the strike, but the infusion of weird Jake had given it let the dagger pierce through and sink deep into the flesh beneath. The two of them slammed together forcefully, driving the dagger in deeper and making the guard gasp in pain. His eyes wide as he recoiled, a wild punch catching Jake and sending him tumbling to the ground. Jake had the presence of mind to dismiss the dagger as he rolled into the fall, rising and turning to see the guard clutching his stomach as he went for the spear. Cursing silently, Jake spat out the blood in his mouth and rushed after the guard, tackling him from behind and taking them both to the ground. The other man's stomach was bleeding badly, and a knee to the gut winded him and gave Jake the chance to return the hit to the face with interest. Black veins of poison were creeping up the guard's body, but Jake could hear the distant clamor of other guards approaching them. He couldn't risk them saving the guard and revealing anything about him. Conjuring his dagger once more and sheathing it with weird, Jake stabbed down into the guard's chest, delivering a lethal dose of poison right to his heart. Pushing off the dying man, Jake dismissed his dagger, part of him noting that he had a mere sliver of power left within that manifestation. Jake had thought he'd seen enough death recently to desensitize him, but there was something about the desperate look in the guard's eyes as he choked on his own blood that struck a chord with him. Thoughts of his dead family and of the butchery and death that the Triarchy had brought to Strovia rose up within Jake, and his eyes were cold as he turned away and retrieved his sword. They'd made their choice a long time ago. This was simply a consequence of that. Belting his sword back on, Jake channeled his weird into his eyes and glanced back at the guard, noting the man's soul had moved on. The hue and cry of the pursuit was drawing close once more, so Jake expended a second manifestation to conjure an orchard's gift as he swiftly left the scene. A bright red apple formed in Jake's hand, looking almost exactly like a weird fruit at a casual glance. Taking a bite of it, Jake immediately felt a wave of energy flow down into his core and then out into his body, healing his wounds and revitalizing him. A single bite did little, but it was enough to get Jake going, and he swiftly devoured the whole apple. The energy built up in his core with each bite, flowing slowly out to heal him over time. Already Jake could feel the injuries the guard had inflicted on him starting to heal from the influence of the boon, letting him move faster. Picking up some speed and leaving that section of the town behind, Jake took the long way back to the inn, doing his best not to be seen. The last thing he needed was to lead any pursuers back to the others. Arriving at the rear of the inn, Jake carefully made his way inside, keeping his eyes open for any sign of the Triarchy having gotten here first. Jake had no idea what sort of skills the Seeker might have to extract information. This whole thing could be burnt already. To Jake's relief, however, he found Ari and Felix sat at a table with steaming mugs of tea, discussing something in soft tones. "Felix, Ari!" Jake hurried forward, making both of them start in surprise. "The Seeker is here, and he's captured Nephthys." Silence reigned through the taproom for a long moment as both classes looked at Jake in surprise, before Felix's eyes sharpened and he started snapping out questions. "Where was this? How many guards did they have, and how many Seekers? Were there others compromised?" "On the way to the dungeon near where the fire one is. 6 guards and the Seeker, but I took one out. The others saw, but they weren't included in the command, so I don't know." "Ari, find them, get them back here," Felix said curtly as he got to his feet and loosened the sword at his waist. "I'll secure our exit." "Got it," Ari nodded, his expression grim as he grabbed his blade and rushed out the front of the inn. Felix started towards the inn's kitchen, beckoning for Jake to follow. "Come with me, we need to make preparations." "What are you doing?" Jake called out as he hurried after Felix. "We need to get out there and rescue Nephthys." "There is nothing we can do at this moment. We need to focus on making sure that the situation is in hand and that more people are not in danger," Felix said in a tight voice as he pushed open the doors of the kitchen and strode inside without hesitation. "We can't just leave her!" Jake shouted, rushing in front of Felix angrily and standing in his way. For a moment, Jake thought that Felix would push him aside, but the older classes simply exhaled and met Jake's eyes. "The only thing we could do for her now would be if I personally went and retrieved her. Even then, we're assuming that they have no one capable of taking me on. If they don't, I could cut a bloody path to her and bring her out, but what then?" "Then we get the fuck out of here," Jake growled, but he could feel his anger turning cold as what Felix was saying got through to him. Yes, we'd run. And then the Triarchy would come down on the town like a hammer, crushing everyone, irrespective of their involvement with what happened. They could afford nothing less against what would look like open rebellion. Jake started to say something several times before eventually slumping down and grimacing. "Damn them. There must be something we can do, though." "It's too soon to know," Felix said gently, reaching out to rest a hand on Jake's shoulder. "We need to get you out of here first. Then I can reach out to the Resistance and see what they know." Jake's eyes went wide at the mention of the Resistance, but he moved aside, following Felix over to a trap door which led down to the inn's cellar. Felix took a lantern from where it hung on the wall and lit it before leading the way down the stairs. The cellar was filled with all the mundane and everyday supplies that the inn would need, making it look entirely innocuous at first glance. Looking it all over, Jake began to turn to Felix with a question on his lips, before watching incredulously as the other man opened a hidden door set into the wall. Felix's lips curved into a slight smile as he held the door open and motioned for Jake to head through, offering him the lantern as he did. "This will close behind you, sealing you out. All you need to do is follow the tunnel and pull the lever when you reach the far end. It will let you into a small hut outside of town. Stay there and wait for us. Got it?" Jake nodded mechanically, looking between Felix and the door with something akin to wonder. This raised so many questions, not the least of which was if Felix was working with the Resistance. "I will answer your questions later," Felix said as Jake hesitated. "We don't have the time right now." "Damn it, I'm gonna hold you to that," Jake said, starting to step forward before pausing, his eyes going wide. Shit. What about Varin, the crafter I've gone to see? Was he there when the Seeker saw you? No, it was just the 5 of us. Then he'll be fine in the short term. I'll get a message sent to him, though. He can take whatever steps he needs from there. Right. Damn it, I just feel so useless, Jake said, his hands curling into fists before he made himself relax. All he was doing was slowing Felix down now. Taking the lantern before he could change his mind, Jake headed down into the darkness beyond the door, stooping a little as he entered. Chapter 37. The tunnel leading from the cellar was slightly too small to be comfortable, but Felix had already shut the door behind him with a firm thud, sealing Jake in. The walls seemed to close in on Jake as he started walking. It reminded him of the first dungeon in the worst ways, and he half expected a rat to come jumping out of the darkness at him. Jake gripped the lantern tighter as he grit his teeth and got his thoughts under control. He'd been in smaller places than this before, and without a light. After what felt like an eternity of slightly stooped walking, Jake saw the glint of metal up ahead and quickened his pace. Crossing the last section in a jog, Jake found himself facing a stone doorway with a lever set to one side. Doing as Felix had told him, Jake pulled the lever, causing the door to creak open slightly. Pushing it the rest of the way open, Jake stepped out into a cellar that was a smaller version of the one from which he'd come. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jake closed the door behind him, committing to staying where he was. Not that he could really go back, but it was still hard to do. Leaving like this went against everything he wanted, but his struggle against the trike guard had driven home how powerless he was in the grand scheme of things. If it wasn't for his boons, he'd have died in that alley. It was a cold, sobering thought. One that brought to mind the vision he'd had of the wider world. Jake was insignificant, a speck of dust to the eyes of the gods, but he had a path forward. He had a path to the power to choose his own destiny. It would require him binding himself to a greater power, but everything had a price. Resolve filled Jake as he made his choice. It wouldn't be set in stone until he'd bound 2 more dungeons, but he wasn't one to change his mind from a course of action once he'd decided. Jake began to head for the stairs out of the cellar before pausing and hesitantly muttering a prayer. Great dungeon, please watch over Nephthys and help us find a way to rescue her. Jake stretched his senses for any sign of a reply or acknowledgement from his patron, but only silence answered him. He'd seen what the great dungeon had to deal with. Why would he think it would care for his petty issues? Feeling foolish, Jake took the stairs up from the cellar and extinguished his lantern before hanging it on a nearby hook. Rubbing a hand over his face, he set about exploring the cottage he found himself in. It seemed reasonably well stocked with dried foods and the like, but none of it looked like it had been sat for a long time. Most importantly, however, was that the cottage was in the woods outside of Casthorpe. Given that there was a secret tunnel running out to it, Jake was confident that this belonged to the Resistance. With yet more questions for Felix, Jake did his best to wait patiently for the others to arrive. Jake was pacing back and forth when the door to the cottage finally opened and Ari walked in, swiftly followed by Rue, Carl, and Alan. "Jake, thank the gods you're okay," Alan exclaimed, his expression swiftly falling as he looked around the cottage. "Where's Felix? Did you manage to get Nephthys out?" Carl and Rue paused in their own greeting, looking to Jake as they waited for him to answer the scholar. "Felix sent me straight here. I don't know where he is," Jake said. His throat tightened as he looked away. He said we couldn't risk getting Nephthys back, that it would cause a response from the Triarchy. He's not wrong. We need to tread carefully, Ari said with a serious expression. The Triarchy is not known for its restraint. Felix will tell us more once he's here.
So there will be a chance to rescue her then?
Rue asked hopefully before scowling as Ari shook his head. I don't know for sure. We can only wait and see. What did they even take her? Carl asked, looking to Jake questioningly. You were there, Jake. What did you hear? Jake froze, unsure what to say as he was put on the spot. It hadn't even occurred to him that the others wouldn't know why Nephthys would be wanted by the Seekers. Jake looked over to Ari for advice, but the other classer had deliberately moved away, leaving Jake to deal with the situation. Really, there was only one way to deal with this. Perhaps they could have continued as they were, but not now that they had clashed with the Triarchy. They took her because of her patron, Jake said, his mouth dry as he saw his friend's eyes widen.
Nephthys has a patron?
Rue echoed in surprise before giving Jake a curious look.
Wait, how do you know?
I know because I have a patron as well, and they're linked, Jake said, his heart pounding as he took in their shocked expressions. This could be the moment where they cast him aside, when they decided he wasn't worth the risk. After everything they'd been through, Jake didn't want to see their group broken up, especially not because of this. Is that why your class is so strange? Alan asked curiously, which wasn't exactly surprising. There was a reason why he had the scholar class, after all. Yes, my class is linked to my patron, the Great Dungeon. Alan perked up and looked like he was going to ask more questions, but Rue beat him to it.
What about Nephthys?
She serves the Watcher, who is part of the same pantheon as my patron.
I don't know either of those gods,
Rue said, her brow furrowing as she considered his words.
Are we in danger from merely associating with you?
I don't know, Jake hedged, hoping that it wasn't the case, but not really being sure. Maybe?
How comforting,
Rue said flatly, rubbing her temples wearily.
I knew that there was something odd about your class, but this is something else.
I know, and I wish I could have told all of you in a better situation, but with what's happening, I couldn't keep it to myself. The door to the cottage opened before Jake could say any more, revealing Felix and a short woman who Jake didn't recognize. Good, you're all here, Felix said as he came inside, the woman trailing along behind him. First things first. I need to know how you all stand on the Triarchy. If you leave now, you will be safe from reprisal and can carry on in whatever manner you prefer. And if we stay? Carl asked, lifting his chin slightly. Then you'll be helping us plan how to fight back and rescue Nephthys, Felix said evenly, motioning to the open door. Make your choice. Nobody said anything for a few tense seconds, and Felix looked at each of them in turn, his expression impassive as he seemed to judge their commitment. Eventually, Felix nodded and shut the door before gesturing to the woman who'd entered with him. This is Michelle. She is my contact for the Resistance in this area. We've worked together in the past when I've been able to return to this realm. She will be making inquiries into the situation with Nephthys.
I wish I were meeting you all under better circumstances,
Michelle said with a terse nod.
We all know the pain of living under the rule of the Triarchy, but we also know their methods. They will want to interrogate your friend, which means they will hold her for several days while an escort is sent over. They will then travel towards either Port Emerald or another coastal city.
Which is when we will strike, Felix said, smoothly taking over the thread of conversation. They will be prepared for something, but we have little choice. If she reaches the city, she is lost to us. We will be training hard over the next few days to prepare. I want each of you to think of one thing you wish to develop more than anything else. Ari and I will work to help it become a reality.
If there is anything we can do to assist, let us know. For now, though, I need to get back and check on the situation.
Michelle said, clasping arms with Felix and giving the rest of them a nod before hurrying out of the cottage. Felix, Jake said, deciding to speak up before they got any further. I've told them about my class. Not the specifics, but they know about my patron. I see, Felix said in a way that made it clear he didn't fully approve. And there are no objections to this? You are all still in favor of working with us to rescue Nephthys?
To this, yes.
Rue said, shifting a little before giving Jake an apologetic look.
I'm not so sure about after this is done. I hate the Triarchy for my own reasons, and I'm grateful to Nephthys, but I can't risk being caught up in this.
I understand. I've only recently come to terms with it myself, Jake said with a slight shrug, noting the sharp look that Felix gave him. He'd have to update Felix on his decision after this. What about you, Carl? Or you, Alan? The Triarchy killed my father, Carl said heatedly. I will take any opportunity to pay them back for that. I'm not sure about the gods, though. They turned to Alan next, who was frowning in thought. I don't hate the Triarchy the same way as the rest of you. I dislike it, but not so personally. That being said, I will happily help rescue Nephthys. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I won't commit to staying with you, but I'm not leaving for definite either. Jake nodded, unable to quite keep his disappointment from showing. He'd been hoping that they could all carry on as they were, but he could understand why that wasn't possible. It wasn't like the Triarchy would forget about Jake or Nephthys after this. They would be hunted even more diligently than now. He couldn't blame the others for not wanting to get involved in that. Regardless of the future, you should all take your chance to rest now. We set off within the hour toward another dungeon. We will need to move fast to get to both it and one of the other choices with enough time to return when they move Nephthys. Wait, new dungeons? Alan asked, cocking his head to one side. Would it not be safer to stay here and be surreptitious, rather than risk traveling to somewhere new and drawing attention? Usually, yes, Felix said, glancing over to Jake before continuing. However, Jake's class progresses with each new dungeon completed. The rest of you will only be able to advance to the peak of the first tier, but Jake could make it to tier 2 in time for the rescue. I think I understand more now, Alan said, nodding to himself. That's why we came here in the first place, for the new dungeons. Felix nodded and quickly carried on before Alan could ask anything else. Go now, rest, and think on what you wish aid with. We will work you hard in the dungeons and push you as far as you can.
Will you give us the weird geld we need to advance quickly?
Rue asked before Felix could do more than start to turn. No. Felix's tone was hard as he turned back to the ice mage. You are still new to this life, but it is frowned upon for those of a higher tier to give such aid. It weakens you and undermines your will to push on.
Surely it can't make that much of a difference.
Rue challenged, folding her arms as she faced off with Felix.
Our lives will be on the line doing this. We should be as strong as possible.
Then you need to push yourself to prepare for it, Felix said flatly, unmoved by her display. I have seen what happens when you pave the way for new classes. The best intentions can cripple their future. I've seen promising youngsters fail to reach Tier 2 when their rank outpaced their skill. And I've seen those who were helped falter in the face of the higher realms. Pain and struggle now prepares you for the challenges of the future.
That's all well and good.
Rue began to argue before Carl put a hand on her shoulder and whispered something in her ear, making her deflate slightly.
Fine.
As if Rue's acceptance was a signal, everyone began to drift out of the cottage's living room, with Jake leading the way to the kitchen. If they were going to be traveling, He wanted to be sure he was doing it on a full stomach. True to his word, Felix had them on the march within the hour, waiting just long enough for them to catch their breath and eat some food. Thankfully, the cottage had supplies for travel as well, with tents and bedrolls on hand for those in need. Considering how they'd all rushed out of Casthorpe, small amenities like that were much appreciated. The first hour or two of their march north passed in relative silence, with them all lost in their own thoughts. For Jake, he was worrying about Nephthys, both for what might be happening now and what would happen if they failed to get her out. Realizing his mind was going in circles, Jake kicked up his pace to approach Felix at the front of the group. "So, what dungeon are we going to?" It felt like a trite question, but Jake needed something to occupy his mind. It's one quite similar to your first, based around insects and tight caves. Your familiarity with it should let you cut through without too much issue, Felix said, looking over to Jake thoughtfully. "Have you considered how you wish me to aid you?" "I have. I want your help in improving one of the skills I have available," Jake said, tapping his sword on the hilt. "Manually infusing my sword has given me an option, but I want something better." "I see. Are you sure this is what you would like?" Felix asked, giving no sign of whether he judged it a good use of his time or not. "I am," Jake said firmly. "I want to be able to do more when I'm fighting things which can ignore mundane attacks. I could get the one I have, but I remember you mentioning that you can improve the offering if you do better." Felix considered Jake's words for a moment before nodding slightly. "Very well. We'll spend some time working on it this evening. In the meantime, consider how you would go about doing this yourself." With that, the older classer dropped back to have similar conversations with the others about their requests for assistance from him. Part of Jake wanted to chastise them all for how eagerly they were taking up Felix's offer when one of them had been captured, but he knew that was just his frustration talking. Deciding to channel it into something worth doing, Jake focused on what Felix had asked him. The obvious answer was to simply do it better, which would hopefully prompt the system to award him a better variant of the skill. That seemed an underwhelming answer, though. Surely there was more to skills than simply doing something better. But then again, what even was a skill? Jake hadn't bought any beyond those he'd been granted, so he had no idea how much difference there was between what he did now and what he'd do if he bought that minor infused strike skill. Jake's thoughts tumbled over each other as they carried on, and by the time they set up camp for the evening, he found that he had no real answer. "So, did you think about my question earlier?" Felix asked as he took him aside as the others set about making the evening meal. "Yes, but I feel like I'm missing something. It seems like it should be that I just improve my current way of doing it, but that feels too simple." "And yet, it's the truth," Felix said, a slight smile touching his lips for a moment. "Do you know what the difference would be between you performing a strike manually and using a skill for it?" "The skill is better?" "Yes, but why?" Felix waited for a moment for Jake to shake his head before explaining. "A skill comes with knowledge from the system. Knowledge on how to do something better, how to do it more efficiently. It takes the raw basics you create and polishes it to be something better. Often, it improves it, adding in parts you never considered before." "What about if you discard the skill?" Jake asked, not sure how he felt about something messing with what he did or didn't know. "Then you lose most of that extra knowledge. You still keep a glimmer of it, though. There are some classes that change skills regularly to learn new things and improve their foundation. Do not underestimate them. They are often the most efficient weird users out there." "I think I understand." Jake frowned in thought as he reframed everything he knew about skills. "What about traits, then?" "Traits are a catalogue and measure of your deeds. They represent a certain weight behind what you do, one that causes ripples with every action you take. Enough on that for now, though. Show me your infusion technique." Jake blinked, confused by Felix's explanation of traits. He sort of understood, but not really. Shrugging it aside, he did as Felix asked and infused his blade. "Passable, but your control is poor. Explain your technique to me as you do it again." Felix motioned for Jake to continue, in what was no doubt the first of many repeats. Jake was exhausted when he finally crawled into his bedroll. Felix had made him infuse his sword again and again, making him describe what he was doing and why as he did it. The most annoying part was that it had actually helped. Jake wasn't foolish enough to think that he'd made any breakthroughs in one session, but he could understand what he was doing wrong, and that was a good step in doing it better. Felix had likened his current technique to someone watering a field by pouring all the water in one corner and letting it spread naturally. It might do something, but it was a pale imitation of what it could be. Waking up early the next day, they set off as soon as they were all ready. Surprisingly, Felix walked at the rear of the group, conversing quietly with Rue. Jake imagined that it was to do with Rue's request for help, so he focused on practicing his infusing. It was a waste of weird in some ways, but Jake didn't intend to use it in any other way, so he might as well get in some practice. Besides, he had a feeling that Felix was going to work them to the bone when they got to the dungeon, so this might be the only chance he had to really practice. Part of him wondered just how Felix thought Jake could make it to Tier 2 in the next few days. Whatever it was that needed doing, though, Jake would do it gladly. He owed that much to Nephthys. Still, if the ranks continued as they were, he needed over 1,000 more Weirdgeld, which frankly seemed impossible, especially as Felix had already discounted just giving it to them. Putting it aside for the moment, Jake focused on his practice and keeping a good pace. Felix had said they'd be there by mid-morning if they pushed. True to Felix's estimation, they arrived in good time, finding a settlement built up around the dungeon entrance. It was reminiscent of the first one they'd gone to, but a lot larger. It was also bounded by a palisade wall, though it looked neglected. Nor was it the only thing that had seen better days. A good half of the settlement looked to be abandoned. There was still a decent amount of activity around the entrance to the dungeon, though, which didn't quite seem to make sense with the abandoned buildings. Jake considered it as they approached the outskirts of the settlement, eventually turning and asking Ari about it. That'll be because this used to be a Tier 2 dungeon," Ari said with a sage nod, as though that explained everything. "Wait, so dungeons can go down a tier?" Jake asked in surprise. "Yeah, they go from 1 to 2 and then eventually reset back down to 1. I don't know why. That's the sort of thing you'll probably have to learn from other followers of your patron." Jake nodded, casting one last glance at the abandoned buildings in the distance before focusing on the dungeon. Felix had wasted no time in getting them over to the entrance. "Right. We're lucky enough to be able to head straight in, so go as soon as you're ready. This is training for the higher tier dungeons, so take it seriously." Jake cocked his head to the side, wondering why the wording of that had sounded somewhat strange. It didn't really matter, though. It was time to get started on binding a new dungeon. Chapter 38. Jake rammed his sword down into the large beetle that was trying to clamp onto his leg, crunching in through its carapace and out its weak underbelly. "Jake, dodge!" Alan's voice called out, sending him diving to one side as a spurt of caustic acid shot through the air where he'd been standing.
"I've got it!"
Rue shouted, throwing a dense cluster of sharp icicles at the beetle who'd attacked Jake.
"I think that's the last one."
"And that's the last crocfly," Carl called out as he swatted one of the irritating bugs from the air with his hammer. Well, that was different, Jake said, warily eyeing the various pools of acid scattered around the area. The Guardian floor had been difficult, but they had managed it without any serious injuries. The new dungeon had started out almost the same as the first one, though, with beetles rather than rats. That similarity was underlined when the second type of monster was crocflies again. Instead of giant rats with armor-like fur, though, this dungeon had beetles that spat acid. To make matters worse, they looked almost identical to the normal ones until they attacked. Each of them had taken a potion at one point or another to heal an acid burn, but even so, they'd managed to complete the dungeon quickly. The challenge room had also been quite fast, which certainly helped. The format here had been different to the others they'd seen, with the dungeon making them split up and individually fight 5 beetles. Once they'd each killed their 5, they could move to assist their friends, but not until then. The beetles were tough and hardy, but also very slow, which meant Alan and Rue had been able to keep away long enough for Jake and Carl to come and help them.
So how does this work with your class?
Rue asked as they made their way over to gather the reward for finishing the dungeon.
Do you have to do something special?
Actually, no, we just leave as normal and, well, it just happens, Jake said with a wan smile, deciding at the last moment to not reveal the exact manner of the binding. As much as he disliked it, he knew that they were going to split off from him when this was done, and that meant he needed to be careful with what he told them. He doubted that this particular piece of information was worth anything, but it was best to be careful. Huh, Alan said as he opened the reward chest and began to pass out the weird geld it held. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but that's not it. I mean, I know I've not seen you do anything special in the past, but I think I'd built it up in my mind a bit. Jake shrugged, not liking how he wasn't being totally honest with them. Yeah, it's weird. Let's get moving, though. I think Felix wants us to go again. Nodding, Alan got to his feet and led the way over to the exit, stepping through without hesitation.
Congratulations, Jake Kesh. You have bound the dungeon Wilfek Merk. Choose from one of the 4 rewards the dungeon has selected for you.
Jake felt the flow of power from the binding run through him, invigorating him and providing clarity to his thoughts as he rose from the throne and stepped down to see the rewards the dungeon offered. They weren't ideal. Maybe someone else would look at them and see how useful they could be or otherwise be interested in what they could achieve, but not Jake. Each one came with a change to his body, the worst being the ability to spit acid in the same manner as the beetles. Jake could only imagine how that would taste, not to mention what the boon would do to his mouth and throat to make it safe. No, none of these worked for him. Fortunately, however, he could take the 4th option again, increasing his manifestations. Doing just that, Jake triggered his status.
Name, Jake Kesh. Patron deity, the Great Dungeon. Class, Dungeon Noble, Squire. Tier, 1. Rank, 5. Dungeon Network, 4. Plexus Strength, Minor. Plexus Manifestations, 2 out of 3. Plexus Points, 1. Plexus Boons. Plexus Development, 2. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 rank, granted by the Hagast Deja and Wilfek Merk dungeons.
Jake nodded in satisfaction as he read through his status. Things were progressing nicely, and that 3rd use of his boons was more than welcome. Ideally, the next dungeon that Felix took them to would have a boon he could take, but even if it didn't, more manifestations were hardly a bad thing. Nodding to himself, Jake left the way he'd arrived, rejoining his companions as they all exited the dungeon. As usual, none of them seemed to be aware of the time when Jake had been absent. The dungeon's ability to do that did raise some alarming questions about how much time Jake was potentially missing each time he went through a doorway, but he didn't dwell on them. The amount couldn't be too large, or they would notice when they left, and anything less than that he could accept as the cost of using the dungeons. Felix was waiting for them as they left the dungeon, his eyes narrowing as he took in their appearance. "Good. You seem to have done well. Rest for half an hour, and then run it again. It should take you around 2 hours per completion. That means we can fit several completions in per day, with short rest breaks." "Only half an hour?" Carl asked with a touch of disbelief. "If you worked hard, then you should only need that much," Felix said, before motioning toward the nearby benches. "I'll let you know when it's time to go back in." Jake shared a tired look with the others, before shrugging and leading the way. Felix did have a point. They could get a lot done here, they just needed to put in the work. They ran the dungeon twice more with a short break in between, bringing their total Weird Geld earned for the day up to over 100 each. It was so much, and yet it felt like so little compared to what they needed. Surprisingly, each of those short breaks was enough to revitalize them. However, by the third delve, they were consistently running low on weird. The short breaks weren't long enough, and consuming Weird Geld to top them up would be counterproductive to what they wanted to do. Felix had reinforced the concept that these were training sessions after each delve, which was enough for Jake to realize what he was doing. He'd long since worked out that Felix had some skill or trait that boosted the recovery of his students, but this was the most direct and deliberate use of it that he'd seen. Jake knew they would have done much less without it, especially after spending a few hours marching hard to get here. "Are we going again?" Jake asked, looking around at the others as they finished their break after the last run.
I don't have the weird to carry on,
Rue said reluctantly, looking down at her wand with a slight glare.
We would probably be best to start again in the morning.
"We'll push on to the next dungeon tomorrow," Felix said, his tone carefully neutral. "If you've hit your limit for the day, then it would be best for you to rest and be ready to do it again when we arrive. Ari has booked us into an inn. He can show you the way." Jake frowned unhappily, but couldn't think of a good argument to make the others stay. He knew that rest was important, but he felt like he had more to give.
I think that would be best.
Rue said, getting to her feet and rubbing her face.
We'll work the next one hard instead.
"All right, let's get back then. I want a coffee," Ari said, rising smoothly to his feet as he started walking off at a relaxed pace. "Jake, wait a moment if you would," Felix said as the others followed after Ari. "You don't look satisfied with finishing here." "I think I can do more," Jake said honestly. "This wasn't enough either, not if we just have one more full day of delving ahead of us. I'll be able to rank up tonight and likely again tomorrow, but that leaves me at the 7th rank. "We'll have more than that," Felix said, gesturing for Jake to sit with him. The 3 days for arrival time frame was a worst-case scenario. We likely have 1 or 2 more than that. I'll get a message from Michelle when she knows more. The important part was that you all started strong. "I'm not sure that 5 days would be enough for me to reach rank 10, Jake said, working the numbers out in his mind. "It won't be. Not unless you're willing to show me your true mettle." "I don't understand," Jake said slowly, not sure where Felix was going with this. "We can run this dungeon as we did the ones in the past," Felix said, pulling a satchel up from where it had sat out of sight on the ground and placing it atop the table with a loud clink of glass. "I won't give you the Weird Geld, but I will help keep you going while you earn it yourself." "Yes," Jake answered before he even finished processing what Felix was offering. He'd take any path forward that would be offered. "Very well. There is more to explain, but let us do that within the dungeon," Felix said, rising to his feet and gesturing for Jake to lead the way as he shrugged on the strap of the satchel. The dark, dank tunnels of the dungeon seemed far more foreboding now that Jake was taking them on without his companions. Thankfully, Felix had lit a torch and was helping illuminate everything. Still, it wasn't quite the same. The first beetle emerged from the darkness before long, scuttling forward to try to clamp its mandibles on Jake's leg. Infusing his sword took a good amount of weird, so Jake drew his wand and sent a weird conjured thorn into its head. The thorn easily breached the monster's thick carapace, killing it before it could get close enough to pose a threat. While this method was wasteful on the beast-ranked beetles, it was proof of concept for Jake and would be how he planned to deal with the acid-spitting enhanced beetles that were deeper in the dungeon. "You said there was more to explain?" Jake asked as he drew the weird geld from the dead monster and dropped it into his pouch before continuing onward. "Yes, regarding the trait that I've been using to help you all recover. I will share how it works so you can understand the situation," Felix said, smiling slightly at the shocked expression on Jake's face. Sharing skills was the height of trust, and Jake almost missed his strike on the next beetle as he tried to process the implications of Felix offering it to him. Hurriedly recovering and finishing off his opponent, Jake checked for any other monsters before moving to take the hand that Felix was holding out.
Sharing trait details from Felix Drusus. Train hard. Fight hard. 5. Rare. When performing a training exercise, all involved recover at a moderately increased speed once the training is completed. This speed is further increased individually by the effort expended.
"I'm sure you can see the implications," Felix said, his eyes twinkling with amusement despite the situation as Jake rocked back on his heels. "But how can this work with delves? They aren't training situations, right?" Jake asked, confused by how the trait could work like this. "I consider them training for the future, and by telling you that, you've all been considering them training to enough of a degree that it can function," Felix said, gesturing for Jake to take a seat. "The system doesn't care what mental gymnastics we do to make our skills and traits work. There is no oversight there." "But doesn't that mean that any skill can apply to any situation if you convince yourself it does?" Jake rubbed his face, trying to make it all make sense. "Yes. As long as you can convince yourself that it's true," Felix said with a slight shrug. "I know people who make some very strange mental adjustments to help their skills work, but there is always a cost." "A cost?" "Yes. You see, you can't just tell yourself it's true and then have it work. You have to believe it. I know that this is training for you, and by telling you it repeatedly, it has taken enough of a hold on you to work. Forcing that kind of understanding on yourself for something less workable can leave you disjointed. There's a reason why higher-tier classes are often a bit unbalanced." Jake considered forcing himself to believe something was true just to gain a skill or trait benefit, and shuddered. That sounded like an easy way to send yourself insane. "Okay, I think I understand," Jake said after another minute of thought. Calling the description of Felix's trait back to mind, he ran through it again, understanding now what Felix had wanted him to see. "The recovery speed is based on how much I push myself." "Yes, and you need it to be high," Felix said, his smile fading as his expression grew serious. "Physical recuperation is easy enough, but regaining your focus takes longer. Anything less than the full effect of my trait won't be enough for you to get as much done as you need to." Jake nodded, taking a deep breath before getting to his feet. "Then I need to make sure I push as hard as I can." Jake dodged to the side, his thoughts sluggish as he mechanically stabbed a crocfly that was trying to latch onto him before drawing his wand and firing it at the closest of the acid beetles, or at least he tried to. A sensation like forcefully poking a bruise came as Jake tried to use the wand, and he winced as he realized he was out of weird. His boons were long since used up as well. Jake hesitated, his mind sluggishly trying to think of an alternative as the beetle spat out a thin stream of acid that caught him in the side as he tried to dodge. Fresh adrenaline crashed into Jake as pain stabbed into him, bringing clarity with it. The mental fog he'd been struggling with was ripped away, along with the flesh on his shoulder. This was the third delve since the others had left, and while Jake felt only mildly tired in a physical sense, his mental fatigue had continued to grow. There was an odd dissonance now between his mind and body, but at least he had the presence of mind to get out of the beetle's line of sight. Hunkering down behind a stalagmite, Jake grabbed the frayed ends of his focus and forced himself to be present in the moment as he surged around the far side and dodged a blast of acid. Eschewing any fanciness, Jake bodily slammed into the beetle, knocking it off balance before he got his free hand under it and heaved it onto its back. A weak spurt of acid caught him on the neck, taking his breath away, but he had enough presence of mind to put his weight behind his sword as he fell, embedding it in the beetle. Blissful coolness came a moment later as Felix reached his side and poured a potion over the injuries on Jake's neck and shoulder. "You've done well, Jake. That's all for today. Get your reward, and then you can rest." Jake managed to just about stumble through the process of getting his reward and claiming his weird geld from the dead monsters, barely even paying attention to what he got as he put the coins in his pouch. Thankfully, Felix's traits started to kick in as soon as they were out of the dungeon, and by the time they got to the inn that Ari had found, Jake was in better shape. That wasn't to say that he was in any good shape to hold a conversation or focus on anything, but Felix had no expectations of him doing anything but resting, so that didn't really matter. Jake gladly went straight up to the room he'd been assigned to and beelined for the bed, collapsing down into it with barely enough thought left in him to trigger his rank up.
Sufficient Weird Geld is present. Presenting Ascension Options for Tier 1, Rank 6. You have sufficient Weird Geld to achieve Rank 7. Would you like to proceed to that rank?
"Yes," Jake said, his eyes closed as he kept a firm grip on his mind. He would be awake and aware exactly as long as he needed to be for this.
Confirmed. You currently have 2 trait slots available and 2 skill slots available. At this time, you have unlocked the following skills and traits that may be purchased. Skill: Infused Strike, Uncommon, 200 Weird Geld. Trait: Lesser Endurance, Uncommon, 200 Weird Geld. At this time, you have sufficient Weird Geld to upgrade the following skills and traits. Skill: Personal Plexus, 1, Very Rare, 80 Weird Geld. Trait: Lesser Noble Constitution, 1, Rare, 40 Weird Geld. At this time, you have insufficient Plexus points to make any upgrades. Would you like to purchase or upgrade a skill or trait?
"No."
Congratulations, you have ascended to Tier 1, Rank 7. The expended Weird Geld shall be used to refine your physicality. Would you like to discard any skills or traits at this time?
"No," Jake said for the final time, his exhausted mind slipping into sleep before the changes could begin. Jake woke early the next morning, feeling completely rested, which was somewhat of a shock. He'd pushed hard the day before, and yet he felt like he was waking from a long sleep after a relaxing weekend. Felix's trait was the only thing that Jake could think of that could account for it, and he supposed that he had gone almost directly to bed after finishing the final bout of training. There must be a time limit for recovery after the training, but clearly it worked well with sleeping. Then again, Jake had been giving it everything he had, especially during that last delve, so perhaps it was that effort part of the trait that was aiding him. Regardless, Jake quickly dressed and made his way down to the inn's common room. Ari and Felix were already present and speaking with a scruffy-looking man who quickly left after he saw Jake approaching. "Jake, we have good news," Felix said as Jake sat at the table with them. "Our friend just passed on a message from Michelle. She's confirmed that we have at least another 3 days to get back. That means we march east today to get to the other dungeon, and then we spend all of tomorrow there as well. After that, we cut back to the south, and we'll be on the correct side of Casthorpe for when matters develop further." "How long will it take us to get to the next dungeon?" Jake asked, trying to work out how many delves he had and if he could manage it all. "We'll be there by noon. I expect to manage 3 delves with all of you, and then we can push on to just the 2 of us if you are willing." Jake did his best to work out how much he'd get from all that, and nodded. "I think I'll need to." "Excellent," Felix said, starting to get up and head to the bar before pausing and looking back to Jake. "I should mention that even by dungeon standards, this one is odd. But I'll continue to buy any rewards you get for their base rate in Weirdgeld." Jake nodded his thanks, but felt a little confused. Just how odd was this dungeon that Felix felt he needed to warn him in advance? Barely an hour from when Jake woke up, they were all on the road, giving Jake the chance to stretch his legs and get used to his new rank. Jumping up 2 ranks was a little disconcerting, to say the least, but he was already starting to settle into it. Felix had them doing short runs, both to quicken their pace and as endurance training. Given what Jake knew about Felix's trait, he made sure to push himself, trusting in its power to help him recover for the next one. Between runs, Jake considered his options from the night before and how the skill he'd been offered had changed. Last time it had been Minor Infused Strike, a common skill. This time it had been Infused Strike, an uncommon skill. It was a small, subtle difference, but it meant that his work to improve what he was doing had paid off. He wasn't at the end of his potential improvements either, which was interesting. There was still work to do in shaping the weird he was infusing and making sure that he was getting the most out of every strike. Sadly, Felix's trait functioned mainly on the physical, so Jake refrained from practicing his infusing. He'd need every drop of weird for later. Chapter 39.
I was expecting another settlement.
Rue said as they emerged from a section of woodland and saw their destination. Rather than a village or town, the dungeon had nothing more than a few houses and Ivaldi's shop. Even then, the houses were currently cold and dark, albeit in good condition. This particular dungeon isn't popular with delvers despite the interesting rewards it can offer, Felix said, making Ari chuckle. "That's an understatement," Ari said, grinning at the other man before gesturing to the empty houses. "People will come for the odd delve or 2, but no one would want to stay here. Some dungeons are like this, though, where they are more migratory." "Just so," Felix said with a nod, leading the way to the house closest to the dungeon. "The upside, however, is that the accommodation is both close to the dungeon and free. Anyone is free to use these houses, provided they leave them in the condition in which they were found." "So, what's so different about this dungeon, then?" Alan asked, his growing interest apparent as he looked between the 2 older classes. "Well, it is perhaps best for you to see yourself," Felix said, motioning to Ivaldi's store. "Gather any replacement equipment you need and then proceed as you will. This dungeon will be excellent training for you." Jake was more than happy to lead the way over to Ivaldi's, taking the time to get replacements for his equipment, as well as update Ivaldi on everything that had been happening. He'd been too focused on delving at the previous dungeon, but now that they were making progress, he was starting to think beyond earning more Weirdgeld. "I am sad to hear that your pursuers have caught up with you," Ivaldi said once the others had left. "Varin has also explained the situation after he received a message from your trainer. Rest your mind that he was able to leave Casthorpe without issue." "I'm glad to hear it," Jake said with a slight sigh of relief. "What of Nephthys? Is there anything you can do?" Ivaldi shook his head and gave Jake a sympathetic look. "My hands are tied, and I am bound to my domain. You have made strong progress. If you keep driving forward, you can surmount these troubles." Jake nodded unhappily, thankful for the encouragement, but wishing that Ivaldi was free to do more to help them. The big man was right, though. Jake had made good progress, and it was time to get in there and keep going. "Well, this is not what I was expecting," Alan said, breaking the stunned silence that had fallen as soon as they entered the dungeon.
Yeah, won't be needing this, that's for sure.
Rue said, tossing her torch aside, her eyes not leaving the vista before them. "I'm not dreaming, right?" Carl glanced over to Jake with a pleading look in his eyes. "That's definitely a pond, with ducks on it, over there, isn't it?" "Yep, that's a duck pond, all right," Jake said, restraining the urge to laugh as one of the ducks let out a loud quack. "Okay, so glossing over all of that," Alan said, waving his hand at the pond and the serenely swimming ducks. "Where are the monsters?" Jake started to answer before pausing and frowning as he looked over their surroundings once more. They were at the entrance to a sunny and well-maintained garden, with the outer edges banded by a thick hedge wall. Right in the center of the area was a decent-sized pond and 3 blue-feathered ducks who were happily swimming back and forth, occasionally letting out a quack or two. Jake took a few cautious steps forward, eyeing the hedges for any sign of hidden enemies. The ground was grassy but cut short, so there was nowhere to hide that he could see. That meant that either the monsters were somehow invisible, or they were right there in plain sight. As if catching his thoughts, one of the ducks turned through a patch of brighter light which glinted off the blue feathers on its back in a manner that reminded Jake more of metal than anything. Carl had also moved forward for a better look, and as he took a further step past Jake, the closest duck paused its swimming and turned to face them, letting out a deeper quack. Jake watched in growing disbelief as the other 2 ducks stopped dead in the water, their heads snapping around to stare at Carl. He had just enough time to draw his sword before all 3 ducks took off, wings flapping madly as they flew straight for Carl. Fortunately, though the ducks did turn out to have metallic feathers, they were little more than baseline beasts, allowing Jake and the others to dispatch them in short order. Pushing on, they found the rest of the dungeon to be of a similar theme, with the first 2 floors being entirely made up of hedge mazes with ponds. The doors between floors were wooden and covered with ivy, fitting the theme of what they'd seen so far. The 3rd floor introduced a change in terrain and a new monster, the first being patches of thick reeds within the ponds, and the latter being geese. To Jake's mounting horror, the geese had pronounced bills, with a thickened section where it met the head that allowed them to produce a honk far louder than anything a mundane goose could manage. To make matters worse, the honks had some sort of magical effect to them, causing anyone within a few feet of them to lose their balance and become disorientated. By the time they cleared the 4th floor, each of them had ended up falling in a pond at least once, and their waterlogged clothes did nothing to improve their moods. Jake wanted to ignore the challenge, but he knew better and spent a few minutes cajoling the others into going along with him. It wasn't that this dungeon was difficult, it was just annoying and bizarre. The challenge was simple. All they had to do was kill all 5 ducks before the timer ran out. The problem was that the ducks were actively avoiding them by diving down into the pond and then hiding among patches of reeds. In the end, Jake and Carl had to jump bodily into the pond to get the final duck, earning themselves several nasty cuts from its metal wings. "I hate this place," Carl said as he drank one of his potions. They hadn't needed any others getting this far, so even if the cuts didn't quite warrant the potion, they had enough to warrant it. "Yup," Jake said, drinking a potion of his own as his gaze fell on the reward chest for the challenge. "But it'll be worth it when we get the weird gold." Rue had already hurried over to the chest and quickly opened it before staring at the interior with a look of disbelief. "Rue?" Jake quickly moved to join her, looking into the chest with growing concern. "Fuck." "What is it?" Alan called over from where he was harvesting the weird geld from the dead ducks. "Well, the reward isn't quite what we were hoping for," Jake said, his mind searching for a way to break the news.
It's fish. We did all that, and the reward is 4 packets of fucking fish?
Rue said bluntly before storming away angrily, muttering under her breath. "At least they're a good size," Jake said with a sigh, reaching into the chest and pulling out the top pack. As far as he could tell, it was some sort of large plant leaf that had been wrapped around a pair of fish fillets. The tail ends of the fillets poked out, revealing what they were, but not what sort of fish they were. Remembering Felix's promise to buy the rewards, Jake stowed the fillets away for later. It did raise the question of whether they should be butchering the ducks and geese they killed. Weird meat from dungeon monsters wasn't cheap after all. Jake considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Right now, it was quicker and easier to finish the dungeon and run it again. Perhaps with larger and higher-tier dungeons, it would be worth their while to spend the time.
Come on, let's just get this dungeon over with,
Rue said with a sigh, walking past Jake to the exit. Sharing a look with the other two, Jake shrugged and followed after her. They were in good shape overall, so there was no reason to wait before challenging the Guardian floor. With the practice of repeat delves, they gathered outside the ivy-covered door and moved through to the final floor of the dungeon. As before, the final floor was a single large room, which in this case was a wide-open area bounded by tall hedges and dominated by a huge pond. The only dry spots were the edges, the entrance, and the exit. An assorted group of ducks and geese were swimming around the pond, while a new monster stood in the center atop a small rock that jutted out from the water. Jake wasn't sure what sort of bird it was, but it was clearly another type of waterfowl. The creature stood almost 4 feet tall, with short legs, a stocky body, and a long neck that was covered in brightly coloured ruff. A black feathered plume stood out from the top of the creature's head, contrasting to the bright orange and red of the ruff. "Is that some sort of grebe?" Alan asked, eyeing the large bird with interest. "Never heard of him, sorry," Jake said with a shrug. It wasn't like he got to see much wildlife living in the city. The only reason he knew what ducks and geese looked like was from one of his trips outside the city.
I don't care what it is,
Rue said flatly, still seething from the lack of weird geld in their reward.
It must be the enhanced monster, so let's target it first.
Jake hesitated before shrugging and nodding. She did have a point. If they could bring it down quickly, the rest would be easy enough. Drawing his wand, Jake waited for Rue's count before the 3 of them attacked as one, sending a small barrage of arrows, ice, and thorns at the creature. The aggressive action caused a chorus of quacks and honks from the other monsters, and Carl moved to the edge of the water to intercept the oncoming attackers. Jake waited long enough to make sure the grebe, or whatever it was, had been hit by their attacks before moving to join Carl, holstering his wand as he went. He wouldn't need any more weird for this fight. Arrows and icicles flew past them as Rue and Alan kept up the attacks, picking off several of the birds that were heading for them. The first duck to reach them was knocked out of the air by Carl's hammer, but it was swiftly followed by a goose that let out a disorientating honk right into their faces. The world tilted as Jake staggered to one side, narrowly avoiding an attempt to peck out his eye before another honk sent him reeling even further. Nausea built as Jake fought to clear his head and catch his balance once more. Thankfully, the geese couldn't use whatever magic that was too often, so while he and Carl were suffering, Rue and Alan were putting in the work. "Jake, look out!" Alan shouted as Jake realized that he had ended up knee-deep in the water. Not a problem in itself, but the grebe had erupted out of the pond and was right in front of him. The enhanced monster was bleeding from several places and looked badly injured, but it was healthy enough to start swaying side to side, its neck undulating back and forth as its ruff splayed out in a bright display of vibrant color. Jake began to reel back, but there was something about the pattern within the ruff, the intricate weaving of orange into red as they traced around the grebe's neck, drawing the eye and holding it fast. Jake dimly felt himself imitating the swaying motion of the grebe as it slowly moved toward him, his gaze locked into the infinite swirling patterns held within its feathers. Someone was shouting Jake's name, but it felt distant and removed from everything. All that he could think of was following those colors, which was much easier now that the grebe was so close to him. Something heavy slammed into Jake, knocking him over right as the grebe's head darted forward, its long bill ripping into his arm rather than his chest. Pain stabbed into Jake's mind as he hit the ground, his head smacking into something hard while the rest of him went into the water. "Jake!" Alan was above him, but he was wavy and indistinct. "Shit, he's got blood in his hair. I'm going to give him a potion." A cool liquid was poured into Jake's mouth, banishing much of the pain he'd been feeling, leaving just the lingering effects of whatever the grebe had done. He could feel his mind clearing, but he still felt jumbled up, and it hurt to focus too much on anything.
"Damn this dungeon!"
Rue shouted from the far side of the pond, kicking the reward chest angrily.
"More fish!"
Carl and Alan exchanged a look before Alan turned back to Jake, leaving the big fighter to go try and calm Rue down. "How are you feeling, Jake?" Alan asked, peering into Jake's eyes with concern. "Better," Jake said roughly, taking Alan's hand and getting unsteadily to his feet. "Whatever that was, it really knocked me over." "Yeah, it was pretty scary, to be honest," Alan said as the two of them made their way around the pond at a slow walk, giving Jake the time to get his balance back. "It was swaying side to side, and you were just standing there as it came closer. Carl got to you just in time." "Yeah, it was the colors in its ruff. I just couldn't look away," Jake said with a shiver. He hadn't liked that experience at all. He especially didn't like how the effect was lingering. Rubbing his face, Jake took a few deep breaths before grabbing the packets of fish that Rue had rejected and tucking them into his pouch. He had his balance back, but everything still felt a bit foggy. Rue was already waiting by the exit with Carl, so Jake hurried over, sharing an exasperated look with Alan as she led the way out of the dungeon. Jake then moved to claim his own rewards. Jake stepped out into the heart of the dungeon, a statement that rang true in his mind as soon as he thought it. For all that his mind felt cloudy, Jake had done this part enough to know his role by rote. The dungeon's throne was a welcome comfort as Jake rested the back of his head against the cool metal, part of him absently feeling it mold itself to his shape and support his weight.
Congratulations, Jake Kesh. You have bound the dungeon Engin's Deja. Choose from one of the 4 rewards the dungeon has selected for you.
The 4 pedestals glowed with potential, their promise enough to tempt Jake out of the cool embrace of the throne as the normal rush of power flowed through him. Starting at the left, Jake made his way along the row, examining each one and getting a rough understanding of what was on offer. Unsurprisingly, each was based around ducks and other waterfowl, but varied heavily in their usefulness. Jake tried to consider the options logically, but his mind was foggy and he was struggling. He needed time out of the dungeon and some coffee. None of the 3 seemed that great, and Jake found himself leaning toward taking the increase of power that would allow him to manifest his boons more often. Reaching out to that pedestal, Jake paused as the middle option began to glow more brightly. It wasn't much, but it had never happened before. Going back to it, Jake felt the whispers in his mind speak of summoning an ally, one like those he'd already fought, but stronger. The image was of a duck standing in a pool of shadow, which didn't exactly sell it to him, but there was something odd here. The whispers were normally distant and unfeeling, but this time they felt excited to tell him about this boon. "Dungeon?" Jake asked aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the room before fading to silence. Jake waited a moment longer before shaking his head. He was sure that this was the dungeon talking to him, but clearly they couldn't communicate so directly. "I hope you know what you're doing," Jake muttered, not sure if he was talking to himself or the dungeon, as he reached out and claimed the summoning boon. A distant, melodious quack echoed in Jake's mind as he took the boon, and he quickly conjured his status to examine what it did.
Plexus Boons. Hidden Fang. 2. Granted by the Holswar Merc Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Orchard's Gift. 2. Granted by the Aptifer Varanus Dungeon, this boon allows you to manifest an apple infused with vitality. Ingesting the apple transfers this vitality, healing and sating the hunger of its consumer. The Mighty Drake. 1. Granted by the Engens Deja Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest Moby, a mighty drake, to aid you. The manifestation is consumed in maintaining Moby's presence, not his actions. Plexus Development. 2. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 per rank. Granted by the Hagast Deja and Wilfek Merc Dungeons.
"It summons a duck," Jake said flatly, rubbing his face again as he held back a sigh. He'd been hoping that the glow had meant the boon was better than it had seemed. Feeling somewhat cheated, Jake shook his head and left. They still had to run this dungeon several more times today, and he wanted every minute of rest he could get. Chapter 40. To Jake's relief, Felix's trait helped clear out any lingering issues from the geese and the keck grebe, as the old classer called it. He also managed to avoid discussing the boon he'd received. He wasn't sure which of the two was more of a relief. Once they were ready, they attempted the dungeon once more, prepared and forewarned. They sailed through the first few floors without issue. While irritating, the monsters within the dungeon were far less dangerous than others they'd fought. Jake used his wand almost as much as his sword, doing his best to target any geese that he saw as a priority. They had a tendency to dip under the water to hide if they weren't already moving, which Jake found incredibly frustrating. Alan could use his perception skill to pick them out, but Jake only had the soul sight they'd been shown how to use, and monsters had no souls. When they got to the Guardian floor, they did the same as last time, but this time Alan kept his focus on the Keck Grebe and picked it off before it could ensnare any of them. It was a solid improvement on the last time, and with Felix's reassurance that he would purchase all the fish, Rue wasn't as frustrated with it. Jake didn't know why Rue was so fixated on money, but considering his own secrets and how they were impacting everyone, he didn't feel like he was in a position to push. "Guys, do you mind if I try something with the Grebe?" Alan asked as they reached the Guardian floor at the end of their third delve. "What do you have in mind?" Jake asked, leaning against the surprisingly comfortable hedge wall as he took the opportunity to rest a little. While this dungeon wasn't as demanding as the last one, he knew that he wouldn't be stopping with the others and would need every last bit of effort that he could find to make it to the end. "Well, I've been practicing what Felix explained, and I think I can finally make an infused attack with my bow," Alan said somewhat hesitantly, blushing slightly as they all praised his efforts.
That's amazing, Alan! Well done!
Rue enthused, clapping her hands together excitedly.
How do you do it?
"Well, Felix told me about how the weird needs to be stable in the object you infuse, and I think I've come up with something that works. I want to test it on the Grebe and see what happens, if that's okay." "Works for me," Jake said with a slight shrug, the sentiment echoed by both Carl and Rue. They knew they could deal with the Grebe normally if it didn't work, so there wasn't much risk involved. Alan perked up and hurried through the ivy door of the final floor of the dungeon, drawing an arrow as he went. Following the excited scholar, the rest of them moved to their usual positions and waited patiently. Alan focused on the arrow he'd drawn before eventually nocking it and letting out a steadying breath. Jake was expecting some sort of comment or warning from Alan, but he simply took aim and released in one smooth motion. Grey energy played along the arrow as it cut through the air, and Alan let out a shout of victory as it plunged into the Grebe's chest, going deep enough that only its tail feathers were visible. Enhanced or not, the Grebe was not a tough combat monster, and a strike like that was simply too much for it. It quickly perished. Having dealt with the main threat, they defeated the rest of the monsters in record time, Alan's success buoying their spirits and giving them fresh energy. That energy kept them going into a fourth joint delve, but that was where the other three bowed out, leaving just Jake to carry on with Felix. Thankfully, Felix didn't push Jake on what reward he'd gotten from the dungeon, so he didn't have to own up to his new ability to summon a duck. Even thinking about it made Jake scowl in annoyance. He felt like the dungeon had cheated him out of a more useful increase in his manifestations. Eventually, he'd conjure it, just to confirm the truth with his own eyes, if nothing else. Right now, he had a better use for his manifestations. His dagger was the only way he could reliably kill the Grebe when working alone. Infusing his sword would work, but the dagger had a better chance of killing the Grebe no matter where it struck. Besides, he needed all his weird for his wand. This dungeon was the toughest for a solo delver of the ones Jake had tried, but he imagined that higher-tier classes had ways to protect themselves against things like the honking of the geese or the Grebe's hypnotic ruff. Sadly, Jake lacked any of those protections, which made each delve an exercise in frustration. Thankfully, though, he had plenty of targets on which to work out that frustration. After the third solo delve, Jake had used up his manifestations in daggers and apples, so he called an end to it. He had no desire to experience the humiliation of being killed by a bunch of waterfowl. Jake managed to amass hundreds of Weirdgeld over the 7 delves, allowing him to reach rank 9 overnight. His friends managed the same, though their requirements to reach the peak of the first tier was 180 Weirdgeld, whereas his was 360. The double cost had never felt so imposing as considering those two numbers, especially as their parity had only come from Jake working himself to the bone for the last 2 days. Alan was quick to report that he now had an option for a new skill that allowed him to infuse arrows, but he was pushing for rank 10 first. While that was good for Alan, it also meant that his ideas around stabilizing the weird within the weapon were sound. Now wasn't the time, but Jake made a note to speak to him about it when they were next on the move, to try and put that knowledge towards improving his own skills. "I have news for you all," Felix said as they started over to the dungeon for their full day of delving. "We have been able to determine where they are taking Nephthys, and it isn't back to one of the cities. Instead, she is being taken west to a small outpost that maintains a skeleton garrison." "Wait, what?" Jake frowned, surprise warring with worry as he processed what Felix had said. "Are they sure?" "They've been able to confirm it independently. That is as close to sure as we'll get until they actually leave in that direction," Felix said, turning one hand palm up as he met Jake's gaze. "Our source might have been turned, but if so, I don't see what this would get them." "Could it be an effort to get us to go to the wrong place?" Alan asked hesitantly, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's possible," Felix said with a reluctant nod, "which is why we'll stick to our current schedule for the moment, but head back to Casthorpe rather than directly to the ambush point. If they stick to the original route, then we can get there before them if we move swiftly. If they pick the new route, we can reassess our plan." Jake frowned as he tried to think of why the Triarchy would change their plan like this. It just didn't make sense to him. "Do you know anything about the outpost they mentioned?" "Not much," Felix said, shaking his head as they reached the doors of the dungeon. "It's an older one from the early days of the occupation. The note I was sent said that it has a skeleton garrison and isn't known to be an active site for the Triarchy. Really, we just don't know why they are thinking of using it, assuming that the change of route isn't an effort to shake us off, as Alan mentioned." "I don't like it," Jake said before sighing slightly and looking over to Felix. "But I don't suppose there's anything we can do, is there?" "No, there isn't," Felix said, not unkindly. "All right, then we best get delving," Jake said, looking around at the others to make sure they were all ready before heading inside the dungeon. Thankfully, the seemingly endless practice of the day before meant that they were able to breeze through the first delve, using Alan's new ability to its full extent against the grebe at the end of the dungeon. Considering how useful it was now, Jake was looking forward to when Alan had enough Weirdgeld saved up to purchase the skill. With Alan's example to draw on, Jake did his best to refine his technique for infusing his sword with weird to mixed results. By the time they were on their fourth delve of the day, he felt like he was achieving a much better flow of weird, but it still wasn't perfect. Jake already had the skill available, but he felt the temptation to push further, to do as much as he could himself. He wasn't sure if it was pride or enjoying the challenge, but there was something satisfying about putting the work in and seeing it improve. In total, they did 6 delves as a group before the others decided to prioritize training their skills over more Weirdgeld. Jake didn't have that same luxury, however, and pushed on with Felix's assistance for another 3. 9 delves in one day left Jake weary to the bone despite the quickened recovery times from Felix's trait. He was done. He'd found his limit. Slumping down at one of the benches outside the dungeon, Jake passed over the small mound of fish fillets that he'd got from the dungeon to Felix. "If I never see another one of those damned fillets or hear a bloody goose honk again, I'll be a happy man." "A sentiment I think you've earned," Felix said, placing the pile of fish to one side and producing the requisite Weirdgeld for Jake. "Here, 5 Weirdgeld per pack as usual." Jake absorbed the Weirdgeld Felix had given him as well as everything in his pouch, a small smile touching his lips as he felt something shift within him. He had enough to rank up, which meant he had enough to get to the 2nd tier. It was a scary proposition. Not only because he'd be taking a step further into the world of being a classer, but because this was his last chance to turn away from being a dungeon noble, to renounce his class. Despite his heavy limbs and burgeoning headache, Jake had a question he needed to ask, one that had been burning within him for the last 2 days. "Felix, we've gotten almost 90 packs of fish fillets today, and you've bought them all. What are you even going to do with them?" "I wondered if you'd ever question it," Felix murmured with an amused smile. "I'll store them with Ivaldi for now, but I may sell them to a restaurant in a higher realm, or simply eat them myself." Jake went to ask how Felix intended to eat that many fillets himself before they went bad, but stopped and considered what the older man was saying. Jake already knew that Ivaldi was more than he seemed, and he'd had food and drink from him before, all of which was perfectly fresh and preserved. Jake had assumed that the apples he'd stored would last for a while, but this changed things. He'd have to ask Ivaldi about some of the details when they next spoke, but at the very least, he wouldn't need to worry about feeding himself if they went to some dungeon out in the wilderness. It would cost Weirdgeld to store and retrieve things, of course, but with the hundreds flowing through his hands like water at the moment, that hardly felt like an issue. Rubbing his face, Jake decided he was too tired to consider the implications any further. What little mental capacity he had left, he wanted to use to reach rank 10 and consider what, if any, options he had. They would be heading back to Casthorpe tomorrow, which put them on a direct course to fighting the Triarchy, and Jake wanted every scrap of power that he could get before that happened. If that meant buying or upgrading skills now rather than waiting for better options, then so be it. Getting to his feet, Jake left Felix to store his fish and made his way back to where they were staying. Chapter 41.
Sufficient Weirdgeld is present, presenting ascension options for Tier 1, rank 10. You currently have 2 trade slots available and 2 skill slots available. At this time, you have unlocked the following skills and traits that may be purchased. Skill: Infused Strike, Uncommon, 200 Weirdgeld. Trait: Lesser Endurance, Uncommon, 200 Weirdgeld. Trait: Improved Recovery, Uncommon, 200 Weirdgeld. At this time, you have sufficient Weirdgeld to upgrade the following skills and traits. Skill: Personal Plexus, 1. Very Rare, 80 Weirdgeld. Trait: Lesser Noble Constitution, 1. Rare, 40 Weirdgeld. At this time, you have 2 available Plexus points. Boons available to be upgraded. The Mighty Drake, 2 Plexus points. Would you like to purchase or upgrade a skill, trait, or boon?
Yes.
Confirmed. Please state the desired changes.
Jake winced as he felt a wave of information flow through his mind, detailing what he could get and the combinations of things available to him. It was a touch overwhelming at first, but he quickly filtered it down to what he wanted. "I'd like to purchase Infused Strike and upgrade Lesser Noble Constitution by 3 ranks.
Purchase and upgrade completed. Continuing with Ascension. Congratulations! You have ascended to Tier 1, rank 10. The expended Weirdgeld shall be used to refine your physicality. Would you like to discard any skills or traits at this time?
"No," Jake said, bracing himself for the process to begin, only for his eyes to widen as the system continued past the usual point.
Congratulations! You have fulfilled the requirements for ascending to the next tier. Would you like to renounce your patron, the Great Dungeon?
Jake hesitated. Even knowing what he wanted, he still found it difficult to say the word. In the end, though, he needed power. He needed strength. And the path before him was the way to get those. No.
Would you like to advance, alter, or augment?
Jake felt the system feed him information once more, detailing the options he had. Advancement was progressing his current class to Tier 2 as he had intended, and was the option he would go for. Alter seemed to be resetting his progress at this tier, but changing his class, which would be what Ivaldi had referred to when explaining Jake's options. Augment was the third and most tempting option, as it allowed for a new class to be added. Jake's impression of the option was that the options it gave were determined by the deeds he'd done. As both classes then had to be increased at the same time, it made sense to push forward with one for now, and then get a better second class in the future. Well, Jake hoped that made sense anyway. He was mostly shooting blind here. "Advance, please," Jake said eagerly. Now that he was past the choice of committing to the Great Dungeon, he was more than ready to see what the next tier would bring.
Confirmed. Advancing Dungeon Noble Class. Please choose between advancing a class ability and purchasing a class ability.
Jake perked up as he read through the prompt, and further understanding was passed through to him. He could either advance one of the class abilities, so his skill or trait, by 1 rank, or he could get a new one of a rarity linked to his tier. As he was going into Tier 2, he could only get a common ability, but a single rank in one of the others wasn't really that useful right now. If he had one at rank 10, he felt like this could advance the ability, but without that, he might as well get a new one. Jake went through the list for a few minutes before making his choice. Purchase Lesser Delver's Will.
Congratulations, you have ascended to Tier 2, Rank 1. Your soul has been purified and refined.
Jake had barely a moment to understand the final message before energy surged through him, and he was dragged down into unconsciousness. Jake woke early the next day feeling far more rested than he had any right to, especially considering the relentless delving of the day before. Rising smoothly to his feet, Jake rolled his shoulders and bounced on his toes, feeling a greater level of strength flowing through him than he'd expect from a single rank up. Jake had gotten used to the slight increases in physical strength, but this felt different. It was more like all of him had been improved a little. Calling up his status, Jake took in the changes with pride.
Name, Jake Kesh. Patron deity, the Great Dungeon. Class, Dungeon Noble, Knight. Tier, 2. Rank, 1. Dungeon Network, 5. Plexus Strength, Minor. Plexus Manifestations, 3 out of 3. Plexus Points, 2. Traits. Physical, Lesser Noble Constitution, 4. Rare. Descended from a noble bloodline, you have a medium enhancement to physical characteristics. Mental, Lesser Delver's Will, 1. Common, Gird Your Will. Advance endlessly. Provides a minor bonus to willpower when delving dungeons. Skills, Passive, Personal Plexus, 1. Very rare. You gain the ability to bind dungeons and form your own plexus that may contain dungeons of minor strength. Currently, dungeons up to Tier 1 can be bound. Doubles the Weird Geld cost of advancing in class rank. Active. Infused Strike, 1. Uncommon. You are able to infuse your weapon with a minor amount of weird, strengthening your blows and sharpening the edges of your weapon. Patron gifts. Passive. Agent of the Great Dungeon. 2. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive. Sense Dungeon. 2. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Passive. Authority of the Great Dungeon. 1. Very rare. You have the approval of the Great Dungeon and may enact rituals in its name. You gain the knowledge of the Ritual of Castigation. Misuse of this authority may result in its removal. Plexus Boons. Hidden Fang. 2. Granted by the Holswar Merc Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Orchard's Gift. 2. Granted by the Aptifer Varanus Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest an apple infused with vitality. Ingesting the apple transfers this vitality, healing and sating the hunger of its consumer. The Mighty Drake. 1. Granted by the Engensdasia Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest Moby, a mighty drake, to aid you. The manifestation is consumed in maintaining Moby's presence, not his actions. Plexus Development. 2. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 per rank. Granted by the Hagast Deja and Wilfek Merc Dungeons. Deed requirement to increase tier. 1. 5. Tier 2 or higher dungeons bound. 2. Rank 10. Requirements to increase to rank 2. 1. 440 Weirdgeld.
The Delver's will trait was new, but he had high hopes for what more willpower would help him achieve in the future. These solo delves had been tough, both physically and mentally, and his hope was that the new trait would assist with that. Infused Strike was also new, though that was more of an extension of what he already knew. Still, it would be interesting to compare the difference between what he did and the skill. Beyond the new abilities, Jake was most interested in his new class name. He was apparently a knight now, which was both amusing and satisfying in equal measure. Reading through the rest, Jake realized that the wording of his noble constitution trait had changed, with the benefit going from meager to medium, which might well explain how he was feeling this morning. Thinking back on Ari's initial explanations, Jake realized that the trait would also improve his physical recovery, and it would synergize well with Felix's trait. The question then was what reaching the next tier had done for Jake. The system had spoken about his soul, but exactly what that equated to, he didn't know. Jake went to use the only method he had that touched on his soul and began to challenge his weird into his eyes before pausing as he felt the amount of weird he could draw on. It wasn't double what he had previously, but it was pretty damn close, and that was a terrifying prospect. If a single tier more gave this kind of increase, just what could a 4th or 5th tier classer access? With their tight schedule, Jake was only able to revel in the congratulations of the others for a few minutes before they had to get moving. They were all at the peak of their first tier now, and only needed to complete their deeds to be able to ascend to the next tier as Jake had. Exactly how long that would take, none of them knew, but it was clear that Jake would be getting ahead of them, at least for the moment. To reach the 3rd tier, he needed 5 dungeons at tier 2 bound to him, and as he'd yet to even come close to completing 1, that felt like quite the task. Such problems were for the future, however, as their main concern now was rescuing Nephthys. Felix had explained that the average Triarchy guard was at the peak of the 1st tier, in the same position as Jake's friends. While most guards would have had time to buy new abilities and rank them up, they were no longer well beyond their capabilities. While they had spent around 10 hours of travel to get where they were, a direct line back to Casthorpe took more like 8, especially with their improved physiques. Those 8 hours passed slowly, with each of them lost in their own thoughts and worries. What they'd done so far was one thing, but what they were planning was taking things to a whole new level. If they did this, the Triarchy would never let it go. Jake was ready to accept that for himself, but the fact that he was also bringing his friends into it weighed heavily on him. Soon enough, the cabin they'd stayed at previously came into sight, and after a cautious check from Ari, they all made their way inside. "We'll head into Casthorpe and get an update on the situation," Felix said once they were all safely inside. "Wait here for the moment and take some time to relax and recover. You've all pushed hard for the last few days, and you'll need to be in good form for what comes next." Jake barely had the chance to nod before Felix was back out of the door. Ari followed swiftly after him, leaving the rest of them to drop their packs and rest their feet. "I wish there was an easy way to see how close we are to completing our deeds," Alan said after a few minutes, sighing heavily before continuing. "You've worked hard for yours, Jake, so I don't begrudge you, but it would be nice to know how far away mine is." "Yeah, I can second that," Carl said with a laugh. "I didn't quite understand the problem with worthy enemies when Harry first explained, but I do now. I think once this is done, we need to try another second-tier dungeon, see if that can help push us forward." Carl's tone had been light, but they all knew that it wasn't as easy as that. There was a real chance that not all of them were coming back from this, which was unsettling. Jake had seen his friends die many times, sometimes more brutally than others, so death had taken this strange, amorphous nature for them. His fight with the Triarchy Guard had undone a lot of that, but he was still struggling to align their delving experiences with the rest of reality. No doubt, it only got worse, and Jake felt a shiver run down his spine as he wondered just how many classes had died permanently due to reckless behavior they'd picked up from delving. Felix and Ari returned within the hour, both of them wearing serious expressions as they entered the cabin. "The Triarchy guards arrived early and the Seeker had them move out immediately. They are nearly a full day ahead of us, making it almost impossible to catch them," Felix said, his eyes seeking out Jake's as he spoke. "The good news is that they're heading for the outpost, not for Port Emerald, so we still have a chance to pull this off." "What do you mean?" Jake asked, still reeling a little from the revelation that they'd taken too long at the dungeons. "The outpost is old and has a small garrison. Ambushing them on the road would have been best, but we can go in after her. This is guesswork right now, and we have no idea what the defenses will look like, but it's an option." "I'm in," Jake said without hesitation. This was his fault, which made it his responsibility, and as far as he was concerned, the change in target made no difference. The others hesitated for a moment before nodding, and despite the pause, Jake could see the determination in their eyes. "Very well, then. Take these and get your packs ready," Felix said, tossing them each a small pack of dried food and a canteen of water. "We need to move quickly, and once we've won free, we'll need to avoid any nearby settlements." They set out as soon as they'd finished stowing their supplies, the tight time frame meaning that there was no time to waste setting off for the outpost. Thankfully, Felix explained that one of the reasons the outpost was still garrisoned at all was that it was on a major road heading east. It went through Casthorpe and was no doubt how the Triarchy had transported Nephthys there. While it wasn't a heavily patrolled road, they still had to be careful of the immediate area around Casthorpe, so they spent the rest of the day hiking, with the intent to link up with the road the next day. Jake found fresh appreciation for his improvement in his trait and his higher rank overnight, as Felix kept them moving for as long as was safe before pitching camp and setting them to take turns standing watch. All of that together, especially after the days of hard delving, should have been enough to all but cripple Jake. Instead, he found it all quite manageable. He still felt it all, but it was diminished and distant. As they weren't close to the road, a fire was allowed for a hot breakfast, but the atmosphere was tense. Even Ari looked pensive and was wearing a frown, which looked entirely out of place on the normally carefree class's face. Little was said as they ate and got underway once more, this time heading cautiously onto the road to help quicken their pace. Felix didn't seem happy about the choice, but from the short explanation he gave, the lack of sense to what the Triarchy was doing had unsettled him. They could think of no real reason to bring Nephthys this way. That meant one of two things as far as Jake was concerned. Either it was a trap, or there was some hidden benefit in it for the Triarchy. The Triarchy knew about Jake, and they knew someone had been with Nephthys when they caught her, so the trap was more likely, which explained the worried look in Felix's eyes. "I don't like any of this," Ari muttered as they set up their camp for the evening. They'd gone a distance away from the road for safety, but even so, they were careful to keep their fire low and shielded from the road. "Agreed. Something is going on," Felix said thoughtfully before noticing Jake's curious expression. "We didn't expect to see much in the way of patrols, but it seems strange that we've not seen any for a full day, especially given the situation. It isn't clear evidence of foul play, but in concert with the other oddities, it's concerning." "What he's saying is that the chances of this being a trap are only going up," Ari said with a snort, rolling his eyes at the look Felix gave him. "Is there anything we can do?" Jake looked between the two of them with growing concern. "We'll arrive just after noon tomorrow if we maintain our pace," Felix said, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. "We don't know what they have planned. That's our largest issue at the moment. However, we can work on the assumption that they will either move on to somewhere else or will otherwise take further steps." "Agreed," Ari said with a nod. Noticing the concerned look on Jake's face, he leaned over slightly and explained in a softer voice, "If they just wanted to kill her, they'd have done it in Karsthorpe." "Exactly. So we'll use the initial time after we arrive to scout out their defenses and see what we're working with. If it looks like they will be moving on, or there are clear advantages to acting soon, we will strike that evening. If not, we will plan accordingly." Jake felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that this time tomorrow he could be raiding a Triarchy outpost. The other two classes went on to discuss potential plans, and Jake listened carefully, intent on picking up as much as he could. They set off early the next morning with little fanfare. Felix had ensured that everyone understood the general plan of what they wanted to achieve, and that knowledge brought on a somber atmosphere. Much like the day before, they saw no Triarchy guards patrolling the road, and precious few other travelers as well. Each time Felix saw someone else approaching, they all swiftly moved to one side and got out of sight. However, all seemed to be simple travelers. With how prevalent the patrols around Karsthorpe had been, it grew increasingly unlikely that they would meet not a single one when traveling this way. For all that the lack of patrols was concerning, it also let them make good time, and they were able to reach the outpost by late morning. The Triarchy fortification was not at all what Jake had been picturing when Felix told them about the outpost. He'd thought it would be something akin to a small fortress, a redoubt to house the trikes when they were travelling through Strovia. Instead, it was closer to a hamlet, with a pair of central buildings and a few smaller ones clustered around them. The whole thing was bounded by a low wall and was built in a clearing amid thick woodland. The road they'd been following went right past the gates of the outpost, and there was a space on the opposite side of the road that looked like a permanent spot for wagons and travellers to camp. Jake and the others were as far away as they could manage while still being close enough to make out the details. Felix had led them in and tasked them to wait while he and Ari got a little closer. Jake didn't take it personally that Felix wasn't going to trust their talent at sneaking. He was pretty sure he didn't trust himself not to fuck it up either. "So what do you see?" Jake asked in a soft whisper, glancing over to Alan, who was peering out into the distance. "There's a pair of Triarchy guards at the gate, 2 walking the walls, and another 2 sets of 3 walking a patrol around the clearing. Can't tell you what's going on inside right now, but they all look pretty serious." Alan pointed out the closest of the patrols, and Jake nodded thoughtfully. Felix had said the outpost was lightly garrisoned, but it seemed they'd kicked it up a bit since the Seeker arrived. Channeling his weird to his eyes, Jake tried to see if he could sense the strength of the guards via their souls, but he was too far away. That was for the best, though, as anything he could do to them, they could do to him. Settling in for a wait, Jake found himself wishing that he had a boon that could get him closer. In fact, he'd been just following Felix's lead for dungeons so far, and while that had worked reasonably well, the duck boon was proof that it wouldn't always be the case. Perhaps it was time for Jake to start taking a more active part in choosing where to go next. They'd not really interacted with the Delvers Guild that much, but he could probably get some sort of rundown on the dungeons in Strovia and what sort of monsters they had. Thinking of the monster types made Jake wonder if there were any commonalities between dungeons that he could follow. He got their names when he bound them, and he'd thought there was a pattern there until the Duck Dungeon. Hallswarm Merc had been the first they completed, and Jake doubted it was a coincidence that there were Merc hands within it. Wilfek Merc had been a similar style, but with less rats and more bugs. Close enough for Jake, though, and he had begun to think that the second name was a grouping. Horgask Deja and Engans Deja made no sense as a grouping, though. Undead and waterfowls didn't go together, no matter how hard Jake tried to make them. Realizing that his mind had wandered, Jake banished his musings on dungeons and focused back on what they were doing. Now wasn't the time to get distracted. Alan stiffened next to him and looked to their right, giving Jake a bare second of warning before Felix moved into view, followed shortly after by Ari. The 2 classes moved silently into concealed spots of their own before Felix made a slight motion to catch all their attention and spoke up softly. "We've identified 2 classes of a higher tier. I think they are a pair of seekers, but we won't know for sure until we lay eyes on them." Jake paled and shared a worried look with his friends before whispering back, "How are we going to deal with them? Just how high a tier are they?" "We couldn't get close enough to find their tier, but they're high enough to be suppressed while here, which means at least 3rd tier." "Suppressed?" Alan echoed, almost visibly perking up in interest. "Classes beyond certain thresholds of strength are weakened in lower realms, which is why you don't see higher-tier classes commonly. Ari and I are currently only slightly stronger than a peak Tier 2 classer in raw terms anyway. Experience and breadth of abilities also gives us an advantage."
Which is great, but even with that, we can't take on classers like that.
Rose said with a grimace.
As much as I'd hate to admit it, they'd walk all over us.
"Which is why Ari and I will draw both of them and their strongest guards out and keep them occupied," Felix said, ignoring the wolfish grin that crossed Ari's face. "While we do so, you will all attack from the rear and attempt to extract Nephthys. It isn't ideal, but it's all we can manage."
But that'll be just the 2 of you against who knows how many.
Rose said before pausing and gesturing uncomfortably to Felix's missing hand.
Are you sure you'll be able to manage them?
Ari stirred and frowned, but Felix quelled him with a look before answering softly. You're right to be concerned, and against someone of a similar advancement in a higher realm, I'd struggle. As it is, I'm confident we can prevail. Rue nodded, seemingly willing to take Felix's words at face value.
All right then, when do we do this?
Tonight, Felix said, with a tight smile that didn't touch his eyes. We have no reinforcements, and the longer we wait, the worse the situation may become. Our best option is to act decisively. Ari waited to keep watch over the outpost as the rest of them withdrew to a safe distance. They didn't set up camp. It was too risky, but they settled into wait as the afternoon slowly crept by. Jake had done a lot of waiting, but the anticipation of what was coming left a chunk of ice in his gut, and he found himself mulling over the same few details almost obsessively. The plan was simple, as they knew too little for anything more complex, but that wasn't necessarily good. It's time, Felix said, getting to his feet and moving his pack into a nearby bush. Leave everything not essential here. If you get the chance, return this way once you have Nephthys. All being well, Ari and I will meet you here and move on as a group. They all nodded and followed suit, leaving behind everything that they wouldn't need to fight. When should we move in? Jake asked as he ensured his wand and sword sat properly in their sheaths. When Ari and I engage their heavy hitters, Felix said, with the ghost of a smile on his lips. You will know when it happens if Ari has anything to do with it. Understood. We'll be ready, Jake said, with far more confidence than he felt. Of that, I have no doubt, Felix said, sweeping his gaze over them one last time before giving an approving nod and setting off into the woods at a steady lope. Well, I suppose we'd better get moving then, Jake said into the tense silence that followed Felix's exit. If this is going to work, we'll need to act quickly. To Jake's surprise, the other three nodded and followed his lead, looking reassured by his words. He'd been taking the lead with their positioning and how to tackle the various fights in the dungeons, but that felt a long way from what they were doing now. Part of Jake wanted to confess that, to say that he had no more of a clue of what to do than they did, but he dared not. Even his rudimentary understanding of tactics told him that doing that without cause was stupid. Taking control of his thoughts with an iron grip, Jake led the way carefully and quietly through the woods, circling around to the rear of the outpost. They were committed now. It was time to see this through. Chapter 42. Dusk was well and truly upon them when the diversion began. A shout of alarm came from the front of the outpost, followed by a scream and the tortured cry of metal being rent asunder. Jake and his friends were waiting just back from the edge of the tree line, as hidden as they could be with what little preparation they had. As soon as they heard the diversion begin, they started forward. One of the patrols had been nearby and was already racing to the front of the outpost. Thankfully, there was no sign of the two guards walking the walls. It was the perfect opportunity, and Jake was eager to take it. The wall around the outpost was about head height, so Jake took a knee and boosted the others up before Carl helped him clamber over. For all their efforts at stealth, they made more noise than Jake would have liked, but thankfully, the growing clamor of battle seemed to have masked it. A small, raised path ran around the interior of the wall, with a ramp leading down only a few feet away. The ramp would put them behind what looked like a storage depot, which was only 2 buildings away from their target. According to Felix, the holding cells in a triarchy outpost were kept separate from everything else, and he'd pointed out the likely building to them. They'd picked their entry point based on that, so Jake could only hope that Felix was right. "Come on, this way." Jake moved quickly down the ramp from the walkway and over to the rear of the large supply depot. "Alan, any sign of the patrols?" "Nothing yet," the scholar said in a voice tight with tension. "I'll let you know as soon as I do." "All right, let's get closer and see what we can find," Jake said, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he crept up to the edge of the building. He hadn't drawn his blade yet for fear of moonlight hitting it and giving them away, but he was poised and ready if something happened. Reaching the corner, Jake peered around to see the center of the outpost, his eyes going wide as he saw the wreckage of the gate that had stood at the front. That metal sound they heard earlier must have been either Ari or Felix breaking it down. The center of the camp was a bustling mass of activity, with guards rushing around in response to the attack, but none of their attention seemed focused their way. Waving for the others to follow, Jake crossed the gap to the next building and repeated the move, peering around the corner to see the doors of their target unguarded. "Wait," Alan said abruptly, gripping Jake's arm before nodding to a pool of shadow next to the walkway. "There's something there. It almost looks like a person." Jake began to shake Alan off. They were too close now to get distracted, but as the scholar's words sank in, he felt his gut twist. Something was wrong here. They should have seen the guards patrolling the interior by now, and he knew that Ari and Felix hadn't intended to take them out. Jake had been working on the assumption that they'd been near the gate and just swept up in the diversion, but as he peered at the shape hidden in the shadows, he grew increasingly convinced that that wasn't the case. "Both of you should wait here. I think something's wrong," Jake said, glancing back to Carl and Rue before tapping Alan on the shoulder. "Come on, let's take a look." The two of them stole across the pool of shadows that Alan had noticed, and sure enough, they found a Triarchy guard stuffed into the corner with his throat slit. "What the fuck is going on?" Jake whispered as they eyed their surroundings. "Jake, the blood is still wet," Alan said hoarsely as he half raised his bow and his eyes flashed with weird. "I don't see any sign of the killers, but I don't like this." "Me neither," Jake said, drawing his sword despite his worry over being spotted. His gut was telling him that they were in danger and every moment could matter. "Let's push on. I want to get out of here as fast as we can." Carl and Rue watched with concerned expressions as Jake and Alan hurried back and explained what they'd seen. None of them knew exactly what was happening, but anything out of the ordinary was likely related to Nephthys, which meant they had to hurry. Moving down to the entrance of their potential target, Jake felt his heart pound as he waited for any of the guards in the distance to look their way. If they did, this whole thing was about to get a lot more interesting. Thankfully, whatever Ari and Felix were doing outside was enough to hold the attention of all the guards, and Jake was able to open the door and rush inside. Jake had been prepared for a few guards and was poised to infuse his blade, but instead, he felt himself pass through a bubble of foreign weird with little resistance. As soon as he did, a wall of sound washed over Jake, and the air was filled with grunts, curses, and cries for help. He stared in surprise at the battle into which he'd just walked. 4 guards lay motionless on the floor, their blood pooling beneath them, while 2 more still stood and fought against a single intruder wearing a white mask with a black design. Both guards were bloodied but were fighting hard, yet it was clear they were losing. The masked classer was clad in dark clothes and wore no armor. Despite that, they seemed almost uninjured. The reason why was clear as they darted in, and the 2 bloody daggers they wielded darted out to slice and cut. Spotting Jake, the masked fighter leapt back from the guards and glanced over to assess Jake and his friends. "Where does fate lead us?" Jake hesitated. caught by surprise by the question. As soon as Jake didn't immediately answer, the attacker flicked a dagger at him before engaging the guards once more with increased ferocity. Hours of practice dodging acid spit let Jake twist out of the way, but Carl grunted in pain as he came in behind him and caught the dagger in his shoulder. One of the Triarchy guards fell, clutching his throat and gurgling, while the other backed away and hacked at his comrade's killer. Any attempt at technique was gone as the guard's sword glowed with weird, and he tried desperately to keep the masked classer at bay. Alan had an arrow knocked, and Rue had raised her wand, but there was a slight moment of hesitation that any Strovian would feel before coming to the aid of a trike. Still, the guard wasn't the greatest threat right now, and the masked classer had made his position clear. Hefting his shield and activating his skill to infuse his sword, Jake charged forward to save the guard. The masked classer turned their heads slightly as Jake raced in, Carl mere steps behind him. One dagger flicked up to bat Alan's arrow aside, whilst the other gleamed with weird as they parried the guard's wild swing. The guard's sword swung wide, leaving him exposed, but Jake was there before the attacker could capitalize on it, thrusting and slashing with tight swings. The masked fighter parried, dodged, and avoided every strike and attack coming their way from the 5 of them for a period that Jake found terrifying. Eventually, though, one of Rue's blasts of ice caught their arms, slowing their parry slightly and letting Carl get a solid hit in with his hammer. Carl hadn't been expecting to actually hit them, so his hammer wasn't infused, but it was still enough to knock the classer off balance and let Jake's blade come within inches of their mask. Reversing his swing, Jake pushed to land a hit on his opponent, knowing that weakening them further was critical. As it was taking all 5 of them to simply keep up with them. Weird flared around one of the attacker's spare daggers, and it shot up in a blur to block Jake's attack, knocking his sword aside. Surprised, Jake wasn't able to react fast enough to ignore the dagger that plunged into his gut like a spike of burning hot pain. "Jake!" Carl was there a moment later, catching a second attack on his shield before lashing out at the attacker as Jake fell to one knee and put pressure on the bleeding wound in his stomach. Dropping his shield and fumbling a potion free, Jake poured some into the wound and swallowed the rest, the pain fading to a more manageable level as the potion got to work and numbed the wound. Staggering back to his feet, Jake was just in time to watch the masked classer fake towards Rue, drawing Carl that way before moving with weird-enhanced speed to overwhelm the last guard. "Hit him with everything you got!" Jake called out as he moved forward, his initial awkward gait clearing up as the potion kept working. Carl interposed himself between the masked classer and the other 2, doing his best to keep them at bay while Alan and Rue kept up a steady stream of attacks. Rejoining the fight, Jake did his best to cover Carl's flank, but he was keenly aware that the only thing keeping them alive was that there were 4 of them. Even so, the loss of the guard was enough that they were struggling to keep up, but at the same time the masked classer didn't have the chance to stop and take a healing potion. Not that Carl's blow seemed to have done any major damage to the masked classer, but they were favoring that side ever so slightly. Another dagger flicked out from the attacker's belt to intercept an arrow as the attacker infused their dagger with weird and cut through Carl's shield, hacking off a large portion. Carl stumbled back with wide eyes, but Rue used her wand and her skill simultaneously to drive the masked classer back with a flurry of magic, giving Carl the space to recover. Jake did his best to press the masked fighter and keep the pressure up, but he just wasn't quick enough to keep up. "Fate isn't with you today. Keep up and I will make it painless," the masked classer said, their voice harsh but distorted by the mask as they effortlessly slid past Jake's sword and slashed down his arm while using him as a shield from Alan and Rue. "Fuck you!" Jake snarled before hissing in pain as a gesture sent a dagger flying from the masked classer's belt to just narrowly miss Jake's eye and instead slice across his cheek. Carl rushed into attack, and the classer slid away, managing to cut Carl in the process. This wasn't working. The enemy was adapting to them, finding their rhythm. Charging forward, Jake swung wildly in with his sword and stretched out with his other hand. A dagger flicked up from the classer's belt to deflect Jake's sword, but Jake's opponent was focused on the attacks from Alan and Rue, leaving the dagger to fend off Jake. Grinning savagely, Jake twisted with the forceful hit and activated his boon. In an instant, the hidden fang formed in his outstretched hand as he plunged it into the classer's side, burying it to the hilt. Jake barely had time to enjoy his success before he was launched backwards as the classer spun and planted a dagger in his chest. Lying on the floor and gasping as he tried to get his breath back, Jake fumbled his last potion out and uncorked it with shaking hands, pouring it into the wound as he withdrew the dagger. Jake's breathing cleared up quickly, and he watched with gleaming eyes as the poison running through the masked fighter's body weakened them enough that they could no longer dodge all three of his friends. An arrow to the knee was the first strike to land true, and it signaled the swift end for their enemy. Daggers coated in weird went shooting out at them, but their aim was off, and they lacked the force of the earlier attacks. Their other weapons spent. The masked classer pulled Jake's dagger from their side and leapt at Carl, trying to get one last strike in. Jake's smile grew as he dismissed the boon, leaving the unarmed classer to catch an infused strike from Carl's hammer to the side of the head. The crack of the classer's neck snapping rang loud in Jake's ears as the mask shattered and the classer hit the floor limply. "Is everyone okay?" Jake called out before coughing some blood up onto the floor next to him. "Mostly. Damn daggers were coming from everywhere, it felt like," Alan said, touching a cut on his face with a wince before frowning. "Weird. I thought that the weird bubble holding the sound in would dissipate once they died."
Maybe it'll happen slowly?
Rue looked tired, but was making sure that Carl had a potion and was healing from the countless small cuts he had before taking one herself. Looking down at himself, Jake noted that there were far more cuts than he remembered taking. It had all happened so fast it was hard to keep track, and he knew they'd been damn lucky. If the classer had been able to react in time to block Jake's dagger, things would have been dire for them. That fight had almost been as bad as sparring with Felix, and though Jake hadn't had the chance to judge the strength of their soul, he wouldn't be surprised if the masked fighter had been higher than Tier 2. What the fuck? Alan was crouched over the dead classer and had rolled them onto their back, revealing their face. Jake moved closer and saw the source of Alan's surprise. The man's eyes had a black iris and a silver pupil, giving them an eerie and otherworldly look. "I don't think I've ever seen eyes like those before." "Me neither. And look here," Alan said, pointing out a small tattoo of a set of scales beneath the right eye in what looked like silver ink. The only other person Jake had seen with a tattoo next to their eye like that was Nephthys, and that marked her as an inquisitor. Just who is this guy? "I don't know, but I don't think we should linger," Alan said, quickly checking how many arrows he had left before drawing a fresh one. "Let's find Nephthys and get out of here." "Agreed," Jake said as he got back to his feet. "Does anyone have any potions left?" "I have both of mine still," Alan said, starting to reach for his belt before freezing as the door to the room swung open violently. "Under attack!" a Triarchy guard shouted as he raced into the room, his eyes going wide as he took in the blood-soaked floor and the bodies everywhere. Alan's arrow caught the guard in the throat before anyone else could react, the guard gurgling and falling to the floor as he clutched at the arrow, eyes wide in shock and terror. Jake relaxed slightly before noticing a slight tremble in Alan's hands as the scholar lowered his bow. Moving closer, Jake pitched his voice low to keep his words between the two of them. "He would have killed us in a heartbeat," You did the right thing. Alan took a shaky breath and nodded. Yeah, I know. It's just the first time where we've not been in a fight. And I fired before even really seeing him. What if that had been one of you? But it wasn't. And you did the right thing, Jake said, reaching up to grab Alan's shoulder and give him a reassuring squeeze. I trust you, Alan. Now you just need to trust yourself. Fuck me, it's absolute chaos out there, Carl said, stepping back from the door the guard had come through. There's a few more of those masked fucks and they're fighting all the guards. I think I saw Harry fighting one just past the gate as well. Damn it, Jake muttered, giving Alan's shoulder a last squeeze before letting go. More of them might come in here looking for reinforcements. We better hurry.
You go get her. We should stay in here in case more come. We don't want to get trapped down there,
Rue said as she helped Carl move the guard's body off to one side and took a healing potion from his belt.
Here, take this, just in case she needs it.
Got it, thanks, Rue, Jake said, tucking the potion away before heading out the only other door in the room. Thankfully, the bloodbath seemed to have been contained to that initial guard room, so while Jake was tracking bloody footprints in with him, the rest was in quite good shape. At least, that was until Jake made his way through to where the door down to the holding cells was set. 2 more Triarchy guards had been on duty here, and both had been butchered in a similar manner to those in the first room. Some distant part of Jake's mind remarked that the cuts weren't as clean as the others he'd seen, but it was quickly overwhelmed by adrenaline as he realized what this meant. The reason why the weird bubble of silence hadn't fallen was because it had been made by a different person who was still alive and seemed to be heading down into the holding cells as well. Cursing himself for not moving quicker, Jake pushed through the partially open door to the stairs and hurried down them, praying that he wasn't too late. The sound of metal shrieking echoed up the stairwell to Jake as he all but flew down the steps. The sound came again as Jake reached the bottom of the stairs and saw its source. A holding cell area had an open design based around a central table and 8 surrounding cells. A dead Triarchy guard slumped over the table. Of the 2 occupied cells, one of them had been broken into and its inhabitant eviscerated. Jake's heart skipped a beat until he saw Nephthys standing in the other cell, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at him. Thankfully, she looked uninjured, if a little rough around the edges. A masked classer was currently cutting his way into her cell with a weird-covered dagger, but Nephthys' reaction must have given Jake away as they stopped and whirled around to face him. "Where does fate lead us?" the classer asked, their voice slightly distorted by the mask, but filled with tension as they drew a second dagger. Chapter 43. Jake didn't even try to answer, and instead charged forward, intending to defeat this one in the same way as the first. Lunging forward, Jake stabbed with his sword before summoning the hidden fang and trying to ram it into the classer's ribs. As expected, his opponent parried his sword, but without other people to distract them, they realized what he was doing and were able to use their offhand to knock Jake's other hand just far enough away that he couldn't connect. Fortunately for Jake, the masked classer pulled back several steps after their brief exchange and regarded him with what looked like wariness. With his dagger already summoned, Jake's best chance at surprising the enemy was gone, and with it, he could feel his odds of surviving this fight plummeting quickly. Keeping his breathing steady, Jake went with a plan he'd been working on since he'd gotten his wand, and threw his dagger at his opponent's face. The other classer dodged aside, only to find Jake had quick-drawn his wand and was firing a hail of oversized thorns their way as he closed the distance. Sword clashed with dagger, and thorns stabbed into dark cloth as the two fought, Jake using his wand by instinct more than anything else, and scoring minor wounds as he kept up the pressure. The clash ended as a dagger cut across Jake's wrist, and his wand flew out of his hand to go skittering up against one of the cells. At the same time, however, Jake's sword slashed across the class's right thigh, causing them both to stumble backwards. Blood streaming from half a dozen minor cuts, Jake realized he was ever so slightly in better shape than his opponent. That had mainly been down to the initial spray of thorns, though, which had caught them by surprise. He could summon his dagger back, but he knew that meeting the masked fighter blade to blade was a bad idea. They were nowhere near as fast or agile as the one that Jake had fought upstairs, but a quick flash of weird through his eyes confirmed his suspicion. Whoever they were approaching the peak of the second tier. If Jake was going to win this, he needed some sort of edge. A surprise or a distraction would work. He just needed to wound them enough to balance the difference in their ranks. They circled each other warily, both eyeing their opponent for signs of weakness that could be exploited. As they did, Jake noted that the lock holding Nephthys' cell shut was almost broken. Felix had told him that holding cells for the Ascended were different from their mundane counterparts. Weavers were involved in their creation and ensured that anyone within the cell could not use their weird. If Jake could finish what the masked classer had started, Nephthys could take an active part in her own rescue, and that would give Jake the edge he needed. He just needed a distraction, something large enough to buy him several seconds and completely consume his opponent's attention. Jake almost missed a step as he realized what he needed to do. Shame curdling in his guts from even considering it. Something changed in the stance of the other classer, and Jake knew that they were about to commit to the final clash. If he was going to do anything, this was the moment. Steeling himself, Jake reached to that ephemeral part of himself where his boons existed and called forth the mighty Drake. Unsure of how this would work, Jake approached the boon the same way he would the hidden fang, which meant that a ripple of shadows appeared in the space above Jake's free hand. A deep, raspy quack rumbled free from the shadows as a large duck seemingly stepped through. Its shimmering feathers seemed to shift between midnight blue and black, edged with iridescent green as its wings snapped open while it dropped to Jake's hand. Jake grunted with surprise at the weight of the duck, but he didn't hesitate, hefting the duck up before launching it right at the face of the masked classer. For a brief moment, Jake wasn't sure who was more surprised, his enemy or the Drake being launched at his face. Surprisingly, the Drake recovered first. Its large wings flared out to control its flight as its feet came up and latched onto the class's mask. Jake missed whatever happened next as he was already racing to Nephthys' cell, triggering his infusion skill as he went and pouring as much weird in as he could. He hadn't had much chance to really examine what his skill was doing, but he knew enough to realize that what Felix had told him about the efficiency of the weird used was key. Normally that meant he could use the skill with less weird, but the same effect, whereas now it meant that he could use far more weird without it breaking down. Bringing his sword down with both hands, Jake felt the metal shift and part with a tortured scream, the vibrations of the impact sweeping up his arms. Jake's sword had a solid dent in its edge, but he was almost through. Just one more hit was all he needed. A dagger bounced off the edge of the cell next to Jake's head, making him curse and dodge to the side. Glancing back, Jake saw that the classer had momentarily won free and was raising their hand to throw another dagger when the Drake flew into their side, giving Jake the time he needed. Turning and activating the skill, Jake struck the metal again and carved right through. Without the bolt holding the door shut, Jake swung it open and tossed Nephthys the sword he was holding. Even as badly damaged as it was better than nothing. Grabbing the dagger that had missed him, Jake took a moment to appreciate its balance before he and Nephthys charged the classer, who had finally managed to throw the duck into the wall of a nearby cell. Jake winced internally as he saw the duck hit the bars awkwardly before falling and landing hard on the ground. It looked like one of its wings was broken. Still, it had done its job, and the classer's upper body was a mess of cuts and scratches from their tussle with it. Off balance and already wounded, the masked classer was no match for the two of them working together. Nephthys' shields blocked any dangerous attacks, while Jake used his boon to retrieve his hidden fang and deliver a fatal dose of poison. Silence stretched over the room as the classer collapsed, and Jake turned to Nephthys, unsure of what to say. Neither of them had spoken yet, and suddenly the silence in the room began to feel oppressive. Nephthys, Jake trailed off as he became acutely aware of how close they were standing to each other.
Thank you for coming for me,
Nephthys said, her gaze searching for something in his eyes. Always, Jake said, his throat dry as he found his own gaze lost in her eyes. He'd never noticed until now that they were brown on the outside, but the very core was a warm amber. A disgruntled rasp from the injured duck broke the moment, and Jake quickly stepped away, his cheeks flushing as he thought of how stupid he must have sounded.
I guess I should thank you as well,
Nephthys said, her voice somewhat husky as she moved over to gather the duck up into the crook of her left arm, an awkward process given its size and injured wing.
Is he one of yours? Does he have a name?
Yes, from a boon I got, Jake said, trying and failing not to be a little irritated by how pleased the duck looked by her holding it. The boon says his name is Moby.
An adorable name. And he's beautiful as well. Never seen feathers like this before,
Nephthys said, admiring the iridescent green that outlined the darker feathers.
Do you have anything that can heal his wing?
Jake considered the question for a moment before using his third manifestation to conjure an apple from the orchard's gift. Nephthys had a few bruises and was limping slightly, so it would be good for her as well. Splitting it in two was surprisingly easy, and Jake quickly ate his half while passing the other to Nephthys, closing his eyes to revel in the brief absence of pain. Jake murmured a soft prayer of thanks for this particular boon. While Jake set off to gather any useful supplies in the room, Nephthys took her half of the apple and split it again, feeding a portion to the duck, who gobbled it down almost daintily. Moby's wing immediately looked much better, and Jake could have sworn he gave him a smug look as Nephthys gently lowered him to the ground.
So, what's the situation?
Nephthys asked, a serious expression settling onto her face. Not great, Jake said, putting everything aside for the moment to focus on the task at hand. They still needed to get out of here alive. Jake and Nephthys hurried back up the stairs, Moby hopping along behind them to find the other three in a pitched fight with two more masked classers. Jake had learned his lesson from the previous two fights about judging the strength of the enemy and swiftly channeled Weird to his eyes, revealing that they were both only at the peak of the first tier. The main issue that his friends were having was that both of the masked fighters used melee weapons, and Carl was trying to keep both of them from closing with Alan or Rue. Moby rasped out a quack and took to the air, diving down to distract one of the masked classes and stop them from dodging Alan's next arrow. At the same time, Jake and Nephthys focused on the other attacker, working in synchrony to rip through their defense and let Jake slit their throat with a dagger he'd claimed in the previous fight. Carl and Rue were quick to take down the second enemy, leaving them to eye Moby suspiciously.
Is that a duck? What's it doing here?
Rue asked, her wand not quite lowering. Nephthys looked a little confused by the question, so Jake stepped in. That's Moby, a mighty drake. I got him from the duck dungeon. Not important now, though. We need to get out of here before someone else comes.
Agreed,
Rue said, giving Moby one last look before turning to Nephthys.
Are you all right? Do you need a potion?
Nephthys shook her head before gesturing to the fallen classes.
Who are these people? The one downstairs didn't say much. No idea, but the first one we fought must have been at least in the 3rd tier. It took all of us and a good bit of luck to bring him down.
Rue spread her hands in frustration. Carl had moved over to the door while they spoke and peered outside. There's still a battle out there, but the guards are losing fast. If we're going, it needs to be now. The weird bubble must have failed with the second classer Jake had fought, as he could hear the muted sounds of battle outside. Some sounded close, which wasn't ideal. They didn't exactly have many options, though. Let's do it, Jake said, putting his dagger in his belt and grabbing a sword and shield from one of the fallen classes. Back over the wall and retrace our steps. They took a moment to ready themselves, and Moby waddled over to stand by Jake. Glancing around to ensure no one else was listening, Jake crouched down and looked the creature in the eye. If you're coming with us, you need to be silent and do your best to look after Rue and Alan, okay? Moby gave a deep, almost subaudible quack before moving over to Rue, who seemed just as impressed by his colourful feathers as Nephthys had been. Jake would have preferred to simply dismiss Moby, but his instincts told him that if he did, that was the end of this manifestation. It wasn't like the hidden fang where he could call it back at will. The sounds outside were drawing closer by the moment, so Jake wasted no more time and opened the door, moving out with his shield at the ready. The dim light and tense atmosphere from earlier were long gone as Jake moved out into the night, replaced by flickering lights from several fires and the clamour of battle. A small group of guards was fighting a trio of masked classes not far from them, but the clash was intense enough that no one noticed as Jake and his companions left the building and moved quickly to the rear wall. Up and over, go quickly, Jake said, interlocking his fingers to form a support and boosting Carl up onto the wall, who then helped to get everyone else over. Moby flew over at the same time as Rue, and Jake's eyes narrowed as he noted that the drake's wings made no sound as they flapped. He distinctly remembered hearing him fly around while fighting that classer just a few minutes ago. Shaking off the questions bubbling up in his head, Jake grabbed Carl's hand and swung himself up over the wall, dropping down into a crouch on the far side. As soon as Jake landed, the group began to hurry across the open expanse between the wall and the woods, walking a fine line between stealth and speed. Jake felt an itching on the back of his neck the entire time, but thankfully there was no sign of anyone watching them when he looked back. Once in the trees, they made their way back to their temporary camp, a tense silence holding among them as they waited for masked attackers to come jumping out of the darkness. They had set their camp a good distance from the outpost, but even so, it felt like an eternity before Jake saw some familiar landmarks and knew they were close. Some of the tension left Jake's posture as their temporary camp came into view. Everything was how they'd left it, but there was no sign of Felix or Ari. Okay, let's take a break, Jake said as he all but collapsed down next to his pack. Hopefully Ari and Felix will be here soon. The others followed suit, but Jake saw the worry in their eyes. The presence of unknown but powerful classes had turned this situation completely around. Did their initial plans even matter anymore? Gather your things, we need to go, Jake said, breaking the silence that had been stretching over them. It had been almost an hour since they got back to the meeting point with no sign of either Felix or Ari. Considering what else had gone wrong, Jake wasn't willing to wait any further. Shouldn't we wait a few more minutes? Alan asked, glancing in the direction of the outpost. No, we've waited too long as it is, Jake said with a shake of his head. This close to the outpost, they ran a real risk of being found by whoever won between the Triarchy and the mysterious attackers. We need to go. Unsurprisingly, none of the others were particularly enthused with the idea, but they understood what Jake was saying and the very real threat of discovery. Hiking his pack onto his back, Jake turned to look for Moby. He sighed as he saw the drake perched on Nephthys' shoulder with what Jake could have sworn was a smug expression. Moby was big for a duck, but he wasn't especially heavy, and Nephthys was at the peak of the first tier, so a little extra weight wouldn't bother her. Smothering his frown, Jake started off in the opposite direction from the outpost. He'd head south for now before cutting to the east, away from anywhere else they'd been. He wasn't quite sure what to do from there, but it was better than sitting still and waiting to be found. Chapter 44. Jake, wake up, Alan whispered, shaking him awake and putting a hand over his mouth to keep him quiet. I hear someone coming this way. Alan's words hit Jake like a bucket of ice water, and he sat up as Alan removed his hand. Taking a breath to center himself, Jake replied in a matching whisper. Where? From the north, Alan murmured grimly. I'll wake the others. Jake nodded and carefully grabbed his sword before moving to the edge of their camp and peering out into the woods. They'd kept moving for almost the entire night before finding a suitable camping spot in a large ditch that would conceal them from casual observation. If someone was walking this way, though, then all bets were off. Thankfully, Alan had been on watch, and they had some notice to get ready. After a few moments, Jake caught sight of the approaching people that Alan had spotted, and sighed in relief, his shoulders slumping as he sagged momentarily to the ground. Turning back to the others, Jake motioned for them to relax with a growing smile despite how tired he was. It's Felix and Ari. Chuckling at the relief in their faces, Jake pushed up from the ditch and raised a hand to catch the attention of the other two. They hadn't quite been heading for them, but they were close enough to spot Jake. Jake's smile faded as Felix and Ari came closer, and he could see them more clearly. Both of the classes looked exhausted, and Ari's clothes were in a bad way. Jake could see fresh, pinkish skin under the holes in Ari's tunic, a clear giveaway of recent healing. Jake, good to see you're in one piece. Is everyone else with you? Felix asked quietly as they approached. While not as bad as Ari, Felix looked somewhat ragged as well, which was a frightening prospect. They are. We got Nephthys out as well, Jake said with a motion down into the ditch. Good, that makes all of this worthwhile, Felix said, nodding a greeting to the others before easing himself down to sit on the lip of the ditch. Smart move on setting off, whichever one of you decided it was time. The whole area will be buzzing with Triarchy patrols in no time at all. It was Jake's idea, Carl said, giving Jake an encouraging look. It seemed like the right thing to do, Jake said, shifting uncomfortably at the praise. More importantly, though, who were those masked classes? Felix's expression tightened, and he shared a look with Ari before shaking his head. We don't know. Neither of us has met someone with one of those masks before. Their abilities varied, but seemed focused around those an assassin would prize.
Were they there for me?
Nephthys asked hesitantly, but Felix could only shake his head. We don't know. But there was nothing else of note at the outpost of which I'm aware. Either they were coming for you, or we were incredibly unlucky with our timing. We encountered one, but beyond some odd comments about fate, they weren't much help. Could it be linked? Alan muttered with a frown before looking up at them with a concerned expression. We never knew why Nephthys was there. Could it be linked somehow to these masked classes? That is something Ari and I have considered, Felix said with a slight nod of approval to Alan. We need more information before we act any further. That much is clear. All right, so what do we do now? Jake asked, thinking back to their original plans. We head east, away from Casthorpe, and anywhere else you've been spotted. I know a place where we can lay low for a time while we see what the response is to all this. Felix paused for a moment before looking between Alan, Rue, and Carl. Nephthys is safe. If the three of you want to leave, now is the time. Silence stretched over them for a few long moments as the others gave Felix's question the thought it deserved. Part of Jake would have preferred an instant response that they'd stay, but he knew that it was better they consider it fully and come to a true decision. I'm sorry, Jake, Carl said, lifting his head with a guilty expression. I want to. If we'd been exposed, I would have. As it is, though, I need to step away. I haven't really talked about my life before ascending, but my father was a classer and fought in a war against the Triarchy. He died during the final invasion. One of his comrades declared that he betrayed us and helped the Triarchy. Your father would never have done that, Felix said, his words making Carl start in surprise. A slight smile touched Felix's lips as he continued with a distant look in his eyes. I helped train him, and you are the spitting image of him when I first met him. That is why I agreed to first train you. Christoph was a worthy student of mine. One of the first. I never realized. Carl looked shaken by the revelation, but eventually pulled himself back together. You're right, though. We never would have betrayed us. I mean to prove that and find out who framed him. To do so, I'll need to stay here for a while. And you're already at the next tier. I can't hold you back, and I won't give up on this. Jake met Carl's gaze and nodded before walking over and holding out his hand. I understand. And I can only thank you for coming as far as you have. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it, Carl said, getting up and taking Jake's hand. If you need me, just send word, and I'll do what I can. Jake gave his big friend a slight smile before letting go and turning to Rue. He'd already noticed how she'd been shifting uncomfortably and knew what was coming.
I guess I was obvious, huh?
Rue asked with a shake of her head as she looked up at him. We've spent enough time together that I know when your heart isn't in it anymore, Jake said with a shrug. Besides, I know you and Carl were thinking of continuing together. The two blushed at Jake's words, but neither denied it. Rue stood up to shake Jake's hand as well.
Like Carl said, send word if you need help with anything. My story is less noble than his, but there's no need to burden you with it at this point.
I'm happy to hear it, Jake said softly as he went back to where he'd been sitting, giving Rue some space. Who knows? I might be able to help somehow.
Maybe.
Rue got a distant look in her eyes for a few moments before shaking it off.
I'm the only current classer in my family, but the Triarchy claimed that my grandfather stole from them. Until we pay back what they say he stole, they take twice as much tax on everything we make. My parents have lived with it their whole lives and have barely even made a dent.
Jake nodded, things making a lot more sense to him now about how Rue acted with money. How much is left?
Just over 10,000 weird geld. And starting this month, I'll be forced to pay double the tax as well. I was lucky they gave me this first month at the normal rate,
Rue said with a look of distaste at even coming close to thanking the Triarchy. Just what exactly did they say he stole? Ari asked with a look of disbelief.
They won't say. I used to think the bastards made it up, but I'm not so sure now. Regardless, if you meet a classer called Gent Larian, I'd appreciate it if you could put me in contact with him. I want some answers.
Jake nodded absently, still stunned by the amount the Triarchy held over Rue and her family. How could they expect her family to even come close to paying that off without a classer? Mentally shaking himself, Jake promised that he'd keep an eye out for Rue's grandfather before looking over to Alan questioningly. The scholar had been quiet so far, and he'd had a thoughtful expression since Felix posed the question. Jake wasn't sure if that was an indicator that he was coming with them or not. "Alan?" Jake spoke up, a feeling of dread building in his gut as he waited for a response. He wasn't losing Carl and Rue permanently, but this felt like the nearest thing, and he could already feel the hole in the party that their absence would bring. "I think that in any other situation, I'd leave as well," Alan said eventually as he let out a heavy breath. "The Triarchy is huge and terrifying. Fighting back against them feels like an impossibility, and the more time we spend as classes, the less it feels like they will matter." "You're not wrong," Jake said, thinking back on how insurmountable that 100 weird geld had felt when he first went to the dungeon. Now it was just 3 delves, and that could be done in a day. "Which is why I thought I'd just go my own way, but I don't think I can. Something is wrong here, and whatever your patron has you doing, I think it will try to fix that. I'm not brave or strong, but I don't think I can walk away from that." "Just like your mother," Harry said with a wink and a grin, some of his usual cheer starting to return now that he'd had a chance to rest a little. Alan flushed bright red, but didn't argue the point, instead lifting his chin a little. "Well, I know I'll be glad to have you along, Alan," Jake said, grinning at the scholar as he felt a surge of relief that someone was staying with them. Carl looked uncomfortable following Alan's speech, but Jake made sure to reassure him that he thought no less of him for not staying. After listening to Carl and Rue talk about what was driving them, Jake understood why they wanted to avoid the attention of the Triarchy if possible. "Very good. Now that we've established who's doing what, we should get moving and put some more distance between us and the outpost," Felix said with a gesture over his shoulder. "Then tomorrow we split up and go in different directions." "Where should we go?" Carl asked as they gathered their things and began trudging south once more. "Back west, I'd say, but somewhere that has a branch of the association. Check in with them when you arrive. Say you split off from us in Casthorpe after the Seeker incident, as you didn't want to be involved." Jake listened as Felix ran through the options that Rue and Carl had, feeling thankful that they had this opportunity to get clear. With these masked classes being involved, everything felt far more complex now, and only time would tell what consequences this battle would have for them. Rue and Carl split off from the group the next day, heading west to a town with a branch of the association and a popular first-tier dungeon. Carl made Jake promise to send them word if he needed anything, and Rue seemed equally determined to help. What exactly they could do, Jake wasn't sure, but he appreciated the sentiment. "So," Jake said, turning to look at Felix, "what do we do now?" "We head northeast. There's a resistance hideaway we can use while gathering information about what's going on. I'll reach out to some friends and contacts, both about the Triarchy and those masked classes." "And in the meantime," Harry said, a menacing smile slipping over his face, "we'll be doing some training to make sure you're ready for whatever comes next." Jake exchanged a worried look with Nephthys and Alan. Any training that Harry seemed this excited about was probably going to be bad. Still, that wasn't quite what Jake meant. "Okay, but what about overall? I mean, I've reached the 2nd tier now. Well, the way I see it, we have two real options, Felix said thoughtfully. You can either travel to the next realm, which would mean going into the heart of the Triarchy presence in Strovia, or you can leave Strovia and escape the Triarchy that way.
Leaving Strovia sounds the easier of the two,
Nephthys said, but Jake and Alan were both shaking their heads. You came by ship, didn't you? Jake said, making the question into more of a statement. Nephthys nodded with a slightly confused expression, so Alan took over the explanation. Strovia is bound by the ocean to the west and south, the mountains to the north, and the Viridian expanse to the east. They're not wrong. Any of these options will be difficult, but with adequate preparation, anything is doable, Felix said, motioning for them to start walking. For now, though, let's get to a secure location and start planning. I didn't get a chance to ask you before, but are you okay? Jake asked Nephthys as they walked along behind Felix.
More or less.
Nephthys said, giving Jake a somewhat strained smile.
I'd accepted what was going to happen when that classer got through to me when you arrived. A few more minutes and it would have been a very different situation.
Yeah, that's been on my mind as well, Jake said softly, thinking of how close he'd been to being too late. He didn't even want to consider how he'd have reacted if that had been the case.
But you didn't, and that's what matters,
Nephthys said firmly, taking a breath and seemingly pushing past the negative thoughts.
Actually, I meant to say earlier that things were odd while they were moving me. The Seeker and his people barely interacted with me, but only the Seeker seemed to know why they were heading to that outpost.
That confused us as well. Did he give you any hint as to why?
No, and he came down hard on anyone questioning him. I assumed it was some sort of secret order.
Jake nodded slightly before looking back to Ari, who was walking behind them with Alan. Hey, Ari, what happened to the Seeker? Felix took care of him before those masked folks arrived, Ari said, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. The arrogant bastard thought I was the real threat. When the main threat dealt with, we kept the rest busy until shit got too chaotic, and then pulled out as best we could. I wonder if any of the Triarchy guards survived then, Jake said, his brow furrowing as he considered what the official response would be to everything that had happened. Doubtful, Ari said with an idle shrug. There weren't that many to begin with, and only a few of the stronger masked classers went after us when we pulled out. Any guard left would have been cut down easily when they got back. Jake nodded as the group lapsed into silence once more, each of them considering the uncertain future they faced. Chapter 45.
Attention! Your status as a citizen of the Triarchy has been revoked. Any obligations derived from this status are no longer enforced.
Jake froze mid-bite of his rations, his eyes going wide as he read the update. It had been 4 days since they had parted with Carl and Rue, and they'd spent that time reaching a new safe house. Exactly where they were, Jake wasn't sure, but it was off the beaten path and well away from any Triarchy presence. No doubt Felix had a plan for what to do next, but for now, they were laying low and resting. Felix had already reached out to his contacts to gain more information about what the Triarchy was doing. They'd yet to hear back, but this made the Triarchy's initial response clear. They knew Jake was involved somehow, and with his citizenship revoked, he wouldn't be welcome in any of the cities. For all he knew, guards had a way to tell if someone was a citizen or not, which could be bad. Well, if he wasn't committed before, he didn't have an option now. It's been confirmed, Felix said, closing the door to the cabin behind him and heading over to take a seat near the fire. My contacts just reported in on the Triarchy. It had been a further 3 days since the update from the system, and Jake had spent the whole time worrying about Carl and Rue. It wasn't a big jump to go from him to them after all, and the Triarchy wasn't known for moderate responses.
What did they say?
Nephthys asked from where she was sat sharpening her swords. They weren't exactly like those she'd had when they first met, but Felix's contacts had managed to get something reasonably similar. Jake is being blamed for the massacre at the outpost, Felix said with a grave expression. He has been declared an enemy of the Triarchy. Thankfully, there is nothing they can do via the system, but they are hunting for you even more fervently now. What about Carl and Rue? Jake asked, ignoring the ball of gnawing cold that was building up in his gut. They've been ignored for now. The focus is on the two of you. Even Ari hasn't been called out officially, which is odd. There was no mention of any masked classes either, which perhaps means that they cleaned up the area after we left. Yeah, these fuckers are sounding more and more organized as time goes on. I don't like it, Ari said with distaste from where he was pouring himself a cup of coffee. Nice as this place is, though, we can't stay here forever. No, we can't, Felix said, a tired look crossing his expression for a brief moment. We'll start planning out our next moves tomorrow. It looks like you'll need to leave sooner than expected, though staying here will be a death sentence. Jake nodded in agreement before calling up his status.
Name, Jake Kesh. Patron deity, the Great Dungeon. Class, Dungeon Noble, Knight. Tier, 2. Rank, 1. Dungeon Network, 5. Plexus Strength, Minor. Plexus Manifestations, 3 out of 3. Plexus Points, 2. Traits. Physical. Lesser Noble Constitution, 4. Rare. Descended from a noble bloodline, you have a medium enhancement to physical characteristics. Mental. Lesser Delver's Will, 1. Common. Gird your will. Advance endlessly. Provides a minor bonus to willpower when delving dungeons. Skills. Passive. Personal Plexus, 1. Very rare. You gain the ability to bind dungeons and form your own plexus that may contain dungeons of minor strength. Currently, dungeons up to Tier 1 can be bound. Doubles the Weird Geld cost of advancing in class rank. Active. Infused Strike, 1. Uncommon. You are able to infuse your weapon with a minor amount of weird, strengthening your blows and sharpening the edges of your weapon. Patron Gifts. Passive. Agent of the Great Dungeon, 2. Very rare. You are bound to the Great Dungeon by blood. Other followers of the Great Dungeon will recognize you and aid you as they may. Passive. Sense Dungeon, 2. Rare. As an agent of the Great Dungeon, you are able to passively sense the location of nearby dungeons in a meager range. Passive. Authority of the Great Dungeon, 1. Very rare. You have the approval of the Great Dungeon and may enact rituals in its name. You gain the knowledge of the Ritual of Castigation. Misuse of this authority may result in its removal. Plexus Boons, Hidden Fang, 2. Granted by the Holzwar Merc Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest a dagger with inherent poisonous properties. Using the dagger, summoning it, and dismissing it all draw on the power held within it on manifestation. Orchard's Gift, 2. Granted by the Aptifer Varanus Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest an apple infused with vitality. Ingesting the apple transfers this vitality, healing and sating the hunger of its consumer. The Mighty Drake, 1. Granted by the Engenstasia Dungeon. This boon allows you to manifest Moby, a mighty drake, to aid you. The manifestation is consumed in maintaining Moby's presence, not his actions. Plexus Development, 2. This boon may only be increased in rank by choosing it at additional dungeons, but it has no cap on its rank level. Increases manifestations available by 1 per rank. Granted by the Hagast Deja and Wilfek Merc Dungeons. Deed requirement to increase tier. 1. 5 Tier 2 or higher dungeons bound. 2. Rank 10. Requirements to increase to rank 2. 1. 440 Weird Geld.
He'd come a long way in the past month and a half, but he still had a long way to go, and Strovia was only becoming more dangerous for him. Jake muttered a prayer to the great dungeon, but he knew that he was the ultimate arbiter of his own fate right now. If he'd learned one thing since ascending, it was that the more work he put in, the faster and farther he advanced. That meant the solution to all this was simple. Jake just had to be willing to work harder and risk more than those trying to find him. He had dreamed of becoming powerful, of being someone who caused change. He'd had his first taste of that, but his vision of the great dungeon had shown him just how far he had to go to truly reach the top. Perhaps it was impossible for someone like him to reach those heights. But he'd be damned if he let anything stop him from trying. This is the end of Dungeon Noble, Squire, a Royal Guard production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more books and audiobooks like this one, check us out on royalguardpublishing.com. Also connect with us on social media. We are active on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, and Instagram. We can't wait to hear from you. You have been listening to Dungeon Noble, Squire, written by J. Parsons, performed by Rhys David and Jude Aaron. Text copyright 2025 by J. Parsons. Production copyright 2025 Royal Guard Publishing LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.